Chapter 176, Smuggler. Because the vast expanse of no man's space was not under the protection of the Alliance, falling into pirates' hands would make for extremely dire straits. Piracy was an ancient profession, and these space pirates were far more merciless than the pirates who just steered sailboats in the high seas centuries back. The cosmos had become the perfect hiding place for them, and it would be hard to locate any pirates even through a large-scale search. Xia Fei hesitated for a moment before accepting the communication signal. At the end of the day, he was piloting a battlecruiser, and the average pirate was absolutely no match for it. Unless he encountered the rumored warlord bands, this battlecruiser would definitely be able to have an unimpeded cruise through space. "This is the Tomahawk, state your identity at once," Xia Fei ordered. Tomahawk was the name Xia Fei had given this Vexor-class battlecruiser. Since its exterior looked like a silver tomahawk, Xia Fei named it accordingly. Without the support of the interplanetary internet, interstellar communication would be subjected to troublesome interference from plenty of environmental factors. In fact, ultra-long-distance communications had long been a problem that plagued mankind. The Tomahawk had a high-tech communications facility, so its signal reception was decent. Though it was evident that the other party lacked any advanced communications equipment, for the voice that got transmitted back was broken and very static. "Please state your identity again, as well as the warship composition of the enemy." Xia Fei frowned. The present situation was that the spaceship under attack could hear Xia Fei's voice, while he was unable to hear anything from their end aside from static. If there were two pirate ships, Xia Fei believed that he could make quick work of them and save this one, but if there was a whole fleet of pirates, then that would be bad. Furthermore, the cunning pirates here in no man's space would intentionally use SOS signals as bait, luring other ships into their traps, so it was prudent for Xia Fei to act cautiously here. The only words Xia Fei could make out from the intermittent voice coming through were help, Kestrel class, and pirates. He could infer that the civilian ship had unluckily bumped into a pirate-piloted, Kestrel frigate and was now unable to escape. His fingers tapped on his screen as Xia Fei piloted his frigate and warped to the signal's coordinates. "What are you saving them for? What would you do if this turned out to be a trap?" Phantom worriedly asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "I have no idea, but all that matters is that I want to go." Phantom was speechless. Reality was just that intriguing. Xia Fei was an intelligent and sensible man, so logically, he ought to be the calm and composed sort who was not prone to making impulsive decisions, yet Xia Fei would often seek to deal with things according to his abilities in an extreme manner, not caring about the costs or consequences, even becoming unreasonable sometimes. Fortunately, Xia Fei had a superhuman intuition, and his sixth sense was usually on the mark, which was why he had not really suffered a huge loss this whole time. It was just that these extreme traits, which had all appeared in Xia Fei, made it really difficult for others to get a good read of his intrinsic character. Phantom had been with Xia Fei for more than 2 years, and the conclusion he could ultimately settle on was that Xia Fei was neither the calm and composed nor the impulsive sort, he was the complicated and unpredictable sort. Covering the 35,000 light-years in the span of several minutes, the huge Tomahawk appeared from the wormhole and came gleaming against the dark space. He saw a small industrial ship being hounded by a Kestrel-class frigate, the latter circling around its prey as it unleashed attacks. The missiles left trails of blue flames as they shot out, exploding upon the industrial ship's fuselage. It was apparent that the industrial ship was already on the verge of falling apart. If Xia Fei were even a minute later, this could very well be its grave, becoming just one of the plenty of debris drifting in space. "Release the light combat drones, target the Kestrel-class frigate. Give them a sound beating for me. Prime the warp disruptor, and get ready to interrupt the enemy's warp attempt." Xia Fei, who was very calmly sitting on the command deck, continuously gave out orders after orders to the onboard intelligent command system. Benefiting from this intelligent program's existence, Xia Fei was able to control the huge cruiser all by himself, without needing additional crew to help. If this had been the Galactic Society long ago, Xia Fei would have very likely needed thousands of people just to man this ship. The Kestrel-class frigate was completely no match for the Tomahawk, the two were like peaches against a watermelon. The former was completely outmatched by the latter. "Oh, God! That's a battlecruiser, and it's even one belonging to the Adjudicator Union. Quick! Initiate the emergency warp. Hurry!" The pirate ship began to flee in their panic when they saw the Tomahawk appear, pushing their warp engine to its maximum capacity, disappearing without a trace into that endless expanse. They would most likely find it hard to shake off the specter in their minds for a very long time after today. The sudden appearance of a battlecruiser was already very unnerving to these pirates, what more since it was one belonging to the Union, with possibly many powerful adjudicators on board. Actually, they were only half right. The Tomahawk did indeed have an adjudicator inside, but there was only one, and this adjudicator was still just an apprentice. They actually fled. Xia Fei pursed his lips, somewhat feeling dissatisfied. Though the battlecruiser was a powerful ship, it was a little sluggish when dealing with small targets. After all, the larger a warship was, the longer it would take it to respond. They wouldn't have gotten away if I had been on board Vampire, Xia Fei muttered to himself. Phantom chuckled. I read from your ancient books that taking down an enemy without losing one soldier in the process is considered to be the best strategy. Isn't this great? Let a lousy ship flee, best we focus on saving that industrial ship first. Xia Fei nodded, then grabbed the communicator from his command console, and hailed the industrial ship, which had already been battered down to its frame. State your name, alliance serial number, and your purpose. The name's Harris, and my alliance serial number is XXXX. I'm a businessman, intending to sell some food to Black Abyss, only to be waylaid by pirates, reported an old-timer in his 50s, who appeared on the screen. Xia Fei chuckled. There was no way a businessman would take the risk through no man's space all alone on a small ship. He had no doubt this Harris was a smuggler. Xia Fei had nothing against the smuggling profession. At the end of the day, their existence more or less brought some supplies to the Death Trio Star region. With the local warlords acting like tyrants who aggressively exercised their might, the common folks were the ones who ended up suffering tremendously under their yoke. Being able to obtain some cheaper products through these smugglers would at least make the lives of the citizens in the Death Trio Star region a bit easier. As such, the people of the Star regions shared this welcoming attitude towards smugglers, often taking the initiative to provide them with supplies, even giving them shelter when they were subjected to the pursuit and hunt of the local warlords. Xia Fei had learned all these through the interplanetary internet, though it was unfortunate that there was limited news and information regarding the regions, so Xia Fei barely had a clear picture of the Death Trio Star region. How's your ship? Xia Fei asked. The old-timer shook his head and pitifully. 89% of its frame has been damaged beyond repair. I'm afraid it can hardly hang on any longer. Esteemed adjudicator, where are you headed to? Do you mind taking me along? Any spaceship would have their energy shield, hull, and frame as layers of protection, and this industrial ship had been damaged to the point that its structure was already falling apart. There was no way for it to do any long-range warping at this rate, for the suction force of the wormhole could easily tear it apart. In this vast no-man's space, being unable to warp was as good as a death sentence. There was basically no way to survive this. Xia Fei mulled over this request. Are you the only one on board? Yes, just me alone. Please take me along, Harris very urgently pleaded, his old face, which was showing paleness from the pirates' attack before, trembled as he spoke. A smuggler will definitely be very familiar with this route. Having him on board might prove to be useful, Xia Fei thought to himself. Right now, the biggest problem he was facing was how he was unfamiliar with the route ahead. Piloting a ship in space was not simply just traveling along a straight line between 2 points, there was also a need to avoid fatal black holes and white holes, ion storms and rays that could damage their ships, and more. What had been a 9-day flight schedule ended up eating away 13 days of his precious time, and he would still have to face plenty of natural dangers and obstacles along the way. Thankfully, the Tomahawk was a large spaceship that had a very sturdy hull. It was far more capable of handling most dangers, unlike the smaller spacecraft. He might very well have lost his life had he attempted this trip on just his Vampire. No man's space was a long distance away from the Alliance's territory. The star maps on this part of the universe were hardly comprehensive, with plenty of dangerous locations not mapped. It would be far better to have someone familiar with the territory here acting as a guide than for Xia Fei to blindly navigate through it all by himself. Okay. Open up your ship's docking channel and I'll pick you up. Bring along your ship's route map and navigational computer, Xia Fei said. Since Harris was a smuggler who would often take this route to the Death Trio Star region, his navigational computer surely contained plenty of useful information that Xia Fei could use, which was why he had ordered him to bring his ship route, too. Harris readily agreed, all the while repeatedly thanking Xia Fei. Soon, the two ships had completed connecting their docking channel and Xia Fei headed from the command deck to the channel to wait for the old man there. He was not one to put his guard down against a stranger, so Xia Fei felt it was necessary for him to deal with this carefully when a stranger boarded his ship. Harris dragged along 2 big sacks, panting heavily as he boarded the Tomahawk from his industrial ship. The man looked very refined at first glance, pale-skinned even, and his fingers were clean and unseasoned. The old-timer wore metal-rimmed glasses, which rested effortlessly on his nose bridge, though the glasses had clearly been broken right in the middle since white tape was used to stick them together, which had turned greasy and dirty over time. Xia Fei examined what Harris was carrying and, after ensuring that there were no problems with it, asked, "Do you have a spatial ring of any sort on yourself?" Harris grimaced. "Esteemed adjudicator." Xia Fei reached his hand out to interrupt him. "Esteemed adjudicator is too much of a mouthful. Just call me Xia Fei." "Mr. Xia Fei, I am but a poor businessman. There's no way I could afford a spatial ring," Harris politely answered. Xia Fei nodded, not saying another word. Harris turned around and started to make his way back to his ship, causing Xia Fei to call him to halt. "What are you doing?" "Mr. Xia Fei, the cargo on my ship is my lifeblood, I'm going to go broke if I lose it all." Xia Fei chuckled. This old-timer was indeed a businessman through and through. His industrial ship looked like it was about to blow up at any moment, yet he was still thinking of the cargo he had on board, truly demonstrating how much he valued money over his life. Without another word, Xia Fei detached the channel and immediately piloted the Tomahawk away from the industrial ship, which would most likely explode any time. Harris's expression turned extremely distraught, nearly fainting from the pangs of pain he felt inside him. Boom! Sure enough, the moment the Tomahawk left, that industrial ship exploded in a fiery display, leaving nothing in its wake. Harris had one hand over his chest, while a look of shock flashed across his face, almost as if his heart ached over his loss. No one had noticed that there was not a trace of cargo in the wreckage of that ship. For a smuggler to have nothing in its cargo hold, could he have been smuggling air? Chapter 177, Harris's Secret. Xia Fei did not know that Harris's industrial ship was completely empty. In his eyes, Harris was just a regular smuggler, one who enjoyed wealth and respect. "Follow me." Xia Fei turned around and walked toward the command deck with Harris's navigation computer memory. Harris carefully put the 2 sacks on the ground before hurriedly following in Xia Fei's footsteps. The sacks contained normal rations, as well as some machine parts and plants, that did not appear valuable, which Xia Fei could not understand. The Vexor battlecruiser was massive. Harris was completely taken away as he followed Xia Fei closely. Is he alone on his massive warship? In the command deck, Xia Fei deftly connected the navigation command memory onto his computer. Starting system scan, Xia Fei commanded the AI computer. A few seconds later, the cold female voice replied, "Navigation memory is safe and can now be opened." The AI computer was an advanced computer system. Any external data must be made safe and could only be opened after making sure that it did not contain any viruses or malicious programs. Open. The projected screen began to flash quickly. In less than a second, everything was read onto the computer of Tomahawk. Xia Fei turned to look at Harris, noticing that he was standing carefully at the door. "Grab a seat," Xia Fei invited. "I'm trying to get to a planet in Black Abyss called DLC-113, but I'm unfamiliar with the route. How accurate is the information on your navigation computer?" Harris slapped his chest. "I've been to DLC-113 as well, no less than 7 times, in fact. There should absolutely be no problems there." Xia Fei nodded and commanded the AI computer. "Read the new information and create a fresh fastest route." Recalculating route. A few moments later, the new route was created. The initial estimated travel time of 27 days was shortened to 19 days. It appeared that Harris's navigation information was more detailed and precise. Under Xia Fei's command, Harris checked the route on the projected screen. There shouldn't be any problems. The only threats on that route are the pirates, but since you have an adjudicator union insignia on the ship, ordinary pirates won't even think about attacking you, Harris said with a smile. The autopilot of the ship was engaged, following the new route toward Black Abyss. Xia Fei brought Harris to a crew cabin. The Tomahawk had yet to be retrofitted according to Xia Fei's preference, so it still had comfortable beds and lavish living spaces. "You'll be staying here for the duration of the journey. You'd best not wander around the ship outside of mealtime, especially not the control center. If I notice anything suspicious from you, I will throw you out into space without any hesitation, understood?" Xia Fei said sternly. Harris quickly nodded. "As you wish. Feel free to order me around if you want anything done. Cooking, Cleaning I can do anything. Xia Fei grabbed a seat, then took a few puffs of his cigarette, asking, I heard that the Death Trio Star region hasn't been all that peaceful recently. You should know something about it seeing as how often you've traveled this route. You heard it right. Currently, all the three main star regions have their respective leaders, representing the interests of the local tyrants and warlords, where everybody despises one another. You must also know that the Death Trio Star region is incredibly impoverished. They don't even have the food to keep their huge population alive, requiring them to import goods from the Alliance. Because of this no man's space, it's incredibly difficult to get goods delivered from the Alliance. Although shipments arrive every few months, they are far from enough to sustain everyone in the three-star regions. Even if there are more merchants like me, who transport food and medicine to feed our family, it'll still be difficult to put food on everyone's table. Recently, a new galaxy was discovered near the edge of the three main star regions. There are 4 planets in that solar system, and they are all incredibly suitable for human habitation. Moreover, they were capable of providing plenty of food. The warlords of the three-star regions have clashed multiple times over these 4 planets, and we are at the precipice of war, Harris explained. There was not a day and night cycle in space, so people would have to manage their work and sleep cycles themselves. Although they were now quite far away from Earth, Xia Fei still followed the 24-hour lifestyle of his planet. When it was night, Harris volunteered to make dinner and even cleaned the kitchen. Humble attitudes like this were really to Xia Fei's liking, as most men disliked doing menial tasks like cooking and cleaning, and Xia Fei was no exception. After dinner, Xia Fei shut himself in his room and went through an introduction to computer coding. The book was incredibly complex, and Xia Fei would learn something new every time he read it. It was as though the book had limitless knowledge awaiting his discovery. Suddenly, Xia Fei felt that there was a mental energy spying on him. The corners of Xia Fei's lips twitched. He lay down in bed, turning off his microcomputer before pretending to go to sleep. Outside of Xia Fei's room, there was only Harris left on the tomahawk, so the mental energy could not have been from anyone else. As a mental ability user himself, Xia Fei was quite familiar with mental energy. He could feel that Harris was just purely exploring without any malice. Soon, Xia Fei entered the dream world. Harris's mental energy stayed, exploring around a few times before moving in towards Xia Fei's position as though his target was Xia Fei's brain. What do you plan to do? Phantom asked, laughing. Who would have thought that this Harris guy is also a mental ability user? Too bad he's a lot worse than you are. Xia Fei replied plainly in his consciousness, we'll see, I can kill him using my mental energy whenever I want. It was an incredibly dangerous maneuver to stalk someone using mental energy. If the enemy's mental energy was stronger than the one snooping, they might be drawn into an unstoppable mental vortex, consumed by the stronger mental energy that would ultimately cause their death. A smart user would never simply spy on others using their mental ability unless they were confident in their abilities. Evidently, Harris was not one. What was most surprising was that the mental energy retreated after hovering around the room for a while. This confused even Xia Fei. Why did he retreat despite being so close to his target? Xia Fei got up, saying as he scratched his head. Weird. What does he intend to do? Who knows, but by the looks of it, he is interested in you but doesn't bear any ill intent. Xia Fei thought for a few moments. We'll talk about it later, he's sure to reveal himself eventually. Early in the morning of the next day, Xia Fei arrived at the kitchen to see Harris already up. Mr. Xia Fei, here's your breakfast. With a smile on his face, Harris brought him a plate of scrambled eggs and milk. There were a few pieces of thinly sliced ham beneath the egg as well as some lettuce next to it. Xia Fei nodded. Not only did the breakfast Harris made taste good, it looked incredible, too. It was easy to tell that it was a breakfast fit for royalty. The eggs were just done as they melted in his mouth. The ham was sliced as thin as paper, demonstrating his excellent knife skills. The lettuce leaves were well washed before having their stem removed, leaving behind only the green leaves. This provided Xia Fei with even more questions on how a smuggler busy working for a living managed to make such an incredible breakfast. Thinking back on yesterday's base and mushroom the man had made that was also just as refined, for not a single piece of bone could be found in the dish. It was just that Xia Fei did not suspect Harris then, so it had not caught his attention. After finishing his breakfast, Xia Fei casually asked as he lit a cigarette, "Your cooking is quite good, where did you learn it?" Harris smiled as he put away the utensils Xia Fei used to be washed in the basin. "My mother used to be a private chef for a major family, so I've been learning how to cook from her ever since I was young." It's great that you like it. I also noticed that there's some asparagus in the fridge. I'll make a beef asparagus braise for lunch. Oh. Xia Fei nodded without indicating anything. The next night, Harris's mental energy entered Xia Fei's room again, and this time, Xia Fei was more mindful of it, pretending that he was just up training. A few hours later, Harris retreated his mental energy. The third and fourth day went just the same, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Because of the tomahawk's huge size, no pirates even dared to approach it, making the entire journey incredibly smooth. "Are you going to show your cards?" asked Phantom. Xia Fei smiled. "I'll give him one last chance tonight, hopefully, he doesn't disappoint." The dinner was just as exquisite as always, and he took his time to enjoy the meal. Because of how well he had been eating, Xia Fei even gained a bit of weight. Afterward, Xia Fei silently returned to his room, leaving Harris alone in the kitchen to tidy up. "That's unfortunate. It'll probably be the last time that I enjoy such a wonderful meal," Xia Fei muttered after closing his door. It was 11:45, and Harris's mental energy arrived right on cue. What was most disappointing was that his mental energy retreated in less than 5 minutes, much quicker than the previous times. Phantom sighed. "You have a killing intent in you." He must have felt that something was off and became more vigilant than usual. That would mean that he's quite perceptive to detect such minute changes. Xia Fei hopped out of bed, proudly walking to Harris's room. "I've given him the chances, no matter what his aim is, his time is up." In order to make it easier to keep an eye on him, Xia Fei had assigned Harris in a room right next to his, so they were not far apart at all. His door was now ajar, revealing Harris, who looked like a ghost as he eyed Xia Fei. "You've noticed from the start?" Xia Fei nodded, smiling. "I'll give you 2 choices, 1, I'll throw you out right now. 2nd, tell me your motive, then I'll throw you out." Harris thought for a few moments before laughing happily. Xia Fei was slightly shocked, clearly having not expected Harris to react as though he was unafraid of death. "Xia Fei, you've taken amethyst before, right?" Chapter 178, Gene Expert. "Xia Fei, you've taken amethyst before, haven't you?" Xia Fei shook his head. "I'm not sure what you're talking about. You don't have much time, so I hope that you stop talking about irrelevant things. All I care about now is your identity, your motives, and why you're spying on me." It was inaccurate to say that Xia Fei did not have a menacing aura. Although he was still quite young, every time he got serious, the air would be enveloped by palpable killing intent. After all, not many people in this world had been through hell, but Xia Fei just happened to be one of those few. Anyone who made a trip back from hell would have this unique quality. This quality was inviting yet dangerous, something no words could describe, but if it had to be put in word, despair would probably be the closest one. When someone had gone through a hellish experience, they would emanate something that made their opponents feel a sense of despair. This had nothing to do with their strength, as it was a pressure purely out of temperament. Surprisingly, Harris was not overwhelmed by Xia Fei's killing intent, saying with a bitter smile, "Of course, it's relevant, it's my life's work, after all." Xia Fei could not understand why Harris looked so forlorn. "What's amethyst?" Xia Fei secretly asked Phantom. Phantom was even more confused than he was. "How would I know?" Harris looked outside the window, saying in a depressed tone, "Amethyst is also known as purple jade, a type of gene optimization fluid. If I'm correct, you probably consumed it, and that's why you are able to open your 7th brain region fully." Xia Fei glanced at Phantom, only to find the latter's mouth completely ajar and Phantom very still, as though his spirit had left his body. Of course, Xia Fei was shocked, too. A fully opened 7th brain region was his biggest secret thus far. Xia Fei was only who he was today not just because of his unique way of doing things and tireless efforts, but also that bottle of purple liquid. His life's work. Xia Fei pondered inside. Does this mean that Harris has a deep connection to that bottle of purple liquid? Despite being deeply shaken, Xia Fei still looked calm and composed. "Harris, I have indeed consumed a purple gene optimization fluid, but I can't be sure that the bottle is the same as the amethyst you're referring to." Harris stared at Xia Fei. "The amethyst has a slightly sour taste. Depending on one's physique, it takes effect 1 to 15 minutes after consumption. At that time, the cells in the body will overheat from being on overdrive, causing the temperature of one's body to increase. An eighth of a second later, the cell activity starts affecting the normal functions of the brain, making a person feel groggy to the point of fainting. The seventh brain region will start opening at this moment. The explosive overdriven cells start hitting the barriers one after another, then 30.96 seconds later, the seventh brain region will be completely opened, but the cell overdrive will last for another minute and a half before ending. I know all these experiment metrics, but unfortunately nobody has been able to survive the 2 horrible minutes. Everyone who participated in the experiment all died without exception. You're the first one to survive after consuming amethyst, said Harris in a deep voice, yet his tone held a trace of excitement. Harris. Xia Fei glanced at Phantom, who was at the corner of the room. After consuming the gene optimization fluid, Xia Fei fainted, so he had no clue what happened next. When he opened his eyes, his seventh brain region was already fully opened. Phantom nodded, agreeing with everything Harris said. As a witness of the incident, Phantom obviously knew everything. How did you manage to survive? Not one out of the thousands of participants lived to the end, yet you did. Could it be that you have an extraordinary physique? Xia Fei lit a cigarette before saying plainly, I encourage you to worry about yourself. Even if you manage to prove that I've consumed amethyst, none of that is your business. Why would it have nothing to do with me? I invented amethyst. I'm Harris, the former first executive officer of the Alliance Gene Research Center, quipped Harris, who was actually Harris. Xia Fei smirked. So what? Harris was left speechless. Even though Xia Fei managed to survive the violent medicinal properties of amethyst, it did not clear up any problems. The other thousands of deaths were still on his head, and he would surely be punished for it once he returned to the Alliance. Harris let out a sigh before going through his story from the start. Back then, I was one of the top researchers in genetics, specializing in the human seventh brain region. In order to learn more about the mysterious seventh brain region, I've looked through countless information left by the ancient civilization. I discovered that the seventh brain region is just like a wall, locking up the human's abilities. If we could successfully remove the blockage, humans would reach previously unthinkable heights. The seventh brain region is locked up by something known as the 0-degree meson. It's quite a weird thing. All newborns have completely opened seventh brain regions, but 24 hours after their birth, the 0-degree meson will start multiplying in countless numbers, and 72 hours later, they fully lock up every newborn baby human's seventh brain region. I discovered, through years of research, that in ancient times, the seventh brain region of humans was completely opened, but some time later, the 0-degree meson started appearing, turning humans into incredibly ordinary individuals, perhaps even weak. Harris's narration got himself quite worked up. Did you know? This is quite unfair. Humans should be an incredibly powerful race that could ignore the entire universe, but that thin layer of 0-degree meson caused humans to become completely ordinary. Humans aren't as battle-fueled as insectoids, not as smart as the Na6. Harris rubbed his red eyes in melancholia. From then on, I've spent dozens of years looking for a method to break the 0-degree meson, and I've never given up despite all the failures. All the blood, sweat and tears weren't for nothing, for I eventually found a mineral that could neutralize the 0-degree meson, noxium. This unique mineral can trigger the most extreme powers from the cells. After a specific sequence of events, it can completely destroy the 0-degree meson. It would break through the barrier and allow humans to have a completely open seventh brain region. Unfortunately, without the seventh brain region, humans become incredibly weak. Thousands of volunteers died because they weren't able to survive the energy change in their cells, and thus, I'm now a wanted man to the Alliance. I wasn't satisfied with my experiment ending just like that, so I came all the way here in this desolate, unoccupied area, hoping to find a new material that can counteract the 0-degree meson. After some time, my money began to dwindle, and slowly I became a smuggler. Harris let out a bitter smile. If my parents were still alive, who knows what they would think about their incredible son who became a smuggler. Xia Fei would have never guessed that Harris was a top-tier geneticist, it was just that his actions were somewhat insane. Perhaps it was also because Xia Fei was also somewhat deranged, for he did not find Harris's actions to be too much. Of course, Xia Fei was not okay with that one aspect of doing human experimentation without knowing the dangers of amethyst withheld. You said that you've done research for decades, wouldn't it mean that you are well over 100, asked Xia Fei. Harris took a few moments to recall. If my memory serves me right, I'm probably 136 years old this year. Xia Fei was surprised. From his looks, Harris appeared to be 60 years old at most, but his real age was more than double that. Really? You don't look that old at all. Harris laughed. You probably don't know that every increase in the level of a person's ability, their lifespan increases with it. Apparently, there were a few during the ancient times who reached immortality. There are probably a few like that in the Alliance, but they are so high up that we will never have a chance to meet them. Xia Fei finally realized that although Qin Meng, Thuram, and the others looked incredibly old, they were still of decent mental and physical capacities. This was probably because of the level of cultivation they had. As for their real age, Xia Fei had never looked into it. It is as he said, the higher the cultivation status, the longer you live, concurred Phantom. Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows. Why are you only telling me this now? You've never asked. Xia Fei pouted before continuing his questioning. You're in this uninhabited area for this long, have you found the material that you've been looking for? Harris shook his head. No. Space is incredibly vast, and this uninhabited area is just a small part of it. As long as I live, I'll travel even farther to look for it. Xia Fei could not help but be moved by Harris's resolve. Anyone who worked hard to achieve their goals deserved to be respected. Everyone had dreams when they were young, some dreamed of being scientists, some dreamed of being presidents, and so on, but how many of them actually worked hard and managed to achieve their dreams? Even if they tried, how many would keep going, never giving up? Although Harris was quite insane, at least he had been trying hard all along without entertaining any notions of giving up. Nobody could refute this fact. Xia Fei never liked the so-called rules, so the deviant Harris, in the eyes of a judge, was just an overly stubborn person. It was just that his methods were all wrong. I truly understand you, Xia Fei said plainly. You understand me? Harris was confused. Xia Fei nodded. It's just that you went at it using the wrong methods. There are many in this world who don't deserve to live, you should have used those people if you wanted to do human experimentation. Only you could come up with experimenting using innocent humans. If I were the judge, I'd give you the death penalty. With that, Xia Fei stood up and was ready to leave. Aren't you going to kill me? Asked Harris. Xia Fei smiled. No need to be in such a hurry. I can take your life any time, but I still have some questions that I would like to mull over. Chapter 179, Arriving at Black Abyss. On the command deck of Tomahawk, Xia Fei was in deep thought while he smoked a cigarette. What do you plan to do with Harris? Asked Phantom. Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. It's not easy to come across a top-tier geneticist. Although he's done plenty of terrible things, I don't feel like killing him. Phantom shook his head. I know that you like talented people, but this man's done horrible things in the past. Keeping him alive is just like carrying heavy baggage. Xia Fei laughed. I don't think I've ever been free of trouble. If his death means I wouldn't encounter any more trouble, I would kill him long ago, you can count on that. Phantom pursed his lips. Xia Fei appeared to be saying that another problem on his back was not much because of how many problems he already had. Are you saying you are going to keep him alive? Xia Fei nodded. It does seem to be the case. You'll be working with a demon here. Xia Fei let out a sly smirk. There's a demon inside everyone. Plus, can't I work with a demon? As long as the sacrifices match the benefits, I don't really mind working with demons. Many may look like angels, but they are demons at heart. Barty was the best example of that. Harris, on the other hand, wears his evil side on his sleeves. It's evident that he's a scoundrel who isn't above using immoral methods to try and achieve his goal. It's much better to work with someone who is candid about their evil rather than someone who pretends to be a good person, Xia Fei said plainly. Phantom stayed silent for a bit. What Xia Fei said did make sense. Harris was a mad scientist. Anyone must be somewhat crazy in order to achieve things that others had never achieved, and only the craziest could be the most successful. If you've decided on that, what are you thinking about? Asked Phantom. Details, Xia Fei replied, unfazed. Harris was lying in bed hopelessly. He was massaging his temples using his fingers, his emotions a mess. He had always thought that his invention, Amethyst, was a failure. He did not care about having to wander endlessly because he was a wanted man, nor did he care about being ridiculed. In truth, the only thing he was afraid of was failure. He was willing to give up his life if it meant success. Just as he was approaching hopelessness, Xia Fei appeared. Someone who had survived after taking Amethyst and even had a fully opened 7th brain region because of it, benefiting a lot from that as a result. How could Harris not be excited? Even though the rates were plain horrible with one surviving out of thousands, at least this proved that there was hope of succeeding. With enough time, Harris was confident that he could find a way to fully open the seventh brain region, getting a glimpse of this most ancient and mysterious secret. The problem was that Xia Fei did not have qualms killing him. It was almost funny to think how Xia Fei would not be who he was today without the help of Amethyst, yet he wanted to kill the inventor of Amethyst. Harris had shivers down his spine thinking back on every one of Xia Fei's moves and actions. The young man was not kidding at all, he could really kill him at any moment without hesitation. As the doors opened, Xia Fei slowly walked out from the control deck. He grabbed a chair sitting across from Harris, looking right at him with an authoritative and threatening aura. "Xia Fei, I've made up my mind, I'll agree to anything as long as you let me live," quickly said Har as he sat up straight. "What do you mean you've made up your mind? I've never agreed to such things." "I can't die," said immediately Harris. "At least, not yet. Since you were unharmed after taking Amethyst, this means that Amethyst still has hope of working. I must continue living, I must keep striving to complete it. As long as I manage to create a medicine that can fully open the seventh brain region yet have no side effects, then I'll be willing to die." Xia Fei smiled, completely unfazed. "Is that your reason?" Harris quickly nodded. "Yes, is that reason not enough? Once every human has their seventh brain region open, we'll become the strongest sentient life form in the universe bar none." Harris was quite ambitious, unfortunately Xia Fei did not share the same idea. The reason he did not kill him was that he still had use for him. Quantum Holdings was still at its infancy, and its desire for talent grew day by day. It was impossible to become a truly influential company without talent. Although he had never mentioned it, Xia Fei felt terrible being judged by Avril's family. He had already made the decision of expanding his power, and Harris fit his criteria of a talent. Quantum Holdings was not powerful, hence, he had no way of attracting quality talents to join, and Xia Fei did not like inferior talents. As Harris was a wanted man in the alliance, he did not have many choices if he wanted to live. That made this desperate man a good choice. At the very least, Quantum Holdings would have a future in genetic medicine if this man joined his company. Xia Fei laughed. "Hat. I want congee for breakfast and a poached egg on the side." Harris was shocked. "Does that mean you agree to letting me live?" Xia Fei walked toward the door as he replied, "There's a catch that you'll know soon enough." With the correct flight route, Tomahawk traversed through the no-man's space even quicker. Xia Fei officially entered the Death Trio star region 17 days later. Just as he reconnected to the interplanetary internet, Avril sent a request for communication. The girl was still worried about Xia Fei's safety as she bombarded him with questions regarding his well-being. Although it was a bit long-winded, Xia Fei patiently answered each of her questions. It was a good thing to have a beautiful woman like her thinking about him, after all, and Xia Fei understood that. Avril's life returned to normal after the plumagers were completely removed from the capital ring besides the increase in the number of bodyguards around her. Newman spent a sizable sum just to hire a retired gold-rank adjudicator as a safety supervisor solely responsible for protecting Avril. This retired adjudicator used to be the chief of security forces in the headquarters. This meant that he had plenty of experience under his belt and was quite sophisticated in his methods. With him around, there should be a huge change in Avril's safety for the better. Xia Fei did not know it, but Qin Meng actually had a hand in this. The retired adjudicator took the job all because of Qin Meng. Qin Meng was just like an omnipresent spirit, although he may seem like an inconspicuous curator in an insignificant library, his eyes were actually in every corner of the alliance. Now that she was strictly guarded, Avril's life became ever more boring. Stuck in her room and unable to go anywhere, she began to treasure the time she spent on the beach with Xia Fei more and more, clinging onto her limited memories. The thing she looked forward to the most each day was a chat with Xia Fei. Without her realizing it, Xia Fei had taken a special place in her heart, and he would possibly stay there for the rest of her life. Xia Fei sighed as he turned off the projected screen. "What's wrong?" "Avril's doing all right," asked Phantom. "I just think that Avril actually isn't happy, perhaps it really isn't a good thing to be born in a powerful family like hers," expressed Xia Fei. Although Avril's face was filled with excitement, Xia Fei could feel a loneliness within her. However, there was nothing he could do. Of course, he hoped that Avril could live her own life, but her identity meant that she could not go shopping and watch movies like other girls her age. Phantom remained silent. This was just how it was meant to be, and nobody could change it unless Avril rid herself of her identity and became a normal girl, but how could she just throw away her identity? After regaining his focus, Xia Fei looked up everything about Harris using the warship computer. It was not a sign of trust when Xia Fei decided to leave him alive. Xia Fei was also someone with a fanatical side to him, so he knew that the most difficult thing for a crazy person was restraint. Anyone who tried to restrain Xia Fei would receive his strongest objection, yet now, Xia Fei, the madman, was trying to claim another madman, Harris, for his use. This would really take some work. Harris's life could be described as brilliant. He was known as a genius since his youth. He entered the Alliance Academy of Sciences as a gene researcher at the age of 17 and eventually became the leader of a gene research group at 21. At 26, the Alliance established a genetic research institute where Harris became the deputy dean. At 35, he became the dean of the said institute, the first person in charge, and the chief scientific advisor. Interesting. Harris is quite an incredible person. Xia Fei, are you confident in claiming someone like him as your own? Phantom asked worriedly. No matter how one looked at it, Harris was an excellent top-tier talent. People like that were the most difficult to keep in control and to subdue. Xia Fei laughed. There are more than one way of subduing someone. Zhujiang captured Meng Huo 7 times in order to subdue him one, but my method is much easier. What method? Phantom was puzzled. Xia Fei did not respond, instead swiping at the projected screen and producing a silver bracelet. Phantom could not help but laugh when he saw it. You're going to give him that? Xia Fei nodded. Yeah, since he's a madman, I have to give this madman a rule that he can never break. Add latest chapters at freehognov.com only. DLC 113 was a desolate planet. From the ship, it appeared to be completely covered in yellow sand, with the constant sandstorms looking like massive yellow snakes, circling around the planet. They quickly slithered around. Tomahawk slowly landed outside the perimeter of a city called West Milton. The city was hectic and impoverished, it did not even have its own port, so Xia Fei had no choice but to park at the sand-swept desert outside the city. As the hatch opened, they were met with strong winds with sand particles that left him unsteady. Xia Fei wrapped his head in a blanket, leaving his 2 eyes exposed, as he walked toward the rundown city. He was heading toward a place known as Wind Cheam Bar in search of a person who was also known as Wind Cheam. A reference to Romance of the Three Kingdom, that highlights the characteristic of winning someone over via dint of virtue. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/meng_huo. Chapter 180, Wind Cheam. West Milton was surrounded by 2 anti-sand walls, but despite that, the city was still covered in yellow sands. The sand reached up to half a meter in height on the roads, and anyone walking along these sandy roads was sure to leave behind deep footprints, though it would not take long before they got covered by more sand brought along by the whipping gusts of wind. Many grey buildings, which seemed to at least be a few hundred years old, could be seen everywhere in the city. Luckily, decent defences were in place to protect residents against extreme weather conditions. Also, walls of every edifice were reinforced concrete of 30 centimeters or so thick, while the doors and windows were doubly or sometimes even thrice reinforced. With a blanket wrapped around his head, Xia Fei walked down the narrow and gloomy streets. From afar, he looked like a nomad from the grasslands. Most of the locals were dressed similarly, wrapped in thick clothes which made it difficult to distinguish whether they were male or female. Not many people were on the streets at this time, and the few who were shuffled along the walls to avoid the wind, they all seemed to be in a hurry. Following the instructions from the microcomputer, Xia Fei managed to find Wind Cheam Bar. The bar was located on a relatively wide street. It had a tall, thick, alloy door. A sign, which had seen better days, hung near the establishment's entrance. It was covered in thick layers of yellowish dirt, making it difficult to make out what was written on it. It was quite lively inside the bar. It was noon, yet the bar had quite the customers, chatting and laughing so loudly they could be heard outside. Through the first door was a hallway. Xia Fei shook off the dirt from his body and hung his blanket on the rack before spitting to the ground. Despite having the protection of the blanket, sand still got into his mouth and nose, even his spit was the color of yellow. Xia Fei walked into the bar after lighting a cigarette. Clink! The crisp sound of the wind chimes could be heard. Everyone in the bar turned their heads at this stranger, who was of course Xia Fei. They had faces like rocks in the desert, rough yet sturdy. They had murky eyes and wore weird clothes. There was one person who only wore a singlet, yet another wore thick leather clothing. It was hard to tell if they were even living in the same season. A sour smell lingered in the air within the bar. Xia Fei wrinkled his nose before taking a seat in a corner. There were still the patrons' leftovers, a dark piece of bread and some black pieces of what looked like burned pork among green peas on the solid wooden table. The patrons turned their heads back, ignoring Xia Fei, yet they would still throw a glance or two at him from time to time. They even spoke softer than they did before. Evidently, this was not a place that would frequently see unfamiliar visitors. A young person in an apron approached him. Xia Fei felt that the apron should be white, but he could not find a trace of that color on the cloth. The face of the young person was just as dirty as his apron, as if it had been a long time since he washed either of them. "Eat something," asks the young person, squinting. He spoke in a tired tone as if half asleep. He appeared almost ready to collect debts from Xia Fei rather than provide him service. "What do you have to eat?" Xia Fei replied with a question. The young man snorted. "Just the pork and pea stew." Xia Fei nodded slightly. "Sure, I'll have that. How about absinthe?" "I don't drink." The bar was filled with raucous laughter when Xia Fei said that he did not drink. On this desolate planet, men who did not drink were few and far between unless they could not afford it, so a non-drinker like Xia Fei became the butt of jokes. The young man walked away with a satisfied smile, returning with a glass of water and a red plate of food. This pea and meat stew was obviously different from the previous one. This stew, which was filled with many red substances, was apparently so spicy one could smell it even a few meters away. The young person in the apron, as well as the surrounding patrons, stared at Xia Fei with ill intent as though they were hoping for something. "By the way, I'm looking for Wind Chim," said Xia Fei. The young person was shocked. "Who are you?" "You're here to look for Sister Wind Chim." Xia Fei flicked the cigarette using his fingers. The lit cigarette went out as it hit the wall. "Just say I'm from far away." After saying that, Xia Fei stuffed a large helping of the stew into his mouth. After a few bites, he remarked with a raised eyebrow, "Not bad." The teenager was utterly shocked. The stew contained no fewer than 2 taels of their local special facing heaven pepper. It was said that a cow would have their stomach burned after consuming this many peppers, yet Xia Fei was not only eating it, he was savoring it with big mouthfuls as if he could not feel the tiniest bit of spiciness. The surrounding patrons had weird expressions on their faces. They were waiting for Xia Fei to be completely taken away by the dish's spiciness, yet his actions made them think that they had lost their marbles. Their mouths went ajar from the shock that this sight gave them. Xia Fei was a fast eater, and the massive plate of peas was gone in no time. He even used the black piece of bread to scoop clean the remaining sauce at the bottom of the plate. It did not matter to him that the food looked so unrefined, for he was never one to waste. Xia Fei wiped his hands clean before lighting another cigarette. "Get Wind Chim to see me." The teenager finally regained his senses and hurriedly removed the utensils from the table before running off to the back of the bar. The chatter was even softer than before. It took someone special to be able to consume that many peppers without breaking a sweat. An ordinary person would have been on the floor crying by now. Spiciness and sweetness were just some sensations. Mental ability users could use their ability to completely stop these messages from being transmitted to their brains, so of course Xia Fei, who possessed such ability with his psychokinesis, could do that. Moreover, Xia Fei had eaten plenty of horrible food to survive in the year he spent on Heritage Planet. This tiny bit of spice was not even worth mentioning to him. After 10 or so minutes later, a woman covered in a black cloth appeared from the back entrance of the bar. "Sister Wind Chim! Sister Wind Chim!" All the men in the bar greeted this lady one after another, and no matter what their ages were, they respectfully referred to her as sister. It seemed that this woman was quite famous around these parts. Xia Fei curiously checked her out. Wind Chim seemed to be around 30 years old. She had dark skin and a red birthmark on her left cheek. Her eyes were slightly curved, making it appear as if she was smiling even when she was not. Her body, her looks, and the way she dressed were all quite normal. She also seemed quite approachable. Xia Fei knew that her ordinary looks and smile were just on the surface. She would hardly have the respect of so many men if there was not something extraordinary with this woman. Wind Chim glanced at Xia Fei and appeared to be slightly shocked. She then looked outside through the window, saying plainly, "It's getting late, let's close the bar for today." "Yes." The teenager in the apron and the barkeep, who looked to be in his 50s, grabbed pieces of wood from the corner of the room, sealing off the windows from the outside. The patrons left the bar after footing their bills. It could be seen from their facial expressions that these people were not too happy about this situation. It was noontime, and closing down the bar at this hour was considered quite early. Of course, it was not common to have bars opening during the day either. After the patrons left one after another, the doors to the bar were closed shut. The teenager and the barkeep also read the room and left the two alone in the room. After seeing her subordinates away, Wen Qim locked the back door. She then sat opposite Xia Fei. "You're Xia Fei?" questioned Wen Qim. Xia Fei nodded. "That's me." Her eyes turned into crescents as she said with a smile, "I didn't think you'd be so young." Xia Fei smiled as well. "I didn't think Uncle Porter's friend would be a woman, one brimming with character at that." Wen Qim covered her mouth, letting out a pleasant laugh. "You sure do have a way with your words, much better than that stubborn as a mule porter." There was seemingly a hint of affection when she said those words. Could she be Uncle Porter's lady? Xia Fei thought slyly. "Let's stay on the topic, what happened to Uncle Porter?" The mention of the man wiped the smile off Wen Qim's face, and in its place was a somber sadness. "Porter came here over a year ago," said Wen Qim. "I don't know why he returned here from the Alliance, either." "Returned? What? Has Porter never mentioned his past to you?" Xia Fei shook his head. "No. I only know that he used to be in the military, I have no clue outside of that." "That's right. There used to be an Alliance fleet that would come to the Death Trio Star region for their patrol once a year. Porter was the chief logistics officer of that fleet. Unfortunately, a few years back, the Alliance began to pay us less attention until the only fleet they had stationed here was recalled," Wen Qim said as she reminisced. The chief logistics officer of the Alliance's Secret Service fleet was hardly a low-ranking position to hold. It was probably the third highest position in a fleet outside of the Admiral and the Chief of Staff. It was true that Porter had been in the military when he was young, but he definitely was not just some foot soldier. Nonetheless, why would he go to a desolate warship graveyard and open a repair shop there? To survive? Impossible. Any senior military officers would not have to worry about their survival no matter how useless they were. Porter must have had his reason for doing so. Xia Fei asked after some thought, "When did Uncle Porter serve as the chief logistics officer of the Secret Service fleet?" Wen Qim replied a few moments later, 52 years ago. Xia Fei was not surprised at all. He already knew the link between age and cultivation level. Old Porter looked to be around 70. If he was the chief logistics officer 52 years ago, he should be over 100 years old. Xia Fei did not dare to guess Wen Qim's age. She was Porter's friend, so her age could not be far from his. "Did he say why he came back?" Xia Fei asked another question. Wen Qim shook her head. "He never brought it up, though he often scurried around from place to place by himself. From his expression, he would seem a tad disappointed each time. The last time was when he called me over uncharacteristically and handed me this thing." Wen Qim then produced a golden disc from her spatial ring. This was the main body of the ancient communications system. Using it, messages could be exchanged no matter the distance. "How did he tell you?" Xia Fei hurriedly asked. "He told me about you and to contact you using this if he's not back within a month's time. To tell me to come." "No." Wen Qim shook her head. "To tell you not to go after him." Chapter 181, Supergravity Zone. Translator, Exodus Tales. Editor, Exodus Tales. Xia Fei was quiet for a long time. Old Porter was probably doing something very dangerous and did not have much confidence that he could make it out alive, or else he would not have informed Wen Qim to tell him not to come anymore, though she still ended up contacting Xia Fei due to her worry for Old Porter's safety. "Do you know where Uncle Porter has gone to?" Xia Fei asked. "I'll only be able to search for him if I know where he went. Finding someone in the vast expanse of space is akin to fishing for a needle in the ocean." Wen Qim nodded. "I wouldn't have so urgently sought you if I didn't know where he went. When Porter left me the method of contacting you, I thought that you're one of his former colleagues or an old friend. I didn't expect you to be so young. If I knew this, I would have listened to Porter and wouldn't have dragged you into this." Wen Qim did not seem to regard the young Xia Fei as any sort of help, which was why her words were teeming with trepidation and doubt. Xia Fei smiled. "Since I'm already here, why don't you tell me Uncle Porter's destination? Perhaps I can be of some help." Wen Qim hesitated for a bit before furrowing her brows and saying, "When I was helping clean his room, I sneaked a peek at Porter's personal computer once and saw a large star map, which has plenty of red and green dots on. I had it copied into my own device. With that, Wen Qim took out an old-fashioned tablet. Xia Fei recalled that old porter enjoyed using the same model of computer. After tapping on it a few times, Wen Qim pulled out a star map and sent it over to Xia Fei. This was a three-dimensional star chart of Black Abyss. There was a white circle drawn on it, pointing to the outskirts of the star region, near the vast expanse beyond, in the unknown region. Evidently, the circled area was old porter's destination. Just that, the surroundings of the said area appeared to be very strange, as most of it were marked as supergravity zones. The universe was ever-changing. There was something called supergravity stardust matter scattered in some places of the universe. They were like dust particles suspended that could neither be seen nor touched, suspended in space. Any ship that got caught in this dust would be pulled by its supergravity. The dust would act like high-viscosity glue, pulling on the ship until its speed became unbearably slow while unleashing a gravity field far beyond that of most areas. The force from this super-strong gravity could cause the average humans to turn into paste, and there was simply no way for those who did not possess combat special ability to survive it. Anyone heading into a supergravity zone would first be required to have a strong and healthy physique in order to avoid the strong gravity from damaging the body, and a sturdy, explosively powerful warship which was capable of making it through the gravitational pull. No wonder old porter retrofitted his warship with a twin-engine system. So he came prepared, Xia Fei thought to himself. A twin-engine system was extremely limited in increasing the speed of a warship by itself, but it could vastly improve a warship's torque. Take a vehicle on Earth as an example. A race car was no doubt able to reach very high speeds, but if 5 tons of steel were placed in the driver's seat, then its speed would not be much faster than a truck carrying 5 tons of goods. Because it did not have enough torque, the engine could very well be burned out over time. Old Porter fitted his warship with twin engines so as to share the load when compensating for the supergravity in this zone. Not only could doing so ensure that the ship would be able to move forward, it could also prevent the engine overheating from overexertion, thereby damaging the ship. According to Old Porter's apprentice Boateng, his master spent most of his time retrofitting a Gayan Tristan-class frigate after Xia Fei left. He did all the work, including the other modifications aside from the installation of a twin-engine system, making it suitable to make the trip through supergravity zones. The Tristan-class frigate's nickname was Lil Fatty, for it had a stocky exterior and sturdy internal structure. Coupled with the twin-engine system, it was indeed capable of coping with the super-strong gravity present in those zones. Even after Old Porter's careful modifications, it was still highly dangerous for a frigate to enter a supergravity zone because the supergravity dust would make it seem like one was wading through a swamp-like quagmire. Even communication signals, radar, and navigational systems would suffer from interference. The closer a ship to the heart of a supergravity zone was, the more severe the interference would be, essentially turning an advanced warship blind and deaf. Unless there was a great temptation there, Old Porter could not possibly be taking such insane risks entering a supergravity zone, not to mention the fact that only 1/3 of the zone was part of the Black Abyss star region, while the other 2/3 belonged to the undiscovered region. The degree of danger and complexity of this foray was simply unimaginable. Just what could it be that enticed Old Porter to search so recklessly until such a degree? Xia Fei simply could not make sense of it all. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei expanded the star map and examined it closely once again. The area that Porter had circled out had plenty of green dots, indicating where the gravity effect was not too heavy, which most ships could attempt making through. Xia Fei speculated that the green dots were the parts Porter had already searched, and his goal this time around should really be those red dots. Most of the red dots were located near the heart of the supergravity zone or near the unknown region. Old Porter must be doing a perilous expedition into the deep recesses of the supergravity zone this time, which was why he had left Wind Chime such a message. Furthermore, there were still 3 more illuminating purple dots. 2 of which were right in the core of the supergravity zone, while the other was deep in the unknown region. If he was not mistaken, these 3 special locations should be the focus of Old Porter's investigations, which also made them the places he could most likely find the old man, though the 3 locations were the most dangerous out of the lot as well. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei silently contemplated this for almost half an hour. Wind Chime was left standing at the side, uneasily staring at the young man. From Wind Chime's eyes, she was obviously feeling a greater sense of urgency deep down than Xia Fei did, but was merely not showing it. While Porter and Xia Fei were not master and apprentice in name, the relationship they shared was a step deeper than that. The fact that Old Porter had left his priceless notebook to Xia Fei rather than his most loyal apprentice Boateng was evidence how much he valued this young man. It was just that Xia Fei had no confidence that he could safely get out of the supergravity zone once inside. After all, that particular part of space was fraught with danger. Xia Fei was a complicated person, and his intuition and sensibility would always clash at such a time. His sensible and logical side was telling him not to go into the supergravity zone. There was no reason for him to join Old Porter after the latter had already staked his life on this trip. Conversely, his intuition kept insisting on him going. Old Porter was acting too strangely, so the man must be hiding a huge secret from everyone. If he wished to reach for greater heights that were unattainable to average human beings, he needed to brave risks that others would be unwilling to, becoming the bravest madman in order to succeed. How much supplies and equipment did Uncle Porter bring with him? Xia Fei asked. He had already come to a decision, so his eyes were looking resolute and firm. Wind Chim thought about this for a moment. I entered Porter's warship twice before, and his food reserves are enough to last him for several years. He also has plenty of equipment, though all are unrecognizable to me. Xia Fei nodded. It seemed that Old Porter's supplies were sufficient, so even if he met a major complication, his supplies should last him for quite some time in the supergravity zone. Getting up to his feet, Xia Fei said, I'll be bringing this computer along, as well as Old Porter's communication host. You're going to look for him? Wind Chim was surprised. Anyone could tell Old Porter had gone to an extremely dangerous place. She could not help but feel somewhat touched yet also guilty with Xia Fei showing readiness to search for Porter. Wind Chim still had not gone off to search for Porter after mulling it many times over, yet Xia Fei, this man who was much younger than she was, did not even spend too long in considering everything before he made his decision. Wind Chim could not help but feel a bit ashamed. I'll join you too, Wind Chim said. Xia Fei smiled. There's no need for the two of us to take this risk. Besides, you'll just be a burden if you tag along. Xia Fei did not even give her proposal a moment's thought before he rejected it, inadvertently not leaving her a bit of face. This was not because Xia Fei did not care for Porter's old flame but because this matter was indeed quite dangerous, so he needed to sever this idea of hers as soon as possible. After some time, Xia Fei returned to his tomahawk and tossed that lowest dirted blanket onto the ground before striding off to the command deck. Supergravity zones are no joke. Even if your tomahawk is able to survive in such condition, it's hard to guarantee that you can make it back unscathed, cautioned Phantom somewhat worriedly. I understand that. Actually, I don't intend to recklessly charge in either. Didn't old man Qin Mang give us the address of his disciple? Let's go look for him first, make off with some of the required equipment from his hands before we set off on this search. Besides, we've yet to resolve the problem pertaining to Harris, said Xia Fei even as he activated the warship's autopilot system and set a flight path. Whoosh! The Tomahawk rapidly ascended and flew off toward its next destination. Harris had been very quiet these last 2 days, staying in his cabin all by himself, his face buried in his computer, doing God knows what. Occasionally, he would ask Xia Fei many very baffling questions, such as what was Xia Fei's resting heart rate, his heart rate during battle, his hemoglobin concentration, etc. Xia Fei spoke to him a few times, and Harris told him the next step of his research was data collection. Crazy be as crazy do, Xia Fei had completely let him off the hook, yet Harris had already started on his research, completely unfazed by Xia Fei's threat. Nothing else really mattered as long as he could advance his research. Xia Fei needed to bear with everything since he had already decided to keep this mad scientist for himself, so he had no choice but to answer all his questions, though he was wondering just how he could send him back to Earth and save himself from having this fly buzzing all around him incessantly. On the evening of the second day, the Tomahawk finally arrived at the Scarlet Volcano Mountain military base. Xia Fei was very surprised to learn through the other party from the military base that Qin Mang's disciple Ya Yi was actually the base commander. It must be stated that the base serviced the combined fleet that included a Calderayan Chimera-class carrier and a Mittal Naglfar-class dreadnought. This base was without a doubt one of the major forces here in the Death Trio Star region. Even Qin Mang's disciple is a commander. Phantom expressed in disbelief. That means Qin Mang must be even more powerful then. Chapter 182, Scarlet Volcano Military Base. When the Alliance's influence in the Death Trio Star region weakened, Black Abyss, Terminus, and Evil Gulf Stream descended into warlord separatism, and though Qin Mang's apprentice Ya Yi was nominally still under the jurisdiction of the Alliance Navy, they were already recognized as one of the largest warlord forces in the 3 regions. After reporting the Tomahawk's identity, Xia Fei began the gradual descent on a landing apron not too far from the Scarlet Volcano military base. Because they lacked spare parts, over one-third of the warships in Scarlet Volcano military base were no longer combat capable, so warships of varying sizes could be seen parked here. These former overlords of the universe were now no more than heaps of scrap metal that had been discarded and left to rust, creating quite the desolate backdrop. The other warlords in the Death Trio Star region were not faring any better, either. The scarcity of supplies was presently a severe problem in the 3-star regions, with some smaller warlords unable to even secure the most basic ammunition, let alone engage in large-scale wars. The reason the Pan-Human Alliance had been letting these warlords do as they pleased was precisely because they lacked the supplies to put up any effective rebellion. At most, they could cause trouble in their own regions, but were ultimately unable to muster up any strength for any major push. But there were pros and cons to this. While these forces would no doubt be weakened as a result of not getting any supplies from the Pan-Human Alliance, their feeble might also meant the 3-star regions would be vulnerable to external threats. Their ability to defend for themselves was no doubt worrying. A lieutenant led Xia Fei inside the headquarters of Scarlet Volcano military base. He saw that the soldiers of this base were busy training, everywhere looking as if preparations were in full swing. The soldiers were still wearing the old uniforms that had been issued to them several years ago, which now had patches in several spots. It was evident that the people of Scarlet Volcano military base had seen better days and the supply shortage was impacting them quite heavily, just like everyone else in this part of the universe. On the 3rd floor of an oval-shaped, alloy building, Xia Fei met Qin Mang's disciple, the commander of Scarlet Volcano military base, Ya Yi. Ya Yi looked to be in his 40s with Asian features. His thick eyebrows were akin to 2 brushes, black and shiny, as if they had been drawn with ink, giving off a sense of artificiality. "Sit," Ya Yi said. "Is the master doing well?" Xia Fei sat down opposite Ya Yi and smiled. "The old man's great, except that black cat of his has been sleeping for long periods recently, looking as if it's sick." "Oh." Ya Yi nodded. "This is the letter the old man wrote for you, and here's a bit of a gift from me," said Xia Fei as he handed the handwritten letter to Ya Yi. He then placed some of the tea leaves and snacks he would always have on him everywhere he went on Ya Yi's desk. Ya Yi knitted his eyebrows and kept the letter after opening it and reading its content. He was straight-faced. "Since you're here under the recommendation of my master, feel free to raise anything. I'll definitely do everything I can to help you." Xia Fei chuckled. "Then, I shan't be courteous. I need to do some modifications to my ship right now, but I lack the equipment and tools." "Is that the case?" Ya Yi thought about this and said, "That Vexor class U pilot seems like a very decent warship. Is there something wrong with it?" "No, it is fine, but I'm going somewhere with a special environment, so I will be needing to install a second engine and readjust the gravity control and energy systems," Xia Fei explained. "2 engines? Just where are you planning to go?" Ya Yi was puzzled. "The outskirts of Black Abyss, the supergravity zone," Xia Fei frankly admitted. "What?" Ya Yi was very astonished, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening. "That isn't a good place to be at. If possible, I strongly advise you against going." Xia Fei smiled. "I haven a friend who's gone missing there, I wish to go look for him." Ya Yi paused for a moment. "Presently, our fleet lacks supplies the most. Due to the Alliance's strict control of rations and supplies bound for the Death Trio Star region, there are plenty of components that are not being shipped in. In fact, most of our operational warships haven't fallen into disrepair over the years, and we now need to dismantle the old ones to get the parts we need to stay afloat. I don't mind giving you parts, though it may not be quite what you imagined." Xia Fei was slightly surprised. It was no wonder he spotted so many abandoned warships on his way here. It turned out that the Scarlet Volcano military base had already gotten to the point where they were stripping apart their ships to keep the rest active. Those old warships were being used for parts, and there would surely come a day when they ran out of things to scavenge. At that point, it was possible for this military base to disband. Xia Fei agreed with Ya Yi's suggestion. Being able to get the supplies he needed in this barren star region was already good enough, and seeing as how Ya Yi was even racking his brains over this problem, Xia Fei had no reason to be picky. When night came, Ya Yi invited Xia Fei to dine with him alone as a form of welcome. Xia Fei had no reason to reject the offer. He did not know anyone else here in Black Abyss and understood that Qin Mang's apprentice was the only person who could help him. The dinner was very simple, 2 pairs of meat and vegetables, a bowl of custard for dessert, and the very popular local absinthe. Xia Fei was not particular when it came to his food or drink as long as there was enough, but he did not expect a distinguished commander like Xia Yi would have such a simple meal despite hosting, most likely leading by example on this front. Because Xia Fei usually kept his mind alert, he was not one to drink alcohol. Xia Yi, who was a military person, of course enjoyed plenty of meat with alcohol. Xia Fei could not exempt himself from it, so he drank a few glasses to give the man face. It must be mentioned that the flavor of the local absinthe could be likened to the barren death trio star region. It had this inexplicable spiciness that made Xia Fei feel as if his internal organs were all being lit on fire, burning with such pain. Xia Yi of course asked about Qin Meng, so Xia Fei shared what he had been learning over the last 2 years. The moment he spoke about how Qin Meng would often be alone sitting in the library, caressing his black cat, Xia Yi's eyes would seem to redden. Xia Yi became interested in Xia Fei's plan to head to the supergravity zone after he was done asking about Qin Meng. Xia Fei was evasive, and Xia Yi was one to know his limits. Upon realizing that Xia Fei did not wish to share too much about it, he did not pursue the matter further but merely warned him once more to be careful. According to his description of the place, the supergravity zone was not only a naturally complex environment but there also plenty of bewildering stories about ship remains that were frequently spotted floating out from that area. They were like ghost ships, completely damaged externally and internally, covered in countless holes as if they had come under fire from a million laser cannons, and a truly tragic sight to behold. The strangest thing was that many of the ships were of unknown models, not at all looking like anything made by humans. Everyone knew that mankind was not the only sentient beings in the universe, and there were plenty of other sentient life forms out there that possessed technologically advanced spacecraft. No one had any idea just how many different races were living in the universe, and with Black Abyss located at the very edge of the known Alliance territory, it was very normal for those living here to come across the occasional spacecraft from other sentient races, and hearing Xia Yi's description of the state of the ship found caused Xia Fei substantial worry. It was unknown just what sort of weapon could puncture honeycombs into large ships. If there were truly other sentient beings in that supergravity zone, there was no doubt that Xia Fei's journey would become all the more tougher. Xia Fei attempted to probe Xia Yi by asking him questions regarding Qin Meng. The connections that old man had was heaven and earth from his identity as a curator. There was no need to mention Thurum, someone with a post at the heart of the Adjudicator Union, wielding unimaginable power. Even Qin Meng's disciple, Xia Yi, was a commander of more than 100 fleets with over 100,000 soldiers. There was no way Qin Meng could just be a simple man if he had a friend and a disciple occupying important seats in the alliance. Recently, Xia Fei would have had this impression that Qin Meng was leading him down some unknown path. This was how Qin Meng had taught Xia Fei while he was in the training camp. Every day, Xia Fei would be tossed a different book, even getting tested with homework from time to time. These seemingly meaningless actions had in fact been of great help to Xia Fei. The books all varied in difficulty, gradually helping Xia Fei connect everything he learned. Had Xia Fei not studiously read any of those books lent by Qin Meng previously, there was no way he could have understood such an esoteric and complicated tome like the Introduction to Robot Coding. It was only after carefully recounting his memory that he realized that the very first book Qin Meng had made him read was ultimately in preparation for him to understand this one book about robot coding. After the many days and nights of learning, Xia Fei had finally managed to build a strong foundation, and that was when Qin Meng unexpectedly passed the ancient tome hidden in the basement to him, which was how he was able to understand its content. Could old man Qin Meng have long planned to impart the priceless tome's knowledge to me from the very beginning? Xia Fei would often ask himself this question, but there was simply no way for him to come up with the answer. Qin Meng had given Xia Fei his first book when the two of them had just met and were still far from familiar with each other. Could that old curator have already intended to let him read the Introduction to Robot Coding from the start? He could not find a plausible answer to this as there was no reason for it at all. Now, Xia Fei was once again sensing that Qin Meng had been secretly guiding him. Upon learning that he was going to look for Porter in Black Abyss, Qin Meng affirmed Xia Fei's thoughts and encouraged him to implement it, even introducing his powerful disciple, Xia Yi, in the said region to him. When he found out Xia Fei was going to the capital ring to find Avril, Qin Meng immediately helped him accomplish the necessary paperwork and, once again, pointed Xia Fei to his friend, Thurum, in the Adjudicator Union. Had it not been for Thurum's help, Xia Fei would surely have been unable to remove the moles around Avril, and were it not for Xia Yi, there was no way Xia Fei could so easily find a place to make modifications in his warship. Connecting all the dots would always lead him back to the same point, Qin Meng. Xia Fei was no fool. He might not find it strange if this only happened once or twice, but after experiencing so many such coincidences, Xia Fei already understood with certain clarity that Qin Mang had been guiding him down a path, of which the final destination was wholly unknown to him. Yai did not give any straight answers to the questions Xia Fei posed regarding old man Qin Mang, and that only deepened his suspicions. He decided that, no matter what happened, he would most definitely go find the old man when he returned and get him to lay his cards down on the table. It was not that Xia Fei opposed all this, he understood the concept of gratitude very well. Besides, Xia Fei was the one who made the conscious choice to walk down the road and discovered the library back then, which ultimately led him into becoming a librarian. He picked this path that no one went down or even chose to take, and any man with a measure of responsibility would not regret the decisions they made. Xia Fei and Yai chatted until midnight. As a military man, Yai's character had his decisive and resolute side, while Xia Fei was not some pretentious villain, so the two of them had no problems getting along. When he headed back to his ship, Xia Fei's spatial ring had an extra silver bracelet inside. This was something prepared for Harris, which Yai had trouble obtaining now that he was a warlord outside the purview of the Alliance law and order. He needed an even crazier method to deal with a mad scientist like Harris. In the end, Phantom only had 2 words for him: "You're ruthless." Chapter 183, Life Bracelet. Slavery was one of humanity's oldest trade, and the underground slave trade did not disappear in the technologically advanced Pan-Human Alliance territory. On the contrary, it was becoming a growing trend. In the insectoid territory, which was in fair proximity to the Pan-Human Alliance, plenty of insectoid aristocrats or plutocrats would take pride in keeping human females in captivity. The Na6 people also had a similar custom, except that they were a matriarchal race, so they preferred human males. Driven by the profits to be had, many slave traders took the risk and expanded their business all across the universe, exchanging for minerals and creations needed by the Pan-Human Alliance from all the other territories. Humans would instinctively pursue their own freedom, and plenty of human slaves would attempt to escape from their sad lot in life time and again. Such actions drew great dissatisfaction from slave owners, which was why a product called the Life Bracelet was born. Xia Fei sat across Harris, his hand holding onto a shiny silver bracelet. Harris could feel cold sweat trickling down his back. As a scientist, he was of course aware of just how terrifying and evil this life bracelet was. The corner of his mouth curled as Xia Fei waved the life bracelet in his hand, softly saying, "This is my condition, wear this and you will be born anew. I'll do everything I can to support your scientific research, providing you with all the conveniences you need. Even if you wish to begin human experiments, I will satisfy it, too." Xia Fei's smile was sinister, like that of a venomous snake, while offering the forbidden fruit. Phantom was helplessly shaking his head from the sidelines. As a killer, Phantom was of course not some man of honor, yet even he felt that Xia Fei was being far too immoral. The life bracelet was invented to be used on slaves by the Na6. They were a fairly different race, completely unfettered by human technology and could even be considered more advanced in many areas than the humans. However, it was precisely them being an advanced sentient race that their continued primitive practice of slavery was such a baffling thing, and given how the Na6 were a matriarchal society, with the oldest female holding the highest position in the household while the males being no more than tools used for reproduction to them. Diametrically opposite of the Pan-Human Alliance, all Na6 warriors were females and would head out for wars while their males did the farming, sowing, and raising of offspring back home. The Na6 lived debauched lives. Plenty of good-looking men had been sold to the Na6, but few were able to live for long. Their insatiable appetite would often drain these pretty boys of their energy quickly, so when they became weak and could no longer engage in intercourse, the heartless Na6 would slaughter them like livestock, throwing their dead bodies down valleys to let the jackals and wild dogs feast upon them. Few were able to withstand their ardor, so many of the human slaves would choose to commit suicide or escape. The Na6 simply could not imagine anyone showing such defiance, for the men in their race had never once resisted and would only silently endure it all. Perhaps it was an instinctual response of the females. The more the human males struggled and sought to attain freedom, the more the Na6 females enjoyed having human slaves. As a result, male slaves became hot commodities in the Na6 territory, the price climbing every year as more and more Na6 females felt proud of owning human slaves. The life bracelet came to exist in such an environment, so no matter who ended up wearing it, their life would never ever belong to them. Even suicide was made impossible, for the mental instructions stored in the bracelet would prevent them from doing so. If a slave wearing a life bracelet so much as thought to stab themselves with a knife, they would find their arm uncooperative to the command of their own brain, while slaves attempting to ingest poison would merely find it impossible to pour the liquid into their mouths. It was said that there were over 1 million mental commands stored in a life bracelet, which would prevent human slaves from executing any self-destructive actions, and any attempt to go against these commands would result in their brain momentarily short-circuiting, unable to proceed with their plans. The moment they wore these inconspicuous metal bracelets, their lives would completely be in their owner's hands, and a single thought from the latter's mind was the only message needed to determine the fate of any slaves. There was not even any room for resistance. If a slave tried using brute force, chopping off their arm and such, to get rid of the life bracelet's control over them, they would come to the unfortunate realization that such an action was not permitted in the least. If a shrapnel happened to slice off a slave's arm during battle, severing it from the body, the life bracelet would self-destruct, taking the slave's life with it. A slave might feel immensely aggrieved that an external force outside of their control could cause such a tragic outcome, but that was just how things worked. Any attempts to escape the life bracelet's control would result in death, and there were no exceptions. There were plenty of aspects that made the life bracelet a miraculous piece of technology, but everything had been created all to let someone have total control of another person. The moment a person wore it, it was akin to losing themselves, becoming no more than a living zombie. The Death Trio Star region was an area of relative chaos, which was also what made it a stronghold for the slave traders. That was why Xia Fei had very easily obtained a life bracelet from Yi, and now it was up to Harris to make his decision. Harris's eyes shifted to the left and right. It was evident that he had not thought that Xia Fei would make him wear a life bracelet as the young man's condition. He knew very well that he would become Xia Fei's slave once he put it on, losing a human's mental bottom line as a result. What's going to happen if I refuse? Harris frowned and asked. You die, Xia Fei answered concisely. Harris nodded slightly, his expression calm. The madman that he was had never found death to be something painful. He was always more concerned with his own research, and everything could be ignored in the face of that. Will you really fulfill your end of the bargain if I wear this? Harris asked again. Xia Fei smiled. That will depend on if you dare to take this gamble. It'll be great if you believe me, but I have no way of promising anything if you don't. Xia Fei was telling the truth. The moment Harris wore the life bracelet, he would come under his complete control. This mad scientist would be helpless even if the young man were to go back on his word, since his life was already forfeit. Aside from those conditions that you've just mentioned, I'd also like to study why you are able to survive the medicinal potency of amethyst, Harris said after some thought. Sure, if I have the time, agreed Xia Fei readily. Shutting his eyes, Harris quietly nodded. Then, I have no problems with it. Nothing will stop me as long as I can continue my research. Xia Fei was impressed with Harris's dogged perseverance. Though the world beyond had determined his science to be immoral, Xia Fei did not care about it. What of it being vile? None of that mattered as long as it could be useful. Xia Fei gave the life bracelet a light tap, a sharp silver needle suddenly extended and pricked his finger. His DNA information and mental signal were rapidly imprinted to the bracelet, and when the needle retracted, he was recognized as its owner, and that could not be changed. Handing the bracelet to Harris, Xia Fei softly stated, "Your turn." Harris gritted his teeth and clasped the life bracelet on his left hand. Almost instantly, that originally loose bracelet shrank and became one with his arm. The silver needle had also penetrated Harris's skin and collected the relevant information. Soon, the bracelet gave off a light glow, and Harris officially became Xia Fei's property. From this day onward, regardless of the place and time, he could only listen to Xia Fei's orders until the day he died. Early the next morning, the retrofitting of the Tomahawk began in earnest. Xia Fei was brought to the logistics department of Scarlet Volcano Military Base, where all the equipment and manpower he needed had all been delivered to him. Xia Fei was disappointed for quite some time when he took that sparse list of goods. The equipment on the list was old and worn from use. Xia Fei had been too used to getting quality products that he was momentarily stunned on what he should do. He originally thought that no matter how scarce the supplies in this military base was, they should at least still have 2 new battlecruiser tier warp engines. He did not expect for the list to only have 4 battlecruiser engines, and all of them only had 50 years or less of service life left, with the oldest having been in use for 133 years. Just the number of major repairs it had undergone was in the dozens. Going into the supergravity zone with such an engine was essentially courting death. The one in charge of the logistics was a chubby man by the name of Piker. His face made him look very reprehensible, but after Xia Fei handed out his little gifts of cash, tea leaves, fruits, and candies, that chubby cheeks of his finally cracked a smile. Anyone would be tempted when benefits were dangled before them, not to mention that they were in the impoverished Death Trio Star region, where there were plenty of goods that even money could not buy. After searching on the computer for a long time, Piker spoke in a low voice. We have 2 recently decommissioned battlecruisers that have yet to be dismantled. Why don't you take a look and see if there's anything you may need? Xia Fei stared at the screen for some time but was still quite dissatisfied. I want the 2 Gaian engines, those reactors, and this combat-grade, gravity control system. Yi had already informed Piker that Xia Fei's every request was to be fulfilled, and the only reason he had been giving Xia Fei such a hard look was that he wanted to line his pockets a bit. Since Xia Fei had very readily done just that, Piker did not shilly-shally. With a quick swipe, the 2 engines were soon in Xia Fei's hands. Actually, this could not be helped. It was already rare to find a warship that had 2 engines installed, so Xia Fei was nuts to try and install 3 engines to the Tomahawk. He needed sufficient propulsion power when flying in the supergravity zone, but he also had to avoid taxing the engine to the point it overheated and became damaged. The engines provided by the Scarlet Volcano military base were simply too old, unable to guarantee that they would become problematic during the journey. This was why Xia Fei could only go for a triple-engine system to split the load. A triple-engine system also meant that there would be an increased load to the power system. The gravity control system was also necessary, since the gravitational pull in the supergravity zone was shockingly powerful. Warships needed to have even more powerful gravity control systems to ensure that the internal gravity of the ship could be maintained. This was why Xia Fei had opted to fit the Tomahawk with a combat-grade gravity control system. Xia Fei very generously paid the mechanics who were helping him with the work, pulling out 1,000 white dues for them to restore their energy and ensure that they could complete the tasks at hand in time. Whoosh! The Tomahawk took to space once more with the triple-engine system, dual reactors, and the combat-grade gravity control system. His destination was Black Abyss's supergravity zone. Chapter 184, The Similarities of Sentient Races. Forcefully stuffing 3 engines, 2 reactors, and a combat-grade gravity control system into the Tomahawk only turned the originally spacious and opulent interior into a huge mess. Thankfully, both Xia Fei and Phantom were already used to living in such maze-like surroundings. Only Harris was unused to it and spent his days staying in his cabin, not leaving aside from preparing meals for Xia Fei. He had devoted all his time and energy on studying Xia Fei, not letting go of even the tiniest details like heart rate or blood pressure. Before Xia Fei entered the supergravity zone, he called Avril and told her that he was about to enter an area with no signal reception so she should not worry much. It was essentially impossible to get a girl who was head over heels for the first time not to worry about her beau. Though Avril verbally expressed that she would not worry, her eyes said otherwise. Filled with unease, she promptly asked Xia Fei just where exactly he was going. Xia Fei did not tell the lady about the supergravity zone because he knew that, given Avril's personality, there was a possibility of her sending Starlink Corporation's fleet to his location, for that was exactly what she had done when Xia Fei was lost in the Wild Star region. After Avril's probing finally ceased, Xia Fei once more established a long-distance conference call with Andre and the others back on Earth. The production of the energy shield boosters was not a simple task, and implementing such an idea needed years of research and experimentation. Presently, the energy shield booster was still in the testing stage. Several batches of samples had already been manufactured, but these samples were still replete with flaws. The energy shield value it could repair when used was still unstable and the booster itself was very easily damaged. There would still be too many flaws even if they used higher grade materials for the production, though that would also increase the difficulty and cost of production, making it not cost effective. The best solution was to find a type of substitute material that was inexpensive yet able to provide relative stability. Present experiments were focused on this aspect of the product, and Quantum Holdings had searched across the universe for appropriate metals, launching tests on each one found. Though such a method was cumbersome and took more time, it was still quite effective. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei lit a cigarette, got up, and made his way to Harris's cabin. The scientist was typing away with great enthusiasm on a computer, the screen displaying an image of the human body with the bones and blood vessels all visible, looking like a human being whose skin had been peeled off. Xia Fei suddenly thought the person on the screen looked very familiar, having a body structure very similar to his. Furrowing his brows, Xia Fei asked, "Harris, what is this?" "That's you. I constructed this model according to your physical specifications. Look, isn't this body structure just like yours?" Harris gushed. Xia Fei shook his head. He was not too well versed in the skill set of a genetic biologist, so he was not too concerned over Harris's study. As long as Harris was talented, it meant he could have use for him in the future or that the scientist could contribute to Quantum Holdings. In any case, now that he was wearing the life bracelet, Xia Fei simply left him to his devices. Oh, I suddenly recalled that I have an insectoid on hand that is very strange. Would you like to take a look? Xia Fei asked. This insectoid that Xia Fei was referring to was none other than the one he had killed while exploring the ancient ruins back then. As Xia Fei was promptly sent to the heritage planet after and had been busy with Old Porter and Avril's matters upon his return, he never did manage to find a chance to sell off that insectoid carcass, so he figured that he could just give it to Harris for study. The research of genetics biology just so happened to be Harris's forte, so letting him study the carcass would also be worthwhile. There was no telling what sort of results he might get from it. What strange insectoid? Harris curiously asked. Xia Fei brushed his spatial ring with a finger and took out that insectoid carcass as well as a sample of its blood. Harris was completely shocked hearing Xia Fei describe the unique characteristics that this insectoid possessed. He wore his rubber gloves and, using a scalpel, began poking at the carcass in his cabin. His eyes were visibly excited as if he had stumbled on a treasure. The physiological structure of this insectoid is very abnormal. I'll need to examine and study it closely before I can give you an answer, but since this ship lacks research instruments, I can't guarantee anything. Harris lowered his head and said. Xia Fei shrugged. Also, I noticed something special. The insectoids seem to possess strong mental resistance to my ability, making it impossible for me to control them. Do you know why that is? This question had been sitting at the back of Xia Fei's mind for a very long time. He had already confirmed the Beast Spirit Codex's ability to control animals long before, but the insectoids could not seem to be manipulated by it, and that vexed Xia Fei greatly. Harris chuckled. Insectoids are different from beasts, especially in terms of their brain structures. The lower the rank of an insectoid, the simpler their brain structure. I don't know if that's the reason, but I happen to have a report written a long time ago by a junior researcher on hand. I'll sort things out, then send it to you. Xia Fei nodded and left Harris's cabin. Now that the mad scientist was his slave, there was no way Harris would reveal anything pertaining to Xia Fei to anyone else. The life bracelet would prevent him from making any attempts to do so, which was why Xia Fei was not the least bit worried about telling Harris his secret. After some time passed, Harris sent a document into Xia Fei's mailbox. They still had 32 hours on board before they reached the supergravity zone, so Xia Fei started leisurely reading it in the command deck while he had nothing else to do. Looking at the date, the research report had been published by Harris over 100 years ago. He was still very young back then, but the scope of the research and the obscure jargons used left Xia Fei scratching his head. It was evident that Harris's talent lived up to its name. The research report started from humans' physiological structure before delving into the insectoid and the other races' habits, physiology, psychology, and diets. Everything was extremely detailed, and what drew Xia Fei's attention was still the analysis of the brain structure of the various races. Every higher organism was able to gain sentience solely because they had a developed brain. While all the races might vary in shapes, the brain was one such factor that unexpectedly stayed consistent. The analysis pointed out that the brain structure of the insectoids was the most varied out of all the known races in the universe thus far, differing in accordance to their ranks. Their brain composition and capacity were also distinct from each other. The lower-rank insectoids' brains were extremely simple, only capable of reacting to the changes to their surroundings. The higher-rank insectoids were a stark contrast. Not only were their brains the most similar to humans, their brain cell capacity was even higher than humans, which was why it created the two-tier disparity that was prevalent today. The higher-rank insectoids were as smart as humans, while the lower-tier insectoids were lacking in sentience, barely developing past the primitive crawling bug stage. Xia Fei was becoming more interested by the second. Phantom had no idea what was stated in the report, so he could only stay anxious at the side. Once Xia Fei was interested in something, he would devote all his attention and energy toward it, causing him to forego eating and drinking for 10 over hours. Now, he was reading the report Harris had given him as if he had gone mad. After reading the entire report twice, Xia Fei stretched his back, closed his eyes, and lit himself a cigarette, taking a long drag from the stick. Just what exactly did the report say? Anything explaining why the Beast Spirit Codex is ineffective against the insectoids? Phantom asked. Xia Fei smiled. Though the report did not explain this particular phenomenon, I've managed to vaguely infer some things from it. So why can't you do it? Because the insectoids are not animals, Xia Fei stated matter-of-factly. Not animals? What are they then? Phantom curiously asked. Because of the peculiar forms the insectoids possessed, humans had likened them to common bugs all this time, which partially stemmed from discrimination. This was despite the fact that insectoids had already developed their own technology, even able to construct warships, and could be considered a sentient race with strength on par to humans. Xia Fei shrugged. They are just like us. Phantom pursed his lips. How is that possible? We are humans, and they are bugs. How could we be the same? Xia Fei calmly explained, their brains. All sentient races have one similarity in their brains, and that's the crystallization of nucleic acid. Because of their individual particularity, a large portion of insectoids don't have crystallized nucleic acids in their brains, so my beast spirit codex isn't able to have any effect on the low-rank insectoids, making it impossible for me to control them. Phantom shook his head. I still don't quite get it. To put it in layman's terms, the beast spirit codex is a super telepathic technique that controls beast, and because the insectoids have already detached themselves from the concept of beasts, I am unable to control them. They aren't beasts? Then, what exactly are insectoids? Phantom was perplexed. A sentient race with similar brain structures, emotions, and intelligence to humans, Xia Fei answered. Perhaps Xia Fei's explanation was so provocative that Phantom became dazed for some time. It was not just him, a majority of humans would most likely be shocked to hear this truth. No one would also believe that the disgusting insectoids possessed the same brain structures to humans. After a pause, Xia Fei continued. What's really surprising isn't it, rather, it's the fact that all the sentient races have similar brain structures. Which is to say, since humans are able to unlock their seventh brain region and gain special abilities, the same can be achieved by the other sentient races. What? Phantom could not believe his ears. Are you telling me that there are ability users among the insectoids as well? Indeed. Xia Fei folded his hands behind his head and propped his two legs up on the command console. They have a special region in their brains just like us, but it is just that they're more devolved than us, humans, so that special region of theirs has been utterly ignored and untapped. Phantom was speechless. It was fine learning that almost all the sentient races shared similar brain structures, but for them to have access to special abilities as well. As a proud human, Phantom found it hard to accept that he could be on the equal footing with insectoids. Is that stated in the report or just your hypothesis? Phantom asked. Xia Fei chuckled. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, but this isn't without basis. The data and information to derive it are all written inside. This was when the indicator light of the communication system flashed red, interrupting Phantom and Xia Fei's conversation. The screen displayed a call request from Qin Meng. Xia Fei laughed. The old man must have learned that I'm heading into a supergravity zone. I wonder what he wishes to talk to me about. Who knows? Phantom, who was still digesting what Xia Fei had just said, responded offhandedly. Just as Xia Fei was about to push the button and answer, the indicator light was cut off, along with his connection to the interplanetary internet. Chapter 185, Entering the Supergravity Zone. The Death Trio Star region's interplanetary internet connection with the Pan-Human Alliance was erratic, often breaking off due to various situations occurring in the surroundings. It was apparent that Qin Meng had something important to tell Xia Fei, but the interplanetary internet happened to become inaccessible to him then. Xia Fei scowled. Wonder what could that old man be reaching out to me for? Phantom mused. How coincidental for the internet to get interrupted at this time. Forget it. Guess we'll just have to wait till after we get out of the supergravity zone to talk about it. The Tomahawk slowly opened a wormhole, the final warp before entering the supergravity zone. Once through, he would be in the endless expanse of the uninhabited region, where it would be difficult for the internet signal to reach even if there was no impedance. After all, the supergravity would severely interfere with the signal. Several minutes later, the Tomahawk emerged from the wormhole as a powerful pressure gripped the warship. The sound of grinding metal could be heard throughout the ship, every part and component bearing the powerful pressure being exerted. Xia Fei could only feel his body abruptly get heavier as if huge rocks weighing thousands of tons were crushing down on him. The gravity control system immediately activated, and about 3 minutes later, the internal pressure of the ship returned to normal. Xia Fei sighed and gave a command to the smart computer. Head toward the coordinates of the first destination. Main thrusters bear 50% of the load, while second and third thrusters will each provide auxiliary propulsion at 25%. The main thrusters were the warp drive originally on the Tomahawk. Because they were still in good condition, Xia Fei decided that it was best to let it bear the majority of the burden, while the auxiliary thrusters, which were very old, Xia Fei figured that it was best to have them share the propulsion work at only 25% each. 3 trails of blue ion flames jetted out from behind the Tomahawk as it passed through the imperceptible supergravity dust. The ship advanced at 3000 m/s toward a distant yellow planet. Have the radar system work at 100%. Search for any signs of life on where survival is possible, Xia Fei ordered in a deep voice. The lidar, gravitational radar, and the full-spectrum radar system all began operating. The indicator lights flashed constantly as the radars scanned the area for any faint signal. The supergravity zone would distort and even warp any electronic signal, so while the radars did manage to pick up plenty of garbled signals, it was impossible to decipher just what they contained. Start the high-powered communication system and search for high-frequency signals. At the same time, try to connect to the interplanetary internet. Xia Fei gave forth more commands as he stood in front of the command console. Phantom suddenly felt that Xia Fei really had the air of a commander, methodically giving out orders without even an inch of hesitation despite being in such a dangerous region. Unable to locate any high-frequency signals. Attempt to connect to the interplanetary internet has failed, reported the smart computer's emotionless female voice. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Even the high-powered communications system was having trouble operating. It was like the Tomahawk had become deaf in that sense, so there was no way for him to even know if enemies would suddenly appear beside him. Turn on the visual simulation system. Point it to the first target, with 100 times magnification, Xia Fei gritted his teeth and ordered. Since there was no way for him to get the radar system working, he could only depend on the image capturing system that the warship possessed to analyze if there was any trace of Old Porter's ship anywhere near the target destination. The difficulty of this search had just increased compared to what he had first imagined. Soon, a blurry image appeared on the screen. The supergravity dust was also affecting the Tomahawk's video system, and the image became distorted. Do a 16 spectrum processing scan, and increase magnification by 500 times. The smart computer immediately captured the signal and engaged in a 16-degree processing scan, attempting to revert the captured image to its original condition while further magnifying it. After the processing, the image became slightly better, but it was still blurry and difficult to determine just what he was looking at. Xia Fei spat an expletive. The supergravity zone truly lived up to its name. He had expected the radar system to fail, but for even the video system to have difficulties working as intended, too, meant that the Tomahawk was both blind and deaf. Get closer to the destination and orbit at an altitude of around 25,000 meters, then increase the image processing scan to 36 spectrums. Helpless, Xia Fei had no choice but to make a last resort attempt, doing a low-orbit observation while maintaining a 25,000-meter altitude as he searched the entire planet for a life signature. Though this would let him get a clear view of the objects on the planet, it would waste a lot of his precious time, for he had to spend almost half a day's time just searching this one planet, when there were still plenty of other places to search on in Xia Fei's star map. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed in such a fashion. Xia Fei's 2 eyes were already bloodshot, having needed to use them to take in everything since the video system was still as blurry as before. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sat down in his captain's swivel chair and propped his chin in one hand. We can't go on like this. We'll end up spending several decades searching the entire supergravity zone if we do. Phantom's face expressed his complete helplessness. Of course. The supergravity zone is far more complicated than what we initially imagined. Neither radar nor video monitoring works. How are we any different from being blind? Xia Fei gritted his teeth. He strode over to the command console and gave a command. Warp past the red unknown areas and head straight for the purple regions. Old Porter's star map had a total of 3 purple regions marked out, and Xia Fei had named them first, second, and third respectively. The first and second regions were somewhere at the core of the supergravity zone, having a gravitational force well beyond imagination, while the third region was basically already a part of the unknown region, and there was no telling what might happen there. Phantom's eyebrows were knitted tightly together. He wanted to try and coax Xia Fei to stop, but he knew that there was no way he would succeed in doing so. Xia Fei was just the sort of person who would see something to the end once his mind had been made up. Warning! The gravity of the target destination is close to the threshold of the warship's limit. Please confirm your command, requested the smart computer's cool female voice. The smart computer of a warship would reconfirm the orders of the commander the moment they received a dangerous order to avoid any unnecessary losses that might result due to a commander making a mistake when giving out his order. This was the same no matter how small or large the ship was. Confirm, Xia Fei said decisively. Load up the overclocking system and prepare to activate it. Begin with a 50% overclock the moment we enter the area. Xia Fei had been carrying the overclocking chip given to him by Old Porter this whole time. The installation of such a chip was very simple, only requiring a connection to the main control computer. It could even easily be uninstalled any time. After acquiring the Tomahawk, Xia Fei transferred the overclocking chip from the Vampire to it. After warping, the warship would immediately enter an area that had an even greater gravitational force than his current location. The gravity control system needed to instantly adjust the internal pressure of the entire ship, and using the overclocking system would greatly reduce the time needed for this adjustment to occur, avoiding any physical damage to the passengers' bodies. Harris, we're about to enter extreme gravitational space, get ready. Xia Fei used the ship's broadcast system to inform Harris before taking his place on his captain's seat, furtively exercising his breath control technique. Though it would not be enough to eliminate the pressure from the extreme gravity pressing on his body, Xia Fei could be calmer so that his blood pressure and heart rate would not spike drastically as a result of the sudden change in gravity. At the instant when the gravitational change occurred, even Xia Fei had difficulty breathing. Fortunately, the overclocking system instantly took effect and completed the gravitational adjustment in less than 2 minutes. Getting up, Xia Fei swiftly made his way to Harris's cabin, only to find him collapsed on his bed, his 2 hands painfully clutching his head. "Are you okay?" Xia Fei asked as he came to support him upright. Harris shook his head with much effort. "The abrupt pressure change caused my brain to feel like it's about to explode, but I'm fine now." Xia Fei smiled. "It's good that you managed to withstand this. I was actually worried that you might be unable to handle the increased pressure." "I'm fine. It's a good thing that the ship was able to adjust the gravity fast, or else who knows what might have happened," Harris commented with a hint of lingering fear. Phantom was standing at the side, looking out into space, a little out of sorts as he muttered in bewilderment, "Xia Fei, come take a look." Xia Fei got up, walked over to the porthole and looked at where Phantom's gaze was concentrated on. All he saw was a red planet in the dark backdrop of space. The planet was covered in dense dark shadows, and upon a closer inspection, Xia Fei could not help but become dumbfounded. The dark shadows were neat and aligned, all uniform in shape, as if they were artificially designed. Could this be man-made? Xia Fei thought to himself. He strode back to the command deck with some urgency, giving out a new order to the main computer. "Close in on destination number 1, circle at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Whoosh!" The Tomahawk sped down and began its passive orbit on that planet. The naked eye was able to see everything down on the ground at 10,000 meters, and Xia Fei stood by the large viewing window on the command deck and closely examined below. Just as he guessed, they were indeed man-made structures. Huge square structures were erected next to one another, their edges and corners distinct, and their walls all several meters thick. They all seemed to be made of reinforced concrete, looking very sturdy. "Begin scanning for signs of life," Xia Fei ordered. "At the strongest magnitude." "Affirmative." "Beginning scan with the biodetector." "Heavy interference received. Unable to scan as per normal." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. "Go down to 5,000 meters, begin the bioscan anew." The Tomahawk was getting closer to the planet. It was almost flying just off the ground at 5,000 meters. The red scanning laser was finally able to make it through the gravitational pull and begin its scan of the planet for any signs of life. Xia Fei looked down on the planet's surface from the window as he nervously waited for the readings of the biodetector to change. If Old Porter was really on this planet and still alive, Xia Fei should be able to find traces of him. The seconds ticked by, but the biodetector still lacked any indication whatsoever. Just what are those structures? Phantom wondered. Could they be built by humans? Xia Fei shook his head. That's hard to say. These structures appear to be perfectly square-shaped, without any flaws as far as I can tell. Humans are born romantic, so they'll never design such ugly structures. Besides, we're currently in a supergravity zone. How could a human ever survive? Phantom thought about this further. Perhaps there wasn't any supergravity dust a long time ago, and it only came to be after something happened. Xia Fei was silent. Everything was just speculations at this point. There was only one way to verify the truth, and that would require him to venture in. Chapter 186, Cuboids. Tomahawk flew right next to a huge cuboid structure. It looked just like a discarded, enormous piece of cubic rock as it had neither a window nor a door. The cubic structures reminded Xia Fei of the pyramids on Earth. They looked a lot like the pyramids, but they were larger in volume and looked even older. What kind of person built this many gigantic structures in a supergravity zone? What purpose did these structures serve? Was it humans who built them? These were all the questions floating in Xia Fei's minds. He decided to leave the ship to investigate with his eyes, but before that, he must do a complete scan of the planet to find out if Old Porter had visited this place. The red planet had quite a big surface area. The Tomahawk circled around it, scanning everything in detail. Because the gravity was much stronger here than before, it was not flying fast at all. Xia Fei and Phantom stood by the window and peered out at the planet without even blinking. There were hills and valleys on this planet, meaning that there were nooks and crannies that could not be seen easily, requiring them to slow down from time to time for a closer inspection. Time flew by, and 7 hours passed in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, with the help of his acute perception, Xia Fei noticed that there were signs of a ship that had stopped on a plot of red soil ahead of him. Anytime a ship wished to stop, the warp engine needed to utilize its huge horsepower, producing huge winds that would toss everything around. This plot of red dirt looked as if someone had swept it. All the dust was on one side, leaving behind a spot in the center that sank slightly into the ground. Moreover, this was a supergravity area. Other than incredible gusts or high-performance warp engines, not much else could move dust around because of how strong the gravity was. Go closer to that area. Xia Fei commanded the Tomahawk to approach that plot of land, and it was soon right in front of him. The ground had 6 divots, evidently produced by a ship's landing gear. It seems that Uncle Porter has been here. Xia Fei exclaimed. Yeah, it does appear to be so, but he probably already left, Phantom added. Xia Fei rushed toward the ship's landing hatch. I'm going down, perhaps there are some useful clues around here. Landing on an area with extreme gravity was undoubtedly dangerous as the body needed to withstand pressures dozens of times stronger. Even an excellent ability user like Xia Fei would not be taking it easy. Since Porter has already left, we should leave, too. Perhaps we'll find him if when we go to the next spot, advised Phantom as he did not want to see Xia Fei exploring. Xia Fei shook his head as he scooped up his spacesuit, quickly putting it on. No, I must find out what Old Porter was looking for. Plus, those structures are incredibly weird, aren't you interested at all? Phantom pouted. It doesn't matter if I'm interested, the thing is that you are. Xia Fei let out a hearty laugh. Strange things always happen in strange places. How much time can a quick look take? Old Porter left this place in one piece. The worst thing here is probably the gravity. There shouldn't be anything outside of that. Xia Fei's analysis made sense. Old Porter probably finished his landing on this planet. If he was just searching, he could have done that in the air. It made no sense to stop his ship on the planet. If the old mechanic managed to leave after staying on this planet for a bit, it meant that he did not encounter any trouble, or else he would still be here. At this moment, Harris left the room. When he saw that Xia Fei intended to land on the planet no matter what, he said with furrowed eyebrows, Xia Fei, I think that you should wear 2 spacesuits. There were 2 types of spacesuits for spacewalks. The first one was made of high-strength alloys, which resembled a suit of armor, that could withstand the weird and unpredictable climate in outer space. The second one was made of a softer material. Although it had a weaker defense, it was much more comfortable and would not feel cumbersome to the wearer. In these conditions and under such pressures, the high-strength spacesuit might crumble under its own weight, while the softer spacesuit might put all the pressure on Xia Fei, meaning that his body would have to bear the full force of gravity. Xia Fei felt that Harris made sense. Wearing both meant double protection. If the outer layer was damaged, there was still the other layer left to protect him. The landing hatch slowly opened. It was noticeably slower than before as the hydraulic door was affected by gravity the same way, becoming more sluggish. The incredible pressure was felt by Xia Fei all over his body. Xia Fei remained still at the landing hatch, allowing himself to fully adjust to the pressure before moving. After 5 whole minutes, Xia Fei finally started walking away from the Tomahawk. His footsteps were slow as it felt like he had a mountain on his back. His face was getting flushed because of it, too. Harris's voice came through the communicator. As Xia Fei was pretty close to the warship, the communication system still worked, though it might no longer do so if he went a bit further. I've checked the status of your body. According to your physiology, you can withstand this for 5 hours and 26 minutes at most, otherwise, there will be irreparable damage. The spacesuit sent back plenty of information to let their subordinates monitor their body. As a genetic researcher, Harris could obviously give a good estimate of what Xia Fei's limits were. Xia Fei, who was slowly moving his feet, asked in a rough voice, "Are you sure? Remember, you must return after 5 hours and 26 minutes no matter what." Xia Fei nodded. "Roger that." When he was done talking to Xia Fei, Harris quietly sat on the captain's seat that Xia Fei usually sat on with a weird smile on his face. Staring at Xia Fei's body's statistics, Harris muttered, "What an incredible physique, my amethyst sure is incredible. No, I must record all this down for future research." Harris smiled so widely that his eyes turned into slits. In his eyes, everything about Xia Fei was worth researching. Moreover, he felt that the amethyst he had created was almost equivalent to creating Xia Fei himself, giving him a sense of accomplishment. However, he did not realize that, although amethyst was an integral part of the puzzle and Xia Fei would not be who he was without it, Xia Fei's hard work and special way of doing things were also important. Without any one of them, Xia Fei might still be a normal human, no different from any other person bustling on the streets. Old Porter's warship stopped in the middle of the 4 cubic structures. These 4 structures were about 1,000 meters tall, surrounding Xia Fei like 4 massive mountain peaks. Xia Fei first arrived at the place where Porter stopped his ship. In order to ensure that he would not disturb his surroundings, Xia Fei stopped the Tomahawk kilometers away. The gravity was so strong that a speed ability user like Xia Fei took half an hour to arrive from the Tomahawk, something that would have been completely out of imagination in the past. Xia Fei's speed was nearing 4,000 m/s, so this distance would be covered in the blink of an eye in normal circumstances. There was not anything out of the ordinary at where he parked the ship. Xia Fei tried to look for Old Porter's footprints, but because of the constant pressure, the surface was incredibly hard. Old Porter's footprints were barely noticeable on the red earth. From the looks of the footprints, he was probably headed toward the structure on the right. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, then went after Old Porter's traces as fast as he could. An hour later, Xia Fei was now directly in front of the cubic structure. Old Porter's footsteps stopped here. He walked around for a bit before returning to his ship. Xia Fei was filled with questions. Old Porter came and left, was he only here to walk around? Impossible. Totally impossible, Xia Fei muttered. Placing his hand, covered by the thick spacesuit, on the wall of the structure, Xia Fei tried to find the entrance. Alas, he could not find anything despite walking around the structure a few times. It was understandable not to have windows since the gravity here was much higher than normal. An accident was bound to happen if a structure had too many windows. Then again, what would a few windows do in such a horrible condition? Why not just use an AI computer to simulate a beautiful sunny beach and project it on the walls? Virtual scenery would be better than a red desert no matter what, so a structure without a door was just weird. How did the people go in? Was he supposed to pass through the concrete wall with his mind? There were indeed some ability users who could phase through walls. The eldest of the Ling brothers, Ling Xiao, whom he had met in the capital ring, was one of them. As his spatial ability allowed him to create space, not even a thick concrete wall could stop him. On such a huge planet, with these many structures, there were probably over tens of thousands of residents. It would be ridiculous if all of them had spatial abilities. Xia Fei did not want to leave just like this. There was no trace of Old Porter, nor was there a way to enter these cubic structures. There was not much left of the time limit that Harris advised, yet Xia Fei continued searching with no intentions of going back. There was a garbled signal from the communications system. Xia Fei knew that this must be Harris warning him to return in order to prevent irreparable damage on his body. Because of the disruptions in the signal, Xia Fei mostly heard static just like an old radio with bad reception. "We should return, our time is almost up," Phantom said unsettled. Xia Fei silently nodded, returning no questions asked. Whoosh! The Tomahawk returned to the air once again, but not long after lifting off, Xia Fei commanded in a deep voice, "Target any structure, shoot it with a neutron cannon." Phantom was shocked. "Xia Fei, what are you trying to do?" Xia Fei let out a cold smile. "I have a question that I want answers to." "What question?" Chapter 187, full of mysteries. Licks of vibrant flames shot out of the ship's main gun. The antimatter charges landed on the building one after another, filling the air with the sounds of explosion. The Tomahawk was only equipped with 2 medium-sized blasters. Its main method of offense was not through cannon fire but rather the countless drones it had on board. Once released, they would be akin to a large swarm of venomous wasps, out to destroy their enemies. However, for fear that the dust in the supergravity zone might damage these valuable drones, Xia Fei chose not to use them, only attacking with the ship's 2 blasters. "What are you trying to do?" questioned Phantom. He could not fathom why Xia Fei was bombarding these ancient cubic structures. One antimatter charge cost 30,000 star coins, and both blasters shot 180 charges in a minute combined. This meant that it would cost 5 million per minute just in the charges. Xia Fei had always been thrifty, and doing this was no different from being wasteful. Xia Fei had his eyebrows knitted tightly, with no intentions of stopping the fire. "I suspect that these things aren't even buildings." "Not buildings? Then, what are they?" Xia Fei, who usually thought with logic, had initially agreed with Phantom that these rectangular objects were buildings. It was impossible for such precise cubic structures in a natural environment, except if they were man-made, but his thoughts changed when he actually touched one of them. They did not have doors or windows, and Xia Fei could not understand why anyone would make such weird buildings. He started doubting if these buildings were just solid concrete mass rather than buildings. Because the depth sensors were not usable at the time being due to the interference from the environment, Xia Fei decided to use the most direct and effective method, blasting apart these huge rocks in search of the truth. If they were buildings, they would obviously break apart. If they were not, it meant that they were artificial pieces of concrete. It was not an easy task to make buildings that were over 1,000 meters tall and wide, so why would they leave them in a deserted planet? Xia Fei could not imagine it and decided to make sense of the structures before moving on to the next step. "Stop!" After 2 minutes of constant bombardment, Xia Fei commanded the computer to cease fire. Phantom and Xia Fei looked out of the window. When the dust settled, the two of them had their breaths taken away. The rectangular boulder was cut in half, revealing countless pieces of concrete. Faintly visible was the metal structure. These huge cuboids were actually solid and not buildings at all. Who would have thought? What sort of person would drop off 4 massive pieces of concrete here, and what were their purpose? Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei returned to his chair, frowning, as he fell into deep thought. Phantom asked a few moments later, "Turns out they're actually pure rocks. Could it be that someone had wanted to use them in constructing a certain building but, for some reason, didn't get to do so, and that's why they were dumped here?" Phantom laughed right as he finished his question. Each rock slab was over 1,000 meters tall and wide. Setting possibilities aside, even if someone did manage to use these as building material, how big would the final building be? A skyscraper hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of meters in height? What for? To play golf? At least, for the tiny humans, a building that size would not make sense. Unless there existed a massive intelligent race in the universe, it was hard to imagine who would require such an enormous building. Humans would also design supermassive bases from time to time. The design idea was usually to hollow out a smaller planet and surround it with defense mechanisms such as cannons. The issue was that these rocks looked just like bricks. It was much more difficult to build buildings this way than hollowing out a planet. Moreover, the building created from these would not be sturdy, so it would be even more ridiculous if it was for civilian residences. It would not make sense to stuff hundreds of millions of people into one building. The Tomahawk continued to circle around the red planet. Xia Fei was still thinking about the use of the rock slabs, therefore, he had not issued another command. Looking through the window, the arrangements of these rocks were not even. Some were tightly packed, others had some distance between them. But if all of them were neatly placed facing the dark sky, far from being just thrown down. This was one of the reasons Xia Fei had thought that they were buildings. "They aren't evenly spaced, but each slab is placed neatly," muttered Xia Fei. All of a sudden, he realized something. "Increase altitude to 150,000 meters, commanded Xia Fei. The Tomahawk turned around and started flying in another direction. A few moments later, Xia Fei, who was looking out the window, noticed that the rocks were connected horizontally and vertically as though some sort of unknown script. "Look!" Xia Fei exclaimed. "Do the rocks look like words?" "Words?" Phantom was shocked. "They do look to be a form of script. These structures are scattered yet orderly, but who knows what these words even mean?" Xia Fei smiled. He gently tapped on the projected screen to log down this writing. Because of the curvature of the planet, Xia Fei and Phantom had not noticed at first that these rocks were arranged like writing. If it was flattened out, the rocks would quite obviously look structured. The translation microchip in the brain was working hard yet was unable to decipher the meaning of the text. Xia Fei shook his head. If such an advanced translation microchip was unable to decipher what had been written, it surely meant that the structure of the words were too complex and rare. Although there was no way to know who left these massive rocks or what the rocks wanted to say, Xia Fei still breathed a sigh of relief as he found Old Porter's tracks and understood the point to these rocks. At least, it's a good start. Old Porter got here then left, meaning that he's at least alive, said Phantom. Xia Fei nodded, commanding in a deep voice, start recharging the warp engine, head toward the second destination. The second purple location was not far from where he was, only requiring one warp to arrive. Because there was not a huge difference in the gravity, the warp this time around was not as insufferable as the previous one. From the star map, this was beyond the Black Abyss star region and into undiscovered territory. Moreover, this area was larger. There was an asteroid belt around its perimeter and 4 planets within each, all of them requiring investigation. The signal from the radar was still jumbled, so all Xia Fei could do was rely on visual inspection and the unclear video signals to look for traces of Old Porter. First was investigating each of these planets. They were largely similar to the smaller planets that were a dime a dozen in the universe and had nothing special to them. Xia Fei pouted, before steering Tomahawk into the asteroid belt. Since there was nothing on these planets, naturally Xia Fei did not have much hope for the asteroid belt, either, but with a hopeful attitude, the Tomahawk slowly moved through the countless rubble in the asteroid belt. This asteroid belt is incredibly long, it's probably going to take a few months to look through everything, Phantom said as he looked far at the endless asteroids. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows, commanding in a deep voice, start the metal detector at full capacity and scan the asteroid belt in all directions. Even without the strong gravity, it was an incredibly difficult task to search through an expansive asteroid belt, for the large numbers of rebels strongly disrupted any signal transmission. This was the supergravity zone, no less a difficulty that was so immense it was hard to imagine. Use fuzzy scanning, only scan objects close to or larger than the frigate. The metal detector was operating at full capacity. These rebels had varying quantities of metal, so it was necessary to filter out the smaller ones or ones that did not contain enough metal. Xia Fei did not have much hope for the metal detector. Because of the disruptions that the supergravity zone provided, almost none of the electronics worked, but what was most surprising was that the metal detector actually detected a strong signal. The signal was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Tomahawk. Judging from the signal strength, it was a large object, exceedingly large even. There were no words that could describe Xia Fei's shock. According to the signal, this metal object was at least 1.5 billion cubic meters. What even was that? It was basically a metal city, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Such a large amount of metal, with the purity beyond high-strength metal, what could it be? Full speed ahead, Xia Fei commanded in a deep voice. The Tomahawk suddenly accelerated towards the destination. Why is there such a huge metal object here? Could it be a small planet made completely of metal? Asked Phantom. Xia Fei shook his head. Impossible, the metal detector showed that its purity is beyond high-strength metal. That means it's a man-made object. Most metals in space existed in ores. Although there were many different types and were in large quantities, they were not pure at all. According to the metal detector, the huge object was made of many different types of purified metals, so it was impossible for that to just be pieces of ore drifting in space. It's even weirder that it's man-made. The capital ships in the Alliance are around 500 million cubic meters in volume. That's the limit of the shipbuilding capabilities of humans, and no larger warship has ever existed, yet its volume is thrice the size of a supercarrier. How is that possible? Phantom was completely stunned, his voice even turning hoarse. Is it possible that the detector made a mistake from the disruptions? Phantom questioned. A massive 1.5 billion cubic meter, man-made object had greatly surpassed Phantom's imagination, which was why he was so confused. Xia Fei said in a deep voice, there is a possibility. It's true that gravity can affect the signal, but there's an even greater possibility that this thing is bigger than 1.5 billion cubic meters. Chapter 188, Massive Warship. Because of the supergravity, the scanning signals could be warped, but due to how massive this metal object was, the metal scanner managed to make the signal out despite all the disruptions. The signal strength gradually decreased the further it traveled. Xia Fei boldly predicted that the actual size of this object was probably more than 1.5 billion cubic meters. It was already shocking to find a metal object 1.5 billion cubic meters, it would be even harder to imagine something bigger. A few moments later, the tomahawk traveled through layers of rock, nearing the huge metal object, but Xia Fei and Phantom were utterly shocked when they finally saw it with their eyes. For it was a warship. A warship that could not be described in words. A massive warship. It was definitely not 1.5 billion cubic meters, but 15 billion cubic meters in volume. The Tomahawk was a battlecruiser that was fit to travel through space. It was not a small ship by any means, but compared to that behemoth, his ship was like a sesame seed being compared to a watermelon. The two belonged to completely different leagues. Normally, it was impossible for such a massive warship to stay hidden in an asteroid belt as it was nearing the size of a small planet, but because of the layers and rubble between it and Xia Fei, he did not discover it sooner. It was just like a black sun, hibernating in this ocean of rocks. 2 people, 4 eyes, not a single move. Xia Fei preferred to keep emotions off his face, but the discovery of this warship had shocked him to the core. The largest metal objects known to the Alliance so far were the top-tier warships by the 4 companies, supercarriers. Xia Fei had never seen the incredible supercarriers with his eyes, but he had gained plenty of information from books and the interplanetary internet. As beefed-up versions of a normal carrier, supercarriers were around 5 million cubic meters, with employees in the tens of thousands, and the price was certainly something that was not easy to comprehend. In the Alliance, other than a few superpowers, the 2 largest organizations, the Adjudicator Union and the Monastic Order, as well as the Pan-Human Alliance Navy, no one else would be able to own a top-tier warship like this. After all, supercarriers were not cheap, they also played an important role in war strategies, as well as a symbol of strength for sovereign territories or organizations. There was no way someone could buy it if they did not have enough might. A normal carrier could release 100 terrifying iron cavalry drones, each of them possessing defense and firepower that greatly surpassed a normal frigate. If a combat drone control module was installed on the carrier could release 150 iron cavalry. With these many combat drones, its strength would rival a fleet. Combining that with the incredible defense carriers possessed, one carrier was capable of obliterating 10 battleships. Therefore, the flagship was the backbone of a fleet, and this was not just a saying. Supercarriers could release 1,000 to 1,500 iron cavalry drones, which was 10 times the firepower of a normal carrier. It would be like an ocean of drones capable of drowning anyone that dared to oppose them. It was the strongest weapon the Pan-Human Alliance had in its arsenal bar none. Not only did supercarriers have incredible offense, its defense was also impeccable. Its thick energy shield was like huge mountains, shrugging off every single attack. Using a normal carrier to attack a supercarrier would be like hitting a rock with an egg. The attacks would barely even register. Once the supercarrier started its retaliation, it would only take a few minutes to sink all of the normal carriers because of its incredible firepower. Although in theory a supercarrier only had 10 times the firepower of a normal carrier, in practice, it was at least 20 times more powerful than a normal carrier, the unstoppable force of the Alliance. Yet this warship was at least 30 times of a supercarrier, a concept that was incomprehensible. It took at least 40 years to manufacture a supercarrier. After its manufacturing, it still needed to be equipped, tunes, test flights. All these would take another 15 years. The Alliance gained another supercarrier every 13 years and 9 months. Building a supercarrier also required a planet-sized shipyard. Just constructing such a shipyard would take at least 80 years, even the incredible 4 big shipping companies only owned one of such shipyards each. How much did a supercarrier cost? 100 billion? 1 trillion? 1 quadrillion? If a supercarrier was sold for 1 quadrillion, how much would producing this ship cost? How long was the production period? Its production cost or the production did not matter, what mattered was how this behemoth was produced. Was it humans who made it? It was around this time when Harris felt that something was not quite right as he ran to the command deck to take a look at the situation. Based on the terms he was previously given, he had no rights to be in there, but now that he was Xia Fei's slave owing to the life bracelet, the previously set terms naturally no longer applied. Therefore, the command deck now had 3 people who were lost for words, 6 eyes that were beyond shock. The massive black warship was just like a planet, taking up all of Xia Fei's line of sight. It had been destroyed long ago as its body was riddled with who knew how many holes. Perhaps it was 10,000 or maybe 1 million. Either way, this massive object was riddled with holes like a beehive. This made Xia Fei even more shocked. What incredible firepower did it take to overwhelm such a massive ship? It took quite a few moments before Xia Fei closed his mouth, lighting a cigarette as he returned to his seat. Xia Fei, what is this thing? Asked Phantom. Xia Fei let out a bitter smile. I don't know who to ask either for the answer to that question. Give me a few moments. He placed his 2 fingers on his temple. This was a shocking discovery, so much so that the usually calm Xia Fei took a few moments to calm down. What is that? Harris followed up right after Phantom, but because Xia Fei and Phantom communicated via their consciousness, Harris had no idea of Phantom's existence. Xia Fei waved his hand, not saying anything, as he had no idea what to say. So far, it was certain that the object was a warship because of its thick plating. Moreover, there were brackets for 2 super cannons on the sides of the ship, but, for some reason unknown, there were no cannons installed on it. A few moments later, Xia Fei came to the command deck. Fly in a corkscrew maneuver around the ship, maintaining a speed of 1000 m/s. The Tomahawk then circled the ship at a manageable speed, and the more Xia Fei looked the more shocked he got. There were a few massive scaffolds on the sides of the ship. These scaffolds were made of incredibly solid alloys, each of them were as thick as small mountains. What are those? Phantom asked curiously. Maybe they are scaffolds. Scaffolds. Xia Fei blew a smoke ring. I read in books that massive warships can't be built on planets because overly strong gravity means that no shipyard can support the weight of the ship. This requires a massive shipyard to be built in space first, then the ship's parts are transported using a massive pool of spacecraft to the shipyard in space before being assembled. Phantom nodded. I get it. First split up a massive warship into different pieces, then combine these pieces after transporting them to a shipyard in space, but what about its armor and structure? Won't it break easier if it's done in pieces? Indeed, the armor and structure can't be done using pieces and must be done in one piece, so outside of requiring a massive shipyard, there's a need for a massive refinery, one that can melt enough alloy, then be cast into a mold, explained Xia Fei. Phantom pouted. It was easier said than done. How much metal would a ship billions of cubic meters in volume require? It was difficult to imagine how it would be cast in one piece. I'm referring to the common methods used in the Alliance for large warships. The manufacturing process of supercarriers is a tightly guarded secret of each company. There has been no mention of it in books, but one thing's for sure, it's much more difficult to produce it than imagined, so I have no idea who has the power to create this big boy, elaborated Xia Fei. It was just as Xia Fei said, although the 4 warship companies had the power to create supercarriers, they had never revealed their manufacturing secret to the universe at large. The 4 big companies claimed to be capable of producing a new super capital ship every 13 years, but in reality, it was far from it. Apparently, the 4 companies would take at least 80 years to produce one capital ship, unlike the 55 years that they claimed. There had been many curious folks who had tried various methods to collect data about supercarriers. What was most surprising was that supercarriers in the Alliance were few and far between. It was very possible that there were fewer than 200 supercarriers in the entire Alliance. The humans occupied a large area with so many residents that it was not possible to count. It was incredibly few to only have below 200 supercarriers in the Alliance, and this could be used to infer how difficult it was to produce large warships. A 500 million cubic meter supercarrier already cost a lot of manpower and money, so how was anyone capable of producing this 15 billion cubic meter supercarrier? One thing that Phantom or Xia Fei could understand was the presence of lifting scaffolds next to this ship. Scaffolds were usually attached to shipyards, and the presence of scaffolds usually meant that there was a shipyard, but where was it? Enable manual control, commanded Xia Fei. 2 control sticks suddenly appeared from beneath the control deck. Because most warships used AI computers for most operations, it was not common for people to fly ships manually. Therefore, the control sticks were usually hidden away and were rarely used. He sat at where the control sticks were, holding onto them tightly as he made a sharp turn, heading right toward the massive warship. What are you trying to do? Phantom asked curiously. Xia Fei pointed at a large hole in the body of the warship. That place looks severely damaged, the Tomahawk can probably fit in there. I want to take a look at its interior. Chapter 189, an insectoid ability user. It was hard to imagine that this massive warship had a hole large enough to let the Tomahawk pass through. Fully activate the illumination system, Xia Fei commanded with both hands on the control sticks. Flash. 16. High-intensity search lamps extended from under the hull as white artificial lights illuminated the surroundings from different angles. Xia Fei estimated that the hull and frame were probably at least over 100 meters in width. According to the information obtained by the metal detector at close range, other than titanium alloy, the warship was made using rare anti-electronic interference metal known as NAS fluid, meaning that no type of electronic interference equipment could interrupt its normal operation. A hull and frame that was 100 meters thick. Instead, Xia Fei was actually more interested in the firepower of the ship that destroyed it. He could not even imagine how much firepower one would need to blast through armor plating of this thickness, but one thing was for sure, if a weapon could deal so much damage to such a massive warship, it was certain death when used against smaller warships. Battleships or even normal carriers might be blown into smithereens in one shot. Who would have thought that such terrifying firepower existed somewhere out there? If someone attacked Earth with this kind of power, it would only take a few minutes to blow the whole planet into pieces. The tomahawk entering the massive warship was just like a bug that accidentally flew into a mansion. No matter how large the tomahawk was, it was nothing compared to the warship in front of it. No warship in the Alliance's possession could oppose a force like this, and this applied to the legendary super carriers, too. Under the illumination of the searchlights, Xia Fei finally realized what the interior of the ship looked like. My goodness! This is a city, exclaimed Harris. Xia Fei shook his head with a serious look on his face. It's not a city but a mobile planet, a destructive planet. After an hour later, Xia Fei slowly left the interior of the ship in the Tomahawk. The huge shock remained in everyone's heart. They could not help but think that they were dreaming as its existence greatly surpassed the limits of the imagination of humans. Harris shook his head as he returned to his room filled with questions to resume his genetic research, leaving behind Xia Fei and Phantom in the command deck. Something's not right. Why is its interior so empty? Huge warships like this should be filled with weapons and equipment, wondered Phantom. Xia Fei laughed. Obviously, it wasn't completed. Not completed? Yes, Xia Fei said in a deep voice. There are scaffolds on the sides of the ship, meaning that it's in a shipyard when it was attacked. Although there are installed cannon brackets, its weapons system were not equipped. The interior is also less than 15% complete. It doesn't even have a propulsion system installed. Phantom recalled everything he saw as Xia Fei went through them. It was just as Xia Fei described, a lot of the ship was still in the assembly stage. The interior of the ship was filled with lots of heavy machinery. If it was complete, these machines would not be there. An incomplete ship attacked by the enemy then lost in space. That's unfortunate. I wonder who was able to bring down such an incredible ship. Xia Fei thought for a few moments. Who knows who struck it down? But by the looks of it, the attacker probably wasn't any weaker than this super warship. Look at where it's damaged on the armored hull, it's almost a perfect circle, probably produced by a pulse laser. This one looks like a star, probably caused by a large antimatter charge. This spot, on the other hand, looks like a cross, probably a missile or a torpedo. All this points to the fact that the enemy wasn't a warship but a complete fleet. Different weapons did different damage. Xia Fei pointed at the super warship outside the window as he explained to Phantom. How many ships were attacking it? Asked Phantom. Many, and the ships attacking it were at least similar to this one in terms of size and firepower, potentially even stronger, said Xia Fei. Phantom was shocked. Are you saying that what sank this super warship was a warship of similar scale? Exactly. Xia Fei nodded. Phantom was speechless. This massive warship was not the only one of its kind in the universe. Some unknown empire or organization even possessed an entire fleet of these super warships. Xia Fei paused before continuing. Obviously, it wasn't humans who built this. We can infer from the interior that the finished passageways are probably around 2.2 meters. I think that the ship's owner was from a smaller sentient race, and that's why it's so low. Humans were around 1.8 meters tall, and the taller ones could be over 2.5 meters, and the 2.2 meter height of passageways were not suitable for all humans. Evidently, the creator of the ship was not human. Phantom pouted, expressing thereafter, if the force possessing this kind of super warship were to attack the human race, we'd be in big trouble. Obviously, the weapons and defense greatly surpassed the best warships the humans had to offer, super carriers. Humans were still lacking in strength in order to have a chance against such a strong race. The supergravity zone was only a few warps away from the Alliance-colonized Death Trio star region. If this super warship continued further into Alliance territory, the outcome could be disastrous. Xia Fei laughed all of a sudden. It's interesting that Uncle Porter picked out these two areas. The first one has many massive rocks forming a script that isn't decipherable to humans, while the second one has a warship that greatly surpasses the technological capabilities of humans. Moreover, this warship was destroyed by an even stronger fleet. I'm quite looking forward to the third one now, who knows what's in store for us there. Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. I just hope that the third one is peaceful and safe. I don't want anything confusing like this. Xia Fei disagreed. These extraordinary things have always been here, it's a good thing that we are discovering them. At least, we now know such a behemoth exists in the universe. After setting his destination, Xia Fei embarked toward the third region. No matter what, finding Old Porter was Xia Fei's main goal. The places Old Porter circled were incredible, it definitely was not something done randomly. It was possible that he had known of all these beforehand, so the best way to understand the situation was to get a hold of him first. The Tomahawk embarked once again, and this time, it was the last purple area that Old Porter had circled. The last two places had shocking discoveries, who knew if the next one would be similarly surprising. This place was a bit further, requiring 6 warps to reach. As Xia Fei sat on the captain's seat, all he had in his mind was that massive warship, which dwarfed his Tomahawk. It was not easy to let go of such a shocking image in his mind. However, this supergravity zone was not suitable for building warships. Other things aside, even an ability user of Xia Fei's caliber could not take it for too long, and normal humans or ability users of lower cultivation might not even survive for a minute, unless of course this area had not previously existed. Looking at the map again, the location of the supergravity zone could be described as miraculous. It was surrounded by a void lacking anything that could be used as a landmark. This supergravity zone was just like a bridge, linking the Death Trio star region to other faraway star regions. Right when Xia Fei was deep in thought, Harris's voice came through the communicator. Xia Fei, it's best if you come take a look. The initial analysis for the insectoid corpse is out. Xia Fei walked toward Harris's room. It was quite impressive to be able to produce a report in such a short time with the lack of equipment. Did you find anything special? Asked Xia Fei. Harris's room was filled with many different types of small equipment for experimentation, which he had gathered while drifting in space for dozens of years. Although all this equipment was not of high quality, each one was portable due to the small size, good enough to serve as temporary scientific tools. Yet, I discovered something similar to the 0-degree meson on this corpse. From the preliminary results, it's more than 90% similar, Harris said in a deep voice. Xia Fei slightly furrowed his brows. The 0-degree meson also exists in insectoid brains. Harris nodded, handing Xia Fei a transparent piece of glass with a small sample of brain cells. A section of this insectoid's brain was shut off by the 0-degree meson, but it wasn't fully shut, with 30% exposed. Based on your account, I hypothesize that it's an insectoid ability user. Ability user? Xia Fei was shocked. From Harris's reports some time ago, he guessed that ability users also existed among insectoids, yet he did not think that he would get proof of it so soon. Are you sure? Asked Xia Fei. Harris had a serious look on his face. It's been proven long ago that insectoids have a section of their brains blocked off, but never have there been any accounts of insectoid ability users, so we've got no idea what's hidden in that region of their brains. Based on your account and the comparison of brain cell activity to you, I think that the sealed-off section of their brains may well be their ability region, and this one has the same ability as you do, speed. An insectoid ability user, Xia Fei muttered. If insectoids have ability users, does that mean all sentient life has abilities, but for some reason, these abilities have become inaccessible. Harris took off his glove and put away the insectoid corpse into the spatial ring as he exclaimed, "You've already thoroughly read my report." Xia Fei gave a slight nod. "You were really detailed, so I gave it a careful and thorough read." It was always a great feeling to be acknowledged by someone. Harris then said with a smile, "I've mentioned this a long time ago to the old scholars of the Academy, but they insisted that abilities are unique to humans. I really want to show them this corpse and tell them proudly, you're wrong. All sentient life in the universe has abilities. Do you understand now why I've been working so hard to try and open the 7th brain region of every human?" asked Harris. Chapter 190, Unmanned Drones vs. Unmanned Drones. Do you understand now why I've been working so hard to try and open the seventh brain region of every human? Asked Harris. Xia Fei was shocked, not expecting Harris to have such a motivation behind all his craziness. Harris breathed a sigh of relief. The humans may seem incredibly strong, but we are on a slow decline. According to a survey by the Alliance, the number of people with one ability, particularly advanced stage ability users, is on a slow decline. Perhaps in a few years, humans will just be like other sentient life forms and won't even have abilities. By that time, the weak humans may not even be opponents to the insectoids, Na6, or the other sentient species. This insectoid is an example of someone that had managed to unlock its potential through genetic mutations. They are naturally stronger than humans. If they manage to break through the restriction of the 0-degree meson to the brain region holding their abilities, the results are unimaginable. Based on the human understanding of insectoids, they were a race without abilities. This insectoid might have mutated for some unknown reason and become an insectoid ability user in the process, and this was just one case of it. Xia Fei said after a few moments of thought, other than abilities, humans have technology, too. Without elite warriors we can still rely on advanced weaponry to defeat our enemies. We won't die so easily. Harris let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps. The ancient human civilization was quite advanced, but in the end, they still died in the hands of a robot army. Humans can only deal with the various dangers in the universe using their strength. Although I'm a scientist, I've never believed that science is the solution to all problems. It was not Xia Fei's first time hearing about such an opinion. During his time in the Heaven Execution Training Camp, Battalion Commander Yejing Shan emphasized the importance of warriors to the human race. Xia Fei had never thought that there could be someone so strong that they did not need any help from technology to deal with powerful warships alone. Legend had it that the best human warrior could destroy planets with their bare hands, but Xia Fei had never seen such a person, so he preferred Old Man Qin Mang's perspective, focusing on cultivating oneself without leaving technology behind. Currently, a majority of the people in the Alliance, including this genius scientist Harris, looked down on technology. There was no greater irony than that. Xia Fei smiled. Technology isn't a cure-all, but it still depends on the technological level. Could elite warriors defeat the super warship we just saw? Of course. Harris said decisively. There are plenty of incredible people who don't show themselves in the Alliance. They can destroy planets without much effort, let alone a giant warship. Xia Fei did not say anything as he returned to the command deck. He did not appreciate Harris's passion toward strength. He felt that, in order to make a stand in this universe, one should crazily chase after knowledge as well as training. After lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei said to Phantom, "What do you think?" "I still think that it's only complete when abilities and incredible technology complement each other, the two are indispensable." Phantom pouted. "When I was in training, they inculcated in me that strength is above all, too, but from the time I've spent with you, I'm thinking that there's nothing wrong with relying on technology. It's probably because humans have no confidence in the development of technology, so they would rather trust themselves." Xia Fei nodded. "Have you seen a true pro?" Phantom laughed. "Of course, my master is a pro." "How pro?" "Very pro." Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Phantom as they did not add anything. "You've only just reached Star Domain rank. Next is Star River, then Legendary, and finally Eternal. These rankings aren't just made up, for people who've reached those levels actually exist. That's why the ranks exist in the first place," Phantom said in a deep voice. Xia Fei laughed. If we have the chance, I really want to meet your discipleship. You mention them quite a lot, but you never tell me where they are." "They don't see outsiders," Phantom furrowed his eyebrows as he said in a serious tone. When the Tomahawk finished its last warp, Xia Fei cheered up and looked ahead. The journey had been shocking thus far, who knew what this third destination would bring? Boom! Before Tomahawk fully exited the wormhole, Xia Fei heard a deafening sound of cannon fire. "Fully engage the energy shield. All weapons on standby." Xia Fei quickly stood up, walking toward the command deck in a serious manner as he leaned onto it. Who would have thought that this was a battlefield? Whoosh! The Tomahawk used some extra horsepower to exit the wormhole. The dark space was filled with countless shipwrecks. Xia Fei was incredibly familiar with the structures of the warships of the Alliance, so he knew immediately that none of the wreckage was produced by humans. They looked like massive black eggs covered in needle-like thorns on the outside like massive and round cacti. Xia Fei did not know which sentient life form these ships belonged to, but he knew they were all enemies. Anyone who threatened him was an enemy. In the ocean of wrecks, there were a few ships the size of buses circling around. Their target was a Tristan-class frigate. Engage all drones. Release the medium combat drones, commanded Xia Fei. Before any hesitation set in, he realized that Old Porter was piloting a Tristan-class frigate. No matter what, he had to save this frigate from the barrels of these ships, which were like flies. Whoosh! 20 medium combat drones appeared from the drone bay and circled the Tomahawk. Target all the smaller hostile spacecraft. Engage the traction beam, destroy them while I tell them down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After receiving Xia Fei's orders, the unmanned drones started flying toward the small spacecraft. Bearing their full arsenal of weaponry, these combat drones were ready for combat. Drones were just machines, they had no concept of fear. Even if they were facing the most horrible foes, they would still charge in head first in an attempt to destroy them. A small and black spacecraft in the distance had spotted the Tomahawk. About 100 of them charged towards Xia Fei's location. Because of their smaller size, they were quite fast and agile. Pow pow pow! The cannons on medium drones started firing. Although the enemies were incredibly nimble, Xia Fei's Hesper combat drones were not anything to scoff at. It was as if two angry swarms of wasps were tearing each other apart. Fully engage the warp engine. Get close to the Tristan-class frigate as fast as possible. Xia Fei commanded loudly. 3 trails of dazzling blue flames jetted out of the thrusters in the direction of Old Porter. Because of the strong gravity, the unmanned drones could not be too far away from the Tomahawk. They could not just rush ahead to Old Porter's location to save him, requiring the Tomahawk to get closer. Damn gravity! Xia Fei yelled as he slammed his fist on the control deck. As he got closer, Xia Fei finally realized that the Tristan-class frigate was on fire. Since the hull of the ship was metal, it would not burn even if it was under fire. Therefore, it was not difficult to come to the conclusion that Old Porter had been attacked down to the structural layer of his ship. The structure of a ship was its last layer of defense, with dire consequences if it was destroyed. Fully overclock the warp engine. Get them! Xia Fei had gone completely mad. Just a few seconds ago, he was still thinking about Harris's words, but after realizing that Old Porter was surrounded, he became the craziest warrior, giving it his all to try and save the elderly mechanic. This was a supergravity zone, meaning that the ship had to withstand a lot more pressure than normal space. Not only was the engine running at full capacity, Xia Fei unexpectedly commanded it to fully overclock the warp engine in an environment like this. This was basically giving the warp engine a death sentence. A ship was an interstellar traveler's best friend. Even if the command would result in its death, the Tomahawk still executed the command without question. The flames coming out of the warp engine widened, releasing lights more dazzling than the best fireworks. Target was shaking violently as it wrestled with the supergravity. Warning! Engines 2 and 3 have overheated and can fail at any time, urgently reminded the cold female voice of the mainframe. Engines 2 and 3 were relatively old, so they quickly overheated when they were overclocked. At this moment, the Tomahawk had just started accelerating and was still a distance away from Old Porter's warship. Shut up! Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Complete overclock! Complete overclock! Boom! A deep explosion could be heard from the back of the Tomahawk. Engine 3 has failed, continue overclocking. Yes! Xia Fei commanded with no hesitation. Not far away, Xia Fei's 20 Hesper unmanned combat drones were battling against enemy space vessels. As they were greatly outnumbered, he had lost half of his 20 combat drones in the blink of an eye. Release Warhammer combat drones. Whoosh! 11 medium Warhammer combat drones were released from the drone bay, entering the fray in no time at all. Once a combat drone was destroyed, the Tomahawk would release another one immediately. Xia Fei's ship was one that used drones for its offense, and its greatest feature was having hundreds of combat drones in the drone bay. Once one was destroyed, another one was released to take its place, restoring its combat prowess to what it once was, keeping up the pressure against the enemy. Boom! Another deep explosion was heard. The second engine could not take the pressure, failing after depressingly struggling for a few more moments. Xia Fei glanced at the speedometer on the command deck and noticed that the Tomahawk's speed was decreasing rapidly. At this moment, Xia Fei was still quite ways away from Old Porter's warship. The fire on the Tristan-class frigate was growing. Although the defense of those enemy ships were not nothing to scoff at, there were just too many of them. They were just like black flies, surrounding Old Porter, constantly under relentless assault. There was not much time left for Xia Fei. Chapter 191, A Difficult Rescue. The situation was becoming direr. A constant stream of black flying spacecraft came plunged over from within the floating warship husks around. These drones, created by an alien sentient race, seemed to be specially designed for use in supergravity zones. Their elongated bodies were diamond-shaped, sharp, and nimble, with a small rapid-fire cannon affixed to the nose of each. Rapid-fire cannons were not particularly powerful weapons, but they boasted a very high rate of fire. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei and Porter had been submerged in thousands of combat drones. They were like a swarm of black locusts that blotted out the sun. It was a good thing that the Tomahawk was large in size, able to draw the majority of the overwhelming enemy fire. Otherwise, Old Porter and his Tristan-class frigate would have gone plummeting like a falling meteor. This situation could not last, for Old Porter's frigate had already been damaged to the point that he was down to his last frame. It could very well explode at any time. The Tomahawk was still hundreds of kilometers away from Old Porter's coordinates, though in the vast expanse of space, it would appear that they were already very close if looked upon with bare eyes, when in fact it would still take Xia Fei at least several minutes to reach him. The supergravity prevented either side from communicating, and any signal their system received would only be static. Xia Fei was simply unable to decipher just what Old Porter was saying. The combat drones inside the Tomahawk could not reach in time to provide aid, and they were busy fighting the enemy that numbered over a dozen times their own. The combat drones' firepower and defense were nothing to scoff at, but the enemy numbers were so overwhelming that a combat drone would get destroyed practically every minute. Combat drones after drones from inside the Tomahawk kept flying out, plunging right into the dogfight at top speed sends a whit of care about their survival. Those who scoffed at machinery and technology ought to really have a look and see how these non-AI machines would recklessly fight against formidable foes. Were they humans, would they be able to so doggedly do battle to the death with such devotion? Both Xia Fei and Old Porter were at a distinct advantage in terms of the battle situation. It was evident that if Xia Fei failed to save Uncle Porter as quickly as he could, then the next time they met, it would be for the latter's funeral. Against such numerous enemies, it was uncertain if Xia Fei could even break away from this battle himself. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and made a critical decision in the span of a thousandth of a second. It was a crazy decision that could even most likely result in his death. Prepare to unleash the deep space bomb. Tomahawk, begin the self-destruct sequence. Xia Fei hoarsely bellowed. Phantom was startled. Deep space bomb? Self-destruct? Xia Fei, what are you trying to do? Doubt and astonishment filled his head, but Phantom was rendered speechless. There was only one thing he could do now, and that was to trust Xia Fei no matter how insane a decision he made was. The interior of the Tomahawk battlecruiser was flooded in red lights. Every warning light flashing simultaneously. The self-destruct sequence for this warship has been triggered. All crew, please immediately evacuate from this vessel. All crew, please immediately evacuate from this vessel. Before those words could even be heard, Xia Fei had already retrieved the overclocking chip and stored it into his spatial ring at top speed. He then rapidly dashed to Harris's cabin. Harris was presently buried in the display screen of his computer, deep in thought. There were plenty of complex equations shown on the screen that most would barely be able to comprehend, and this mad scientist, who had been charged with crimes against humanity, seemed ignorant to the blaring cannon fire that was bombarding the hull of the warship, calm like a block of wood. Come with me. Xia Fei shouted as he bolted into the room, grabbing Harris by the collar and hoisting him up. Without another word, Xia Fei went running for the Tomahawk's hangar bay while dragging Harris. In the meantime, the main computer was steadily counting down to the impending self-destruct of the ship. Xia Fei had a speed of 4000 m/s, so it only took him barely a breath's time to arrive from the cabin to the hangar bay. By the time Harris even realized what was happening, he was already in front of the vampire, while Xia Fei busied himself at the command deck, doing who knew what. My scientific instruments and my computer. Harris grabbed his head with his two hands, wailing loudly, visibly upset. Shut up. Xia Fei did not have the time to explain and chided him directly. The life bracelet came into effect at that instant with the command, and Harris's speech ability was completely sealed there and then. Harris was red-faced, trying as he might to yell but still unable to make even a peep no matter what. Release the deep space bomb. Thwomp. A black, round bomb shot out from the Tomahawk's bomb bay. Explode. Before that bomb even cleared the immediate space of the tomahawk, Xia Fei had it detonate without even a moment's hesitation. The immense impact of the explosion swept out in all directions, setting off a huge blast wave right where it was. Everything within the warship was thrown into a mess. Xia Fei was inside the vampire at this time, so he could not tell what's happening outside, nor did he have any idea what was the result of that bomb blast. If Xia Fei's calculations were correct, that bomb would have taken down the enemy's swarm of combat drones with it. Given their size limitations, he surmised that those diamond-shaped spacecrafts hardly had much defense to speak of. If he was lucky enough, Old Porter's Tristain-class frigate would be able to survive the explosion, while a vast majority of the enemy's combat drones would be taken out by the blast. This was a huge gamble, and it was a gamble over Old Porter's frigate being sturdy enough to survive this deep space bomb's detonation. Since their survival chance was slim in the first place, Xia Fei decided to risk his life and roll the dice, using the most extreme method to attempt to save Old Porter. Winning would be a cause for celebration, while losing would just mean that he had sent Old Porter off into the sunset with a bomb. Old Porter would surely praise Xia Fei's decision if he learned about it, as dying by the hands of his ally was preferable compared to being killed by enemy fire. Quickly depart from the warship. Connect to the drone control computer. Assign 10 heavy combat drones to me. Xia Fei barked loudly. Whoosh! The ejection device on the tomahawk shot Vampire right out from the hangar bay while also releasing 10 heavy combat drones for Xia Fei to manage. The supergravity swept over them the moment they were out of the tomahawk. Xia Fei and Harris did their best to endure it as the huge pressure caused their bones to rattle. It's a success! Xia Fei excitedly cried when he saw the thruster trail left behind by Old Porter's Tristan-class frigate as it sped off. He had managed to survive the blast. However, Xia Fei could tell just by looking that the old man's warship had already been pushed to the very limit, and was no longer able to withstand even another attack. The thousands of combat drones that originally covered this spot in space were now reduced into scraps after taking the explosion of that deep space bomb. Even Xia Fei's own combat drones had not managed to survive. The debris of innumerable drones floated about as if telling everyone just how calamitous this battle of many against a few had been. With the first step of his plan a success, Xia Fei immediately started on the second step. He was not out of the woods yet as there were still plenty of the diamond-shaped drones in the distance flying right toward them, their numbers nearly uncountable. Xia Fei connected the overclocking chip to Vampire as quickly as he could. The chip itself used an interfaced port design, making it easy for anyone to install or uninstall it. Xia Fei was not only a speed ability user but also an adept mechanic, so installing the overclocking chip only took but a moment. Have the Tomahawk charge full speed into the enemy and send out all the combat drones inside the ship. Activate the smart fire control system and stall the enemy as long as possible. Xia Fei commanded. The Tomahawk pitched and adjusted its trajectory, heading straight toward where most of the enemies were concentrated. 20 light combat drones. Full speed ahead. Xia Fei ordered Vampire. The Black Mamba 130 warp engine roared to life, going straight for Porter's warship at top speed. The Tomahawk and Vampire each went their separate ways, one drawing the enemy's attention while the other rushing to save Uncle Porter. Anyone would have guessed that the chances were slim for the Tomahawk to lure the enemy fire away. After all, it was going up against thousands of enemies. Turn on the spotlight and send a message. Vampire extended out the spotlight it carried from under its hull and fired off a short message using the universal light code. Because of the supergravity's interference, the usual communications system was unusable, so Xia Fei's only resort was the ancient light code to send a message. Activate the docking bridge and get ready for boarding. Old Porter was an expert when it came to warships, so he was of course well versed in such a classic method as the light code. The Tristan-class frigate extended its docking bridge after the message was sent. As long as Vampire neared it, they would immediately be able to connect their bridges. Xia Fei was racing against time here. As he drew near Porter with every passing second, the merciless enemy drones steadily closed in at top speed. It was all about which one could make the first move now. Life and death were sometimes mere millimeters away from each other. Xia Fei was focused and silent. Activate the overclocking. Xia Fei commanded. The Black Mamba 130 engine was one of the few top-grade warp engines in the Alliance, the material used and the workmanship of the component impeccable. Even though such an outstanding engine was the one attempting to push itself to the limits in the supergravity zone, it would still be a dangerous endeavor. After all, Vampire had but one engine. If it ended up becoming damaged as a result of being overclocked, there was no doubt that this place would become Xia Fei and Porter's graves. Change to manual controls. Xia Fei growled. His two hands grabbed a hold of the control sticks as he flew Vampire out in a parabolic arc, doing his best to close in on old Porter. Harris, who had been beside himself with vexation, had now become silent. Anyone could sense the heavy atmosphere that permeated the ship's interior, as their fate hung on the balance with each passing second. The flames exhausted from the Black Mamba 130 engine visibly changed as the original green luminous fire trail turned into a glaring red-orange glow. Even the internal temperature of Vampire rose quite a bit during this time. Xia Fei was positive that this was the manifestation of the engine overheating. Now that Vampire had reached the cusp of its limit, the engine could fail any moment. He was close. Xia Fei was getting ever closer to old Porter. Xia Fei had his mouth shut, his teeth clenched firmly against each other, while his two arms controlled and steered to the best of his abilities. All of a sudden, dark red Vampire made an unexpected maneuver in mid-flight. It went striking out. Chapter 192, Utter Destruction. The Vampire made an abrupt twist, blasting away across space. Unmanned combat drones, dash right into the enemy. Xia Fei howled his command. Whoosh! 10 of his heavy combat drones flew right for the enemy's drone swarm at once, doing their best to stall the vast majority of them so that Xia Fei could have more time to rescue old Porter. Xia Fei's Vampire was about to crash into Porter's Tristan-class frigate, which was already extremely weak, no longer able to withstand even another knock. Whoosh! Activate the lateral auxiliary thrusters at 100% overclocking. Xia Fei ordered with gravitas. A spectacular flame shot forth from Vampire's side as the warship's flight speed rapidly decreased. Establishing a docking bridge between two ships required the utmost precision of control, and Xia Fei's series of actions had been faultless, his reaction speed even faster than that of the mainframe. Thunk! A dull collision sound rang as the bridges perfectly connected to each other. The force of the impact just so happened to be within the acceptable threshold of the metal alloy, so the bridge did not suffer any damage due to the overly forceful maneuver. The hatch opened instantly after the successful connection. Porter, who was already prepared, went running to Xia Fei's warship. He was already sweating profusely at this point, his face even paler than usual. Get ready, we're about to warp. Xia Fei did not have the time to chat with Porter. At the moment, the heavy drones, which he had sacrificed to stall the enemies, had all been destroyed, and a countless number of combat drones were presently blasting away at Vampire's energy shields with great ferocity. The sound of thunderous fire pealed as innumerable attacks repeatedly connected. The energy shield's value was dropping fast as if they were performing a high platform dive. The longer he remained in this situation, the more disadvantageous he would be. After all, the number of enemies he was going up against was simply too much. Activate the instant warp. Quick! Swoosh! A temporary wormhole, which had no particular destination, opened, and Vampire flew right to it. Behind the ship was the swarm of combat drones, all of them attempting to press with their attacks on Vampire. Boom! Old Porter's Tristan-class frigate could no longer withstand any enemy fire and turned into explosive fireworks, lighting up the starry space. The resulting blast rocked Vampire as the sound reverberated within the warship. Those combat drones were far less resilient than Vampire, so the violent detonation had taken down half of those in flight, littering the space with metal scraps which came flying everywhere. Full speed ahead! Xia Fei urgently piloted the ship right into the wormhole. This time, the self-destruct of the Tomahawk in the distance occurred. Exploding and self-destructing were two completely different concepts. A ship would explode as a result of external forces, which made it so that the ship's structure or its reactor would no longer be able to bear the brunt of attacks and thus explode, but a ship self-destructing was the result of the mainframe causing all the combustibles, including the ship's ammunition bay, warp engine, reactor, and everything else, to detonate. The resulting explosion would most definitely be violent and incendiary. The Tomahawk was a battlecruiser, so be it the nuclear material found in its reactor or the weaponry stored in its ammunition bay, all would far outstrip that of an average warship. Not to mention that the Tomahawk had not just one reactor but two. The ensuing explosion it created was simply devastating. Kaboom! A huge mushroom cloud formed from the eruption, producing a light brighter than the midday sun. The blast wave, metal scraps, and heat of the explosion instantly filled that piece of space. Countless diamond-shaped drones disintegrated in that huge explosion. This was the third step to Xia Fei's plan, using the Tomahawk's self-destruct to get rid of all the enemies harrying them once and for all. Xia Fei was never one who would willingly be at a disadvantage. Though his biggest goal was to escape, he did not forget to brutally lash out at the enemies in retaliation. It had to be said that this one move Xia Fei had done was truly vicious. Pretty much all of the enemies, possibly numbering in the tens of thousands, had been consumed in that huge explosion. Furthermore, to be able to come up with such a detailed escape plan in the scant time he had was a testament to his extraordinary decision-making skills. It was not anything an average human being could achieve. Whoosh! Vampire closed the wormhole at around the same time the explosion occurred, beginning its warp as the streaking stars flew past around them, a gorgeous and dazzling sight. The drones that had managed to follow Vampire into the wormhole were unable to withstand the tearing force of the wormhole and turned into metallic dust almost instantaneously. Xia Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. He shook his arms forcefully, because he had to execute such an impossible parabolic maneuver. He ended up using too much of his strength and he was now somewhat sore from the exertion. The reinforced metal alloy steering wheel had already been deformed due to Xia Fei's extreme operation, which was evidence of just how much strength Xia Fei had been using moments ago. Immediately start the self-diagnosis, Xia Fei ordered. Getting up to his feet, Xia Fei strolled off the command deck and helped the still shell-shocked old porter to a seat. "Uncle Porter, are you all right?" Xia Fei smiled as he asked. Old Porter used his sleeve to wipe away the sweat off his forehead. It was not easy to forget that frightening scene he had just experienced, and he was still in a state of extreme shock right now. I'm fine," Porter gruffly panted. "Go brew us some tea and bring over some snacks," Xia Fei told Harris. Harris had his life bracelet on, so anything Xia Fei said was an order he must follow. After some time, he returned with a purple clay teapot and 2 teacups, filling them up for Xia Fei and Old Porter. "You still came?" Porter took a cup in hand, not caring about its temperature one bit as he drank it down in one gulp. "Yet." Xia Fei nodded slightly. Old Porter's one remaining eye was filled with gratitude. Even a fool could see that Xia Fei had only taken such huge risks to save him, even sacrificing that Vexor-class battlecruiser that he had just obtained for this. Vampire's self-diagnosis was not completed, but Old Porter could tell from his experience that the damage this frigate had sustained was nothing insignificant. It was not merely just the monetary losses that mattered, for there were also the risks involved. Had Xia Fei been even a tiny bit unluckier, the two of them would not find themselves sitting here having tea but would instead be tasting Granny Meng's legendary soup in the netherworld. Harris could read the room and knowingly ducked back into the crew cabin, sighing repeatedly. His computer, as well as plenty of the information he had gathered firsthand, had all been lost as a result of this gambit, and it would most likely be a very long time before anyone would see a smile on his face again. Xia Fei and Porter were left in the mess. The latter curiously gazed at Xia Fei, noticing how he looked much tougher and gave off a completely different aura in the 2 years that he had not seen the young man. His hair was grizzled, appearing to have seen quite a lot of life despite being so young. Old Porter even suspected that he had not seen Xia Fei for 20 years instead of 2 due to how much the latter had changed. As Porter sized up Xia Fei, the latter was also examining him. The old man did not look much different from before, his skin was as dark as ever, and he was still tall and stocky. It was just that his eye patch had been swapped out for a metal one, which made him look a little more impressive than before. "Did Wind Chim send for you?" Old Porter curiously wondered. "Yes. That lass. I've specifically instructed her not to, but she just refused to listen." Old Porter frowned. Vampire had exited the wormhole at this time, and the self-diagnosis for the ship was also done at around this time. "It was a good thing that she went against your wishes, otherwise, I wouldn't be seeing you again like this at all." Xia Fei chuckled. Xia Fei got up and went over to read the self-diagnosis report. Vampire had been damaged quite substantially this time, especially its warp engine that was left with just a third of its mobility, while the other parts of the ship had also suffered varying degrees of damage. After some thought, Xia Fei did not mention to Old Porter about Vampire's status, afraid that the old man might become overly sensitive about it. "Is Wind Chim your old flame?" Xia Fei casually asked. Porter somewhat embarrassingly answered, "We're just old friends." "Just how did you find me?" Xia Fei proceeded to tell Old Porter how Wind Chim had copied Porter's star map from his computer, causing the man to slap the table hard. "Wind Chim is far too mischievous to actually copy my star map without telling me." Xia Fei laughed. "I feel that you ought to be thankful to her. If not for what she did, I doubt if I would ever be able to find you." Porter was quiet for some time. He was not one to nitpick, and his outburst chastisement of Wind Chim had only been done out of a moment's exasperation. He was actually very grateful toward both Xia Fei and Wind Chim. So does that mean you've already been to the 2 other locations I circled out? Porter asked. Xia Fei nodded. Those 2 locations are rather unique. Just what exactly are you searching for that you took this much risk, venturing into this supergravity zone? In fact, Xia Fei had plenty of questions that were boggling his mind, but he was not in the least bit anxious to ask them. Everyone had their secrets, and he was not of the habit to pry. This was why he observed old Porter's reaction from the corner of his eye when he asked this question. Indeed, I am searching for something, old Porter answered, but before that, I want to know your thoughts first. I believe that you've seen the rock formation in the first location. Yes. At first, I thought those rocks were leftover structures from ancient times, but I later found that to be strange. Who would build edifices without doors or windows? Thus, I turned my cannons on those structures and bombarded them, only to realize they're completely solid. Xia Fei did not hesitate to share his experience. Old Porter smiled. Was that all you discovered? What I didn't understand was who would make such huge concrete blocks like those. When I was on that deserted planet, right before I left, I suddenly discovered that the rocks were very neatly arranged, and it seemed that there's some vague relation between them. Thus, I ordered the warship to ascend higher and, when looking down, saw parts of the surface from the planet. Though I was unable to see everything from just one direction, I realized that if the planet was completely spread out across a 2D surface like a map, those rock formations would make up 2 words. It's a sort of text. The people who put those huge concrete blocks there seem to be telling others something, but it's not something that they could conveniently convey, which was why they chose to use such a method to do so. Unfortunately, I still have no clue just what those 2 words mean, Xia Fei said. It was as if old Porter's eyes were shining with clarity, so filled with glee and admiration toward Xia Fei. As the person who had instigated everything, Porter of course knew about all these, and it was very apparent that he was testing Xia Fei's observation and analytical skills. Xia Fei could also sense what Porter was getting at when he asked such a probing question, so he explained everything to Porter from the beginning without leaving out anything. Clap clap clap. Old Porter broke into applause excitedly. Xia Fei, I have to give it to you, your ability to analyze and observe are truly worthy of praise, to have actually understood the secret behind the huge rock formation at a glance, well done. Regarding the second purple location, what have you discovered? Old Porter asked. Xia Fei thought back on what he saw and answered, that place is a little complex, and the amount of information it contains is also very large. Chapter 193, A Titan. I found the wreckage of an ancient yet extremely shocking warship in the second location. It measures well over 15 billion cubic meters in volume, and from the state of the warship, I'm guessing that it's an unfinished super warship. As that ship's still in the docks, its attacker must be a fleet similarly having a super warship, Xia Fei said. Old Porter nodded. That is indeed true. Accurate analysis and keen observation skills. Porter sighed. Many years ago, I was once the chief logistics officer of the Alliance's task force. Actually, that was the position I held for appearance. In fact, in addition to the role, I was the deputy commander of the secret task force, specifically in charge of investigating the surroundings and the military deployment of the Death Trio Star region. The Death Trio Star region has already succumbed to warlord separatism by then, and the higher UPS in the Alliance were worried there would come a day when they banded together and rebelled. That's why they sent us to lead a task force and secretly conduct an environmental and military reconnaissance of the star regions so that the Alliance could get first-hand information. Xia Fei nodded. Though the Alliance had always been adopting a laissez-faire policy regarding the Death Trio Star region, they would most definitely not allow an attempt at independence, so secretly sending men to investigate was more than reasonable. Since a third of the supergravity zone is situated in the Black Abyss Star region, it became one of the destinations we reconnoitered. Trump and I brought the task force and started our survey. Trump was my superior and best friend, he was in charge of all the fighting, while I oversaw logistics and maintenance. That naval-issued hookbill frigate was his ship back then, old Porter said. Xia Fei scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It turned out that old Porter was someone from the Alliance's secret task force, no wonder he was able to get his hands on that naval-issued hookbill frigate. It was just that Xia Fei had abandoned the same ship in the Wild Star region, so Xia Fei was feeling quite embarrassed. Sorry, I ended up ruining that precious warship of your friend, Xia Fei very apologetically admitted. Old Porter furrowed his brows and sighed. Forget it. You had no choice, either. I believe that you have had your reasons. Seeing how even your hair has turned white, I doubt your past 2 years have been easy, either. Xia Fei was silent. It was clear that Uncle Porter still cared deeply about that naval-issued hookbill frigate, especially since it had once belonged to his good friend. The supergravity zone was complex and dangerous. We originally planned to just take a casual read of the surface and leave, but none of us expected that there would actually be fairly well-preserved ancient human relics here in this zone. We began to explore these ruins, and what we learned was shocking. It seemed that the ancients had once performed a dragnet-style secret exploration into this star region, and the goal was to find the blueprints for a super warship called Titan. Titan! Xia Fei was flabbergasted. It was such an impressive name, and for it to be placed with much importance by the ancient civilization and to merit such a thorough exploration of the area under these severe conditions, no doubt that the warship was extraordinary. Could it have been that supergiant that I saw in the second location? Xia Fei asked, excited. That gargantuan warship had left an indelible impression on him. Even the powerful ancient human civilization had yet to achieve such a technological standard, creating such a deadly, apex-killing machine. That's right. That super warship of gargantuan size is called Titan, Old Porter said somberly. Xia Fei let out a long sigh before urgently asking, that warship is simply too astonishing, I wonder who could have designed it. Did the ancients manage to find its blueprints? Porter responded after a moment of pause, we did not manage to collate all the information. All we knew was that a war had broken out here in this supergravity zone in a time further past when the ancient humans were alive, and the parties involved in that war were some sentient races unknown to humans like us, and that Titan was their ultimate weapon. Trump and I were very excited, immediately reporting what we found to the headquarters, but those top-level bureaucrats of the Alliance were uninterested in the ancient relics. Preventing the Death Trio star region from gaining independence was the most important task in their eyes then. Trump was a born risk-taker, very similar to yourself. Old Porter threw a meaningful glance at Xia Fei via the corner of his eyes. Both us decided that even if the Alliance did not care to attach importance to this, we'd still do our best to give a thorough investigation of the matter. The task force would escort supplies to the Death Trio star region every year and monitor the movement of the local warlords at the same time. Each time we're back here, we would spend plenty of time and effort exploring the supergravity zone. Part of that star map you saw before had been left behind by the ancients, and another portion was the result of our investigation. Unfortunately, the good times did not last. Just as Trump and I were getting closer to the truth, a sudden electromagnetic storm overwhelmed the team led by my friend. I got so disheartened that I left the military and became a common repairman in some far-flung star region. Old Porter appeared to be rather despondent upon mentioning this, that single eye of his shining slightly. Later, I met you. You're very similar to Trump when he was your age, full of verve while also being slightly paranoid and crazy. Since then, I've been reminiscing about my past. Being unable to fulfill Trump's wish has always been the greatest regret in my life, so I returned to the Death Trio star region to continue what I ought to have done so many years ago. In the beginning, my exploration went along very smoothly, that's why I sent you a message. I was hoping that you'd come and witness the truth of this matter, but once I began my research of the third purple location, those unmanned combat drones swarming around back there have prevented me from getting anywhere near it. I used over a month's time before I got a clear idea of the drone's positioning, then I handed my signal generator to Windchime, preparing to gamble with my own life. Who would have thought that Windchime would ignore my wishes and seek you still? I spent a really long time on the outskirts of this supergravity zone, slowly exploring as I made it into the core area, but you had it easy, immediately jumping right into the core. Porter did not say anything about what happened after, but Xia Fei could already guess that it's because that was when he unknowingly jumped right to the third location, which allowed him to run into Old Porter, who was being surrounded by the combat drones, and subsequently rescued him. Old Porter lightly brushed that spatial ring he was wearing, retrieved a memory drive about the size of a coin, and handed it to Xia Fei. This is what Trump and I have been searching for the entire time. Had it not been for your influence, I doubt I would have achieved this dream of mine. I'm giving it to you right now for you to deal with it however you like. Xia Fei's palm shuddered ever so slightly. Old Porter had been searching for the blueprints for the Titan-class super warship. Could the blueprints be what was inside this memory drive? Anyone who had seen the Titan's wreckage would be shocked by its gargantuan size. Xia Fei had even used all his brain cells and still failed to imagine just what could compete against that apex existence in all of the universe. To be precise, Titan was already pushing the very limit of a warship. It was most likely the ultimate annihilator of the universe. Old Porter had actually so casually handed such priceless blueprints to him, which was well beyond what he had expected. "Uncle Porter, this is far too precious, I can't accept it," Xia Fei solemnly rejected. Porter chuckled. "Don't give me that. You're the one who just saved my life. In any case, I've initially planned on giving this to you, and it's definitely not some last-minute decision of mine. Speaking of which, I do have some regrets. What I have here isn't Titan's complete blueprints but just a part of it, specifically its radar system. I wonder whether Trump would scold me for not being satisfied or not if he were still alive." Old Porter chuckled bitterly. Xia Fei thought about this and went over to the mainframe to connect the memory drive. He retrieved the data within and gave it a thorough examination, while Phantom and Old Porter stood behind Xia Fei, both somewhat interested. The images inside the memory drive were extremely complex. Just Titan's radar system contained a 300,000-point data model and design blueprints. Such an amount of data was comparable to that of an entire battleship. The images were all immensely complex and profound. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and silently inspected them. Phantom and Old Porter were both unable to understand these strange blueprints, so they walked away, bored, after a while. Xia Fei relied on the scientific foundation that he had built as his hard work and studying once again played a vital role in comprehending what he was seeing. Xia Fei slowly began to make sense of the designer's intention and became even more astounded and impressed the more he looked. Amazing! What fantastic designs! Xia Fei could not help but gush in praise. Porter curiously made his way to Xia Fei's side. "You're able to understand all this?" Xia Fei nodded, still transfixed as Old Porter heaved a sigh. As an expert in one aspect of mechanics, as well as the decades of professional education he had gotten from the academy, all he could make out was that it was a radar system, yet Xia Fei, a young man from a 0.5 civilization-level planet, was actually able to understand what was being depicted well? Old Porter was extremely surprised. It must be said that the Xia Fei he had first met 2 years ago was merely a barely grown youngster, someone whom he had personally taught to repair machinery, imparting him some simple knowledge toward machine tinkering, but in the 2 years that they had been apart, this same young man was actually able to grasp a design diagram of such complexity, and from the expression Xia Fei was showing, the young man had even grasped more than what he had. This was truly a case of becoming a completely new person after a period of separation. Old Porter immediately knew that giving these blueprints to Xia Fei was no doubt the right decision. "Is there any part of this radar system that can be considered extraordinary?" Old Porter asked. "Oh, yes." Xia Fei nodded deeply. "This is more than just extraordinary. This radar system is simply miraculous. It has a kind of super-frequency sending and receiving device, using ultrasonic waves to completely negate even the most complicated environmental interference. Even a black hole won't be able to block or impede such signals." Old Porter was quite taken aback. "A communication system that can't experience any interference at all." Xia Fei smirked. "This supercommunication capability is just but one of the many functions of this radar system. Do you know what are the most wondrous aspects it possesses?" "What?" "The precision positioning system and composition differentiator," Xia Fei excitedly declared. Chapter 194, Doomsday Weapon. The precision positioning system and composition differentiator, Xia Fei excitedly declared. A precision positioning system was much better than a detector as it could pinpoint the exact coordinates of an enemy spacecraft upon discovery and warp the ship over to begin the assault. The accuracy of positioning would directly correlate with the success or failure of a battle plan. If the coordinates were not accurate enough, the subsequent warp might end up being too far from the enemy, and that would be as good as watching helplessly as the enemy ship easily made its escape. The precision positioning system Titan had allowed for a level of accuracy close to a kilometer. No matter how crafty the opponent could be, there was no way to escape such an advanced radar, and what made it even more amazing was that the range of this radar system extended close to 1 million light-years. This meant that any enemy within a million light-year radius of Titan would be exposed to its probing, with each and every move of the enemy being in its grasp. After all, the best positioning system in the Alliance was only able to probe within the range of 100,000 light-years, with the positioning error being large, often resulting in situations where traces of enemies could be lost in the process. With 10 times the range of detection and an accuracy up to a kilometer, This precision positioning system was simply an electronic marvel. As for the composition differentiator, it was even more magical. With this equipment installed, people would be able to locate their targets among thousands of enemy warships. Being able to differentiate the material was especially important in a large-scale war. As the saying went, capture the thief before capturing the king. Being able to scan and locate the enemy's capital ship before they got ready and subsequently send special units to take down the enemy commander and capital ship in one stroke, that would instantly send the enemies into a state of panic, even potentially changing the tide of a battle as a result. Old Porter could not help but be moved upon hearing Xia Fei's explanation. As someone who had been part of the military, he naturally knew how important these functions were on a ship. Heavens, this is truly a super radar system. A fleet will see a qualitative improvement if it has something like this, Porter said, impressed. However, what I'm interested in is knowing how you manage to understand all these complex diagrams. Did the Heaven Execution Training Camp teach you all this stuff, too? Porter mused, finding it inconceivable. Xia Fei smiled, telling Porter about how he had chosen to be a librarian at the library in the training camp and how he met Qin Meng, whom he learned technological knowledge from. However, Xia Fei omitted the part about those ancient tomes, especially that Introduction to Robot Coding book. It was a very big deal. Even if he trusted Old Porter's character, he was still cautious about revealing such stuff to others. Porter nodded. You're really lucky to have met such a person despite being a mere librarian. Anyone else would definitely be unwilling to do something that others might look down upon. After all, you're in the Heaven Execution Training Camp. Most people don't even have the opportunity to see the inside of that place. Xia Fei kept quiet. Becoming a librarian had been his decision from the start, and this seemingly ridiculous choice ended up becoming the most appropriate. Most would not grasp this opportunity if they were given the chance. Precisely because of Xia Fei's audaciousness in letting go of an obvious road to glory that he was able to get to where he was today, and this was what it meant not to let go of even the slightest opportunity. Indubitably, was searching for Old Porter in Black Abyss not the same? Precisely because of Xia Fei taking the risk, which no average human would willingly bear, that it resulted in Old Porter giving him Titan's radar blueprints. Had Xia Fei not chosen this path that no normal humans would pick, he would have never known anything about Titan his entire life, much less obtain something as priceless as its radar system. Presently, Xia Fei was already conceptualizing just how he could make use of the data in his hands to expand his power. Following the diagrams to reproduce the Doppler radar system was completely unrealistic. After all, the technology level depicted was simply too high, and there was no one in the entire alliance who could implement this design to the fullest, though it would not be a bad idea if Xia Fei just extracted the essence of the design and optimized the radar system already available in the alliance. The incredible energy shield boosters had yet to begin production, and the new super radar was in Xia Fei's hands right now. If he was able to put these two top-grade products out on the market, Quantum Holdings' future would be very bright, indeed. Xia Fei knew very well about the importance of depending on himself even when there were more people he could rely on. Though he did not give Avril the cold shoulder just because of the different societal status they held, there was no denying that the gap between them existed. Xia Fei had never thought of gaining even a cent of benefit from Avril, he only wanted to be with the lady out of the fondness he had for her, plain and simple, but he could still feel this ever-present pressure, as well as the gossip and snide remarks coming from others. Most people would have already backed off when faced with such pressure, but Xia Fei insisted on enduring all this, emboldened by his unwavering confidence. Right now, having both the energy shield booster and the plans for the super radar that he had brewing in mind helped further strengthen what confidence he had toward this end. If even just Titan's radar alone is so advanced, I truly can't imagine just how outstanding that super warship really is. Xia Fei could not help but sigh. Porter nodded. Titan is most definitely the apex warship in this universe, well deserving of the title as the supreme overlord of this realm. There's also other information inside the memory drive aside from those you've seen so far. You'll understand once you have a look at the rest. Oh! Xia Fei gasped, pulling out a few of the spare documents inside the drive. These were what Old Porter had collected from the ancients a long time ago, and they were the ancients' evaluation and understanding of Titan. The information was incomplete. Even the powerful ancient civilization had been unable to completely grasp all the information regarding the Titan-class warship. Xia Fei could only get a sense of how apex the warship was from what was written. The pupils of his eyes shone even brighter as Xia Fei felt his heart surge with strong emotions after reading the sparse information in hand, barely able to contain his glee. Xia Fei forcefully suppressed his feelings as he hoarsely commented, I originally thought that, though Titan is big and powerful, it's still just a warship, but I was sorely mistaken. It's no warship at all. Porter was smiling. Indeed, I had the same thought as you did from the beginning, but when I saw the weapon systems of Titan, I realized that it's not made for war but rather for annihilation. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sat across old Porter, raising his teacup in hand. The tea had already turned cold, but Xia Fei did not care, drinking it at his own pace. The Titan-class warship itself had 6 super laser cannons for weapons, and the range of those particular cannons were recorded in the light years. A single shot could blast out a huge hole in the moon, penetrating it completely. This grade of laser weaponry was well beyond what a warship could defend against. Xia Fei did not have any information regarding supercarriers at hand, but Xia Fei posited that even the best warship in the Pan-Human Alliance would be unable to survive long against such a violent assault. More importantly, Titan could also be fitted with an ultimate equipment called the Doomsday Weapon. This sort of ultimate weapon would indiscriminately target everything within an area of 100,000 kilometers, and the damage it created could reach an astonishing 10 million standard units. What did 10 million standard units mean? It must be made known that a warship could withstand merely 20,000 standard units of damage, which meant that, at the activation of a Doomsday Weapon, every warship would be destroyed within a 100-kilometer area 50 times over, without any hope of escape. Carriers and dreadnoughts could withstand around a million or so standard units of damage, so a single activation of the Doomsday Weapon would similarly destroy these capital ships that the Alliance was so proud of, not to mention the smaller ships. Aside from supercarriers that were able to withstand 2 activations of the Doomsday Weapon, any other warships in the Pan-Human Alliance would hardly be able to resist even a single attack from Titan. Just like the moniker of this weapon, the moment Titan launched an attack, it would essentially be bringing the day of doom to its target. Xia Fei's emotions could hardly remain at peace after reading the description for the Doomsday Weapon. It was simply unbelievable that such a terrifying piece of weaponry existed in this universe. Swallowing the saliva in his mouth, Xia Fei said, I've truly opened my eyes today. I really wonder just who managed to design such a warship capable of destroying everything in its path. If 2 territories that have 2 of these titans clash, I'm afraid mutual destruction will be all but assured. Porter nodded. That's right. Titan exists solely for annihilation, and the only thing that can challenge a Titan is another Titan. Xia Fei recalled the incomplete Titan in the second location. That enemy fleet with its Titan had left a devastating wound, a hole big enough for a warship to pass through on that super warship. 6 super laser cannons and a Doomsday Weapon that could bring about utter destruction. Perhaps even God himself would be helpless against such firepower. We should continue to search this supergravity zone until we find Titan's complete blueprints, said Xia Fei through gritted teeth. Phantom shook his head. That's a fool's errand. Even the powerful ancient civilization had only managed to find just Titan's radar system. There's nothing else worthy of value in this area anymore, while continuing forward to the unknown region will be very risky. Imagine if we forge ahead and enter the territory of other sentient races. Do you think this will be a good thing to the Pan-Human Alliance? Xia Fei was silent. A weak polity has no means to do diplomacy, this saying would often be said anywhere in the universe. After all, no one had any idea what sort of attitude the other sentient races might have toward humans. Vampire dragged its half-beaten hull out of the supergravity zone. This journey had plenty of twists and turns. Xia Fei calculated that his chance of coming out from the supergravity zone was no more than 20%. After all, the present state that his ship was in a very poor state. Black Mamba 130 engine demonstrated its great durability at this most critical juncture, successfully flying out from the supergravity zone despite it only having a third of its propulsion power. It seemed that Xia Fei's insistence on using only the best equipment finally paid off, and that huge expenditure was justified by his guaranteed survival at this point. Were it not for the top-grade engine, Xia Fei and Old Porter would no doubt be stranded in this inky black space forever. Without supergravity interfering, Vampire managed to hold on despite the severe damage it had suffered. Xia Fei piloted it straight toward the Scarlet Volcano military base where Yi was the commander. In this desolate Death Trio star region, only that warlord had the ability to help Xia Fei repair Vampire. As his ship shakily made its descent on a landing apron in the base, Xia Fei disembarked and was surprised to find Yi standing not too far away, waiting for him. The expression on his face was that of extreme anxiety. Xia Fei smiled as he made his way over. Before he could even say a word, Yi very urgently blurted out, "Master's in trouble." Chapter 195, strong aid. Masters in trouble, Yai blurted out. Xia Fei was mildly surprised. Before entering the supergravity zone, Qin Mang did try to contact him, but due to the sudden loss of connection to the interplanetary internet, Xia Fei failed to pick up his call. He did not expect old man Qin Mang to have actually sought him then because something had indeed happened to him. What happened? Xia Fei anxiously asked. Yai glanced around him. Old Porter and the other soldiers nearby tactfully retreated well out of earshots. Yai grabbed Xia Fei's shoulders as he hoarsely informed, "Master may not have enough time." What? Xia Fei was flabbergasted. The old man was still fine when I left. It's merely been a few months since, just what exactly happened? Yai shook his head. The interplanetary internet has been unstable this whole time, and every call I had with the master would get cut off. I'm not too certain about what exactly is happening, either, but from what I could tell from the screen, master isn't looking too good. Xia Fei was quiet for quite some time. He was deeply grateful toward the kindness old man Qin Mang had extended toward him. Besides, they shared a similar temperament and were both the sort who did not care for the rules, doing whatever they wanted. The fact that Qin Mang had been willing to hand the entirety of the introduction to robot coding to Xia Fei was a clear indication of the relationship they shared. Now that the old curator was physically failing, Xia Fei was naturally very worried. Sighing, Yai said, "Master meant to call you to return." "Okay." Xia Fei nodded. "I understand. Once my ship's repaired, I'll head back right away." Yai patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. "It's not convenient for me to leave the fleet here, so you'll have to go in my stead the master's side. If there's anything you need, just ask." The two had a quiet conversation, and of course Yai agreed to everything Xia Fei requested. As long as Vampire could be made shipshape, Xia Fei would instantly begin his trip back to Enduro Star region. Clenching his teeth, Yai led his soldiers back. It was hard to miss the anxiety and worry filling his eyes. If this was not the case, he would not have been impatiently waiting by the port for Xia Fei's arrival given his distinguished status as a commander. Were it not for the many pairs of eyes on him, he certainly would show how bad he felt deep down and would not keep his sadness in like this. Alas, right now, over 10,000 soldiers were watching his each and every move. He had to set an example, so all his emotions had to be shoved deep down. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei lowered his head and walked back. It was easy to say the word return when, in reality, it was anything but. It would take at least over 2 months to reach Enduro Star region from here, and the journey would be arduous. He had no idea if old man Qin Mang could hang on until he got there. "What's the matter?" Old Potter wondered, curious. "Oh, do you still remember that Qin Mang I mentioned before?" Porter nodded. "The one who recruited you as a librarian and helped you in many ways while also teaching you what you know now." "The very same. He's fallen ill and wants me to head back at once. It's as if there's something important he wishes to tell me." Though Porter had never met Qin Mang, he had already learned plenty about the old man through Xia Fei's lips. Porter greatly admired him, so he said with knitted eyebrows, "If that's the case, you ought to head back as soon as you can." "What? You're not planning on coming with me?" Xia Fei could tell from what old Porter had said that the old man wished to stay. Xia Fei was of course unwilling to let old Porter stay here. He was a top-class mechanic when it came to ship maintenance, as well an expert in machinery and everything related. What use could there be for him to stay here in the barren Death Trio Star region? Besides, the region was completely unstable. Take the Scarlet Volcano military base as an example. The soldiers were doing drills every day, and each of them looked as if they were in a hurry. Even a fool could tell that they were getting ready for combat. Before he set off for this place, Thuram told him that the situation here had been worsening by the day. Having seen things with his own eyes now, Xia Fei was even more certain that, in no time, the Death Trio Star region would be plunged into a chaotic war. Old Porter chuckled. "What I came here to do was done. I no longer have any regrets. With my factory in the warship graveyard already dissolved and all my apprentices going off on their own, what use is there for me to go back? Why don't I just live out here until the end of my days? Besides..." Without batting an eyelid, Xia Fei interrupted. "Are you going to mention Sister Wind Cheem?" Porter's face reddened as he nodded without a word. Xia Fei did not really understand the relationship the two shared, but the expression that old Porter had on his face showed how serious he was about it. "Uncle Porter, you do know that the Death Trio Star region is about to descend into war, don't you?" Old Porter softly replied, "Yeah, I've got the feeling. Honestly, it's already in turmoil. Everyone has only been barely tolerating it these days due to the mutual checks and balance among the warlords in the three-star regions, as well as the secret influences the alliance has been seeding. Now that the three-star regions have elected their respective leaders, their unity has never been higher, plus, the alliance's influence has been weakening with each passing day. There's also the fight over those resource-rich planets. With all the conflicts and contradictions tangled up together, I truly doubt if there will be any other resolution beyond an all-out war to eliminate the deep hatred these various factions have in them." Xia Fei and Old Porter circled around the port, enabling the old man to see the soldiers in this military base nervously preparing for the upcoming war with his two eyes. There was no way that he could not see or even smell the incoming battle. If a real war does break out, the Death Trio Star region will face an even more serious crisis than before. Supplies, even the safety of the people will be at risk. Sister Wind Cheem is a good woman, I doubt you want her to bear with all this. Xia Fei very deftly avoided Old Porter's wishes and mentioned Wind Cheem. A stubborn man would not be willing to let his woman suffer. Some would claim that men were born to protect the flowers in their hearts, this was not a saying without reason. Old Porter's eyes flickered with hesitation. It was evident that Xia Fei's words had burrowed their way straight into his heart. "Boateng didn't break down there and then when you left, and I didn't tell him that I was off to Black Abyss to find you. There's no way he wouldn't resent me if he happened to find out about this someday." Porter laughed. "Out of the 4 apprentices I used to have in the warship graveyard, Boateng has always been the most loyal and also the most bull-headed. How is he doing now? I managed to convince him to work for me in my company on Earth to take charge of the matters involving a transport fleet I've been raising. Though Earth isn't exactly technologically advanced, it has a decent environment and is fairly peaceful due to the lack of contact with the outside world. Boateng has now settled down on Earth, and his wife is very happy as well. It's just that Brother Boateng is still too much of a blunt person, while his skills have nothing to fault with, his management style leaves much to be desired. He buries his head in his work all day, neither reprimanding nor caring if his subordinates skive or fool around, so he ends up doing several people's work all by himself." Xia Fei did not hesitate to tell Old Porter what he wanted to relay in view of Boateng's situation. First was about Earth's good environment and second was how closed off the planet was, meaning that there would be no one causing trouble, making it suitable for days of seclusion. These were all conditions that satisfied Old Porter's standards, all he wanted to do now was peacefully retire. Rather than staying in the Death Trio Star region, which was fraught with danger, Xia Fei dangled the prospect of joining him on Earth. Actually, Boateng's situation at work was not as terrible as Xia Fei described it. He had since gotten used to his role and had become fairly good at it. The reason Xia Fei had chosen to keep this from Old Porter was to let the old man fully appreciate the worth of his existence if he came to Earth. Old Porter was not just the average Joe. Anyone who had witnessed great changes and upheaval in life would never be truly able to just peacefully settle down even if they were getting on in years. They would often be at a loss on what to do once they lost sight of their goal. Xia Fei wanted to tell Old Porter, "Go to Earth. It's very peaceful there, and there won't be anyone bothering you on that planet. Plus, you'll still be able to realize your value." At the end of the day, Xia Fei had pretty much saved Porter's life, so if he really begged the old man to come help his company, given the old man's personality, Porter would have no reason to decline, but Xia Fei did not wish to force him in such a manner by leveraging that favor. After all, he had also benefited greatly from this jaunt to Black Abyss, so it was not really a question of who owed whom. This was why he had used such a brilliant method to break down his own wishes, grinding it up before he smeared it all over Porter's heart, figuratively speaking. Not only did he wish to gain the support of this expert, he wanted Porter to agree to this willingly, without a shred of reluctance when making this decision. Phantom was speechless upon hearing this exchange. It was as if Xia Fei was a pro born to talk to people, his words were simple but could make their way into people's hearts. It was completely incongruent with his 19-year-old self. Porter very happily burst into laughter. "Not everyone can be as clever as you. Boateng, that chap, is very blunt and loyal but lacks finesse. He's most suited for technical work, so getting him to do something like manage a transport fleet will of course just be hard on him." Xia Fei was secretly reveling in glee. With Old Porter put at ease, it seemed that his words had taken effect. The old man probably felt that Xia Fei needed someone who had impeccable technical skills and able to manage an increasingly large fleet. This role was of course something he would be most suitable for. "Oh, right, Old man Qin Mang said that he's very interested in meeting you personally. I've received plenty of help from him during this trip to Black Abyss. That Vexor-class battlecruiser was something he got for me by asking a friend of his for help. Also, Boateng has gotten a son recently. Wanna guess what name he gave him? Xia Fei asked, smiling. What? Porter was curious. Boateng had been without a child this entire time. Now that his apprentice had a child of his own, he was naturally happy for him as his master. Porter, Xia Fei replied. Pfft! Porter nearly burst into laughter. How unbecoming! The chap actually has me as his son in such a short time. I'll need to teach him a proper lesson when I next see him. Porter sounded quite scary when he barked out like that, but he was actually secretly elated over this. Naming his son after him was a clear indication of just how much respect Boateng had for him. Old Porter obviously understood this fact. Looking up at the horizon, Old Porter was quiet for a good long while before he heaved a deep sigh. Fine. I understand what you're trying to get at. You've really thought about this for me from every aspect. In any case, I know that you're unwilling to let me stay in this lawless land but just find it awkward to tell this to me directly, afraid that doing so will make me feel as if I've lost face, so you're doing your best to convince me in a roundabout way. Old Porter sighed heavily. It would be a lie to say that Xia Fei was being completely selfless. Xia Fei had poured plenty of his money and effort in Quantum Holdings, and he would never be able to forgive himself if he did not try and recruit someone like Old Porter to properly tap into his potential. After all, meeting someone of Old Porter's caliber was rare. If Xia Fei were to have the old man in his company, the latter would most definitely enable them to do more with less. Humans were very strange sometimes. Old Porter was feeling that everything was satisfactory no matter what he did, thinking that Xia Fei was doing everything for his sake while conveniently ignoring the fact that Xia Fei actually had his secret plans that he was considering as well. Your relationship with Yai isn't too bad, is it? Old Porter asked. He's old man Qin Mang's disciple, so we have a fairly decent relationship, Xia Fei said. Great. Ask him for a ship. I'm going to fetch Wind Chim over. No problem, Xia Fei excitedly said. Chapter 196, No Way to Communicate. Phantom rushed to poke fun at Xia Fei. Congratulations! For what? You finally managed to drag Old Porter on board as well, isn't that worth celebrating? Xia Fei smiled. Although dragging the old mechanic on board was not the best way to describe things, it was certain that Porter would be of great help to Xia Fei. Ever since Xia Fei decided to establish Quantum Holdings, Old Porter was probably the person in the highest weight class among its talented recruits. Previously, Xia Fei managed to get the likes of Boateng and Sarah into his company, but their usefulness could not hold a candle to Old Porter. Xia Fei knew well that Old Porter had amazing knowledge of machines and maintenance even compared to the rest of the alliance. It was almost unthinkable to recruit such an incredible master of machines into his small company. As long as Uncle Porter gave the word, countless top companies in the alliance would beg him to join them with crates of cash, and this was something he absolutely had the power to do. The more he spent adventuring, the more Xia Fei realized the importance of strength. Strength did not just refer to the cultivation of physical abilities, the life in space was full of unexpected and complicated things, and connections, as well as financial power, were also just as important. At the beginning, Xia Fei had to overcome many different obstacles to get the Black Mamba 130 engine. Without that top-tier engine, Xia Fei and Porter might have been lost among the stars. Evidently, that engine played quite a big role. Without proper strength and connections, it would be near impossible to get the proper top-of-the-shelf items, be it a warp engine, medicines used for cultivation, or equipment. Since he had chosen to go on the path of strength, there was no reason for Xia Fei not to go all out to increase his strength, so it was important for Quantum Holdings to join the stage of the Pan-Human Alliance as soon as it could. Old Porter went to planet DLC-113 to look for Wind Chim, whereas Xia Fei stayed in the Scarlet Volcano military base to fix Vampire. This time, the fat supervisor of the logistics department, Piker, did not try to give Xia Fei a hard time. Commander Yai had given him a strict order, give Xia Fei anything he needs immediately. If we don't have it, take it off another ship or borrow it from someone else. I don't care how you do it, but fix his ship as soon as possible. As a result, Piker was now deathly afraid of Xia Fei making a ridiculous request. There was no questioning the commander's authority. If he could not complete the task, not only might he lose his position in logistics, he might even be thrown into some dark, cold corner. Ever since Xia Fei entered the logistics department, the greedy fat man had been treating him like his own father, perhaps even a bit too friendly, such that it made Xia Fei feel uncomfortable. The Scarlet Volcano military base was not wealthy by any means, hence, Xia Fei tried his best to take as few parts as possible, and most of what he did take were necessary, such as additional energy, propulsion, weapons. As for the other non-essential ones, Xia Fei decided to make do with what he had for now, only dealing with them once he returned to the alliance. The fat man Piker happily sent Xia Fei away and immediately had people work on Vampire. Piker stayed up awake for over the next 3 days, remaining in his post and watching as others worked on the ship. In theory, there was nothing wrong with Piker watching over somebody else do work, but this fat man always liked giving unsolicited advice despite not knowing anything about maintenance. The engineers from the logistics department resented this and would grit their teeth each time. Obviously, the fat Piker did not care about any of that as Yai gave him a strict order. He had to guarantee the progress and quality of the work even if he got on the bad side of everyone in the military. As a smart guy, Piker obviously knew the relative importance of his subordinates or the commander. As per usual, Xia Fei worked with everyone else, doing the repairs, eating the same food, performing the same tasks, perhaps even working harder than the others. Thanks to Xia Fei's big rewards and leading demonstration, the repairs of Vampire were done fast, finishing in just 3 days' time. Vampire was a top-tier combat frigate that had higher requirements than normal warships. Its parts were also more complicated, making the repairs and maintenance more difficult, hence, completing it in 3 days' time was shocking to say the least. On the evening of the 4th day, Old Porter returned to the military base without Wind Chime by his side. Something seemed to have happened on planet DLC-113. Xia Fei did not know why Wind Chime was unwilling to move to Earth with Uncle Porter, but it was not difficult to tell from Porter's bitter face that the lady had broken his heart. Relationships did not get easier as people grew older, and nuances of women's thoughts remained ever difficult to understand. Xia Fei had seen Wind Chime, and she appeared to be an independent and capable woman. Women like her could not be understood using the thought process of the average girl. Uncle Porter was unwilling to talk about his romance, pretending that nothing had happened, nor did Xia Fei have a reason to pry any deeper. Vampire slowly lifted into the air. On board with him were Uncle Porter and Harris, who had lost precious research data regarding the Enduro Star region. A journey of over a month was not considered short. The day Vampire returned to the core of the Alliance territory was when the connection to the interplanetary internet was restored. Xia Fei immediately called Qin Meng. The old man did not have a microcomputer on his wrist like Xia Fei did. He usually communicated with the world outside using the large AI computer in the library, so it was the only method Xia Fei knew to contact the old man. The call was never answered. Evidently, old man Qin Meng was not at the library. With some calculations, Xia Fei figured that it was noon on planet Hack. He then hailed Battalion Combat Ye Jingshan for a video call. Battalion Commander Ye, said Xia Fei respectfully. I'd like to speak to old man Qin Meng, but I wasn't able to reach him. Do you know how he's doing? Ye Jingshan was standing in a long hallway. By the looks of it, he was not inside the training camp but in a hospital. Instead, the walls were plain white with projected screens that advised the rehabilitation of patients. He's not doing too well. Mas Qin Meng caught a weird disease when he was younger, causing his temperature to fluctuate. He recovered from it before, but it re-emerged a month or so prior. It seems that it's much worse this time, and the doctor said that he may not have long to live, told Ye Jingshan in a deep voice. He was quite sad from the sound of his voice. Xia Fei did not know what relationship Ye Jingshan and Qin Meng had, and this was why he found it a bit weird. Is the old man there? I'd like to speak to him, said Xia Fei. He has just been sedated and is now asleep. Oh, I'll call him in a bit. Ye Jingshan shook his head. He hopes that you can return sooner rather than later to see him. He's surviving solely on that hope, so if you can, just prioritize returning immediately and avoid all communications with him. Xia Fei nodded. It was not uncommon for someone to survive on sheer will moments before their death, but once they exhausted that, who knew what could happen? Ye Jingshan's request of not revealing himself did make a bit of sense. All right, I understand. I'll be back as soon as I can, said Xia Fei with knitted eyebrows. Turning off the projected screen, Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he entered into deep thoughts. Old Porter, who was next to him, asked, Xia Fei, your relationship is quite something with that old man. The person he wants to see before his death is you? Doesn't he have children? Normally, People wanted to see those whom they were closest to moments before their death. Although Xia Fei had a good relationship with Qin Meng, it was not one of a close kin. It was not completely out of line for old Porter to think that this was a bit weird. As far as I know, the old man doesn't have any relatives, replied Xia Fei. Is that so? Porter thought in silence for a bit. You should head back as soon as you can. He must have something to tell you seeing how tightly he's been holding on till now. Xia Fei nodded. The elderly mechanic patted him on the shoulder before leaving the command deck of the ship. Old Porter was not much younger than Qin Meng. The latter was going through something that he might go through not long after. Life and death were natural laws of mankind. Unless it was a master of the world who had managed to cultivate to the point of immortality, nobody could escape the shadows of death. Moreover, as Porter had a broken heart from losing Windchime, he went back to his room to sulk. Something isn't quite right with Ye Jingshan, muttered Xia Fei as he looked up at the ceiling. Phantom quietly emerged from the moorstone on Xia Fei's neck and stood next to him. It does seem that way. I feel that he's hiding something from you. Xia Fei smiled. You noticed it, too. That doesn't happen often. Phantom gave Xia Fei a hard look. As a famous killer, his analysis and judgment often lagged behind the 19-year-old Xia Fei. This had left the assassin with plenty of pent-up anger over Xia Fei. Xia Fei said after a sigh, when Ye Jingshan spoke about the old man, he had tears in his eyes. Obviously, he cares a lot about Qin Meng's death. Tears are the hardest part to act out, unless he's an incredible actor, so there's no way that it's faked. But when I told him that I want to speak with the old man, his pupils dilated by 0.3 times. This meant that he had lost his focus but covered soon enough, blinking then moving his gaze to the ground. If I hadn't been paying more attention because of my worry for the old man's condition, I might have been sold by his act. Unfortunately for Ye Jingshan, his next words thoroughly exposed him. His voice was slightly trembling. That only happens in two scenarios, either the person is too emotional or they are lying, yet both were in Ye Jingshan's voice, so that's a bit unexpected, Xia Fei casually explained. Phantom was stunned. Could it be that he doesn't want you to see Qin Meng? Xia Fei nodded with a fierce look in his eyes. Yes. But it doesn't make sense. Why would Ye Jingshan not want you to see Qin Meng moments before the latter's death? Questioned Phantom. Xia Fei did not say anything as he was clueless about it, either. How about we call the hospital to get Qin Meng around Ye Jingshan, suggested Phantom. That won't work. Ye Jingshan is the battalion commander of the Heaven Execution Training Camp. He has more than one way to prevent me from speaking to the old man. Gnashing his teeth, Xia Fei said in a deep voice, guess we'll just have to meet him in person. Chapter 197, T2 Warship. After typing in some numbers, an elderly man from the Adjudicator Union appeared on the projected screen. This person was the head of the Weapons and Equipment Department in the Adjudicator's precinct and old man Qin Meng's good friend, Thuram. Uncle Thuram, greeted Xia Fei with a smile, but for some reason, Thuram had a stern and serious face. Where are you? Asked Thuram in a deep voice. I've re-entered the Alliance territory just a few minutes ago. Have you spoken to Qin Meng? Yes, Xia Fei nodded, but I didn't manage to speak to him directly. I heard that he's not doing too well. Do you know what's wrong with him? Thuram sighed as he scratched his hairless chin, saying with his eyebrows knitted, he has residue toxins from a six-winged Skylord, and he had a sudden onset a month ago. He's currently undergoing cell purification treatment, and it doesn't look too good. Xia Fei was shocked. He had read about the six-winged Skylord in the Beat Spirit Codex. Apparently, it was a large and ferocious beast resembling a dragonfly with a stinger on its tail like a scorpion. The venom of the six-winged Skylord was quite special. In the long history of mankind, attempts to make venoms and create anti-venoms had never stopped, and all toxicologists agreed that the six-winged Skylord's toxin was the weirdest across the universe. Anything affected by its venom could die in the next second or, perhaps, 10 or 100 years later. Nobody could explain the reason for it, but basically there was no predicting the venom of the six-winged Skylord. They were just like demons hiding inside their victims' bodies, watching them ever so closely as they looked for a chance to unleash themselves. Death had always been terrifying. The worst thing about the six-winged Skylord's venom was that, once affected, one had no idea when they would die. They would always be haunted by the incredible possibility, and many who were mentally weaker and could not endure the mental torment would choose to commit suicide. After going through Qin Meng's situation, Thuram then started tapping on his projected screen for who knew what. Xia Fei then said after a few moments of thought, for some reason, the battalion commander of the training camp, Ye Jingshan, seems not to want me to see him. Thuram sneered. It's not just Ye Jingshan who doesn't want you to see him. It's a good thing, you sought to contact me as soon as you could, or else. Xia Fei was shocked. He felt a strong fire growing inside his chest. It was not hard to tell from Thuram's words that there were many who did not want him to see Qin Mang for one last time, and who knew what they would do to prevent it. Who are they? Asked Xia Fei as he tried to suppress his anger. Thuram finally stopped interacting with the projected screen, then he said after breathing out a sigh of relief, "All right, I've sent someone to pick you up. You should be relatively near Banan, considering that you came back from the Death Trio Star region, shouldn't you?" Xia Fei took a glance at the map. "It's not far, just 17 warps. All right. There are strategic weapons stored there belonging to the department. Get there as soon as you can, someone will be waiting for you there." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. "Won't I just be wasting my time? I'd rather return to Enduro Star region directly." Thuram let out a hearty laugh and said in an unquestionable tone, "Kid, it's great that you're in a hurry to see Qin Mang, but I can guarantee that if you don't do as I say, there's no chance you'll be able to return to Enduro Star region." Xia Fei gritted his teeth. "Understood. I'll go right to Banan right away." Xia Fei stayed silent after he hung up. He was unprepared for any of this because of how sudden it was. "What should we do?" asked Phantom. Xia Fei said in a deep voice, "I was sent to Thuram directly by Qin Mang. From our interaction, there's nothing suspicious with the guy. At this stage, all I can do is trust him." Qin Mang's real identity was a mystery. Being able to have a disciple like Yai and a friend like Thuram, his social circle must be quite broad. Xia Fei and Qin Mang were quite tightly knit, so it was not too out of the ordinary for the elderly curator to want to see him one last time before his death. He had been plenty of help to Xia Fei, after all, so he should pay him a visit no matter what. However, this was just him meeting an old man and seeing the latter off, so why would Ye Jingshan try everything in his power to stop him, and why would Thuram mysteriously warn him? What was going on? Qin Mang was actually stung by a six-winged skylord, muttered Phantom with his head hanging. Xia Fei was stunned, then he asked, "Right, you're an expert in medicine. Is there anything that can help counter this toxin?" Phantom shook his head. "It's a strange toxin, there's not much I can do." Xia Fei sighed. "Will cell purification treatment rid his body of all the toxins?" "No," replied Phantom in a deep voice. "Although it can remove most of the toxins, that particular toxin seeps into the marrow from the moment it enters the body. A complete purge would be impossible unless you recreate every single part of the body, which itself is an impossible task. Before the purification can be completed, Qin Mang will be tortured to death." "Right, cell cleansing is incredibly painful. Qin Mang must endure incredible pain first," said Xia Fei. Phantom stayed silent for a few moments. "I'd like to think about this a bit more. Don't call for me if there isn't anything urgent." Phantom then returned to his Moor stone. Xia Fei redirected the ship's navigation system to Banan as he gave Avril a call. "I'm back," Xia Fei said with a smile. Avril bit her lower lip worriedly. "I've been so worried, I haven't heard from you for over a month." "I'm fine. The connection to the interplanetary internet was unstable in the Death Trio Star region, so I couldn't talk to you." "Look, I'm fine, aren't I?" Avril shook her head. "No, you look like you've lost some weight." Xia Fei smiled. He had been keeping his body in good shape, it was just her imagination. The two of them chatted for a bit. Avril then said with her eyes blinking, "You have to travel through the capital ring if you are going back to Enduro Star region, will you come see me?" Xia Fei did not know how to respond to Avril's wish. Qin Mang was waiting for him at death's door. Xia Fei was already quite unhappy that Thuram had him go to Banan, so there was no way Xia Fei had time to see Avril. Noticing Xia Fei's hesitation, Avril quickly waved dismissively before forcing out a big smile on her face. "I'm joking. How can you afford to be distracted when you have more important things to tend to? Men should focus on their career." Xia Fei knew that Avril only said this so he would not feel bad. "Wait for me, I'll be there as soon as I can," said Xia Fei. "All right, I trust you." After hanging up, Xia Fei felt that Avril had grown more mature and more considerate, her womanly allure had also grown stronger than ever before. Xia Fei then greeted Andre, who was on Earth, and learned about Quantum Holdings' current status. By the time he got through that, Vampire had just arrived at Banan. Banan was one of the most important metropolitan planets at the border of the Alliance-occupied area. It was a prosperous and well-guarded place, with over 1 million Navy people alone stationed there. With the customs clearance document from the Weapons and Equipment Department, Xia Fei successfully stopped at the planet. The moment he landed, a hover car from the Weapons and Equipment Department ferried Xia Fei and the others to a villa in the suburbs. All of this seemed to have been arranged by Thuram. Although it was quite a nice villa, Xia Fei had no desire to stay there. Setting off a day early increased the chances of him seeing Qin Meng. The toxin of the six-winged Skylord had triggered long ago, and it was not stopping in its tracks just for Xia Fei. Time slowly ticked by amid his concerns. In the afternoon of the next day, the people Thuram sent to pick up Xia Fei finally arrived. "Hey, the third Ling brother, you're here." Xia Fei greeted him with a smile. He had no idea that Thuram had sent the third brother Ling Feng here. "Thuram had me posted nearby for a task. Once I heard that you're present, I got here as soon as I could," said Ling Feng. "Without further ado, let's set out." "Let's speak on the way," Xia Fei said anxiously. All he wanted was to get back to Enduro Star region as soon as he could, unwilling to even delay it by a second. The hovercar set off at high speeds on the outskirts, heading toward a hilly area. "Aren't we going to the spaceport?" Xia Fei questioned. Ling Feng pointed in front of him. "There's a spare Union-owned spaceport among these hills, my ship is parked there." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. "Third Ling brother, how about we take Vampire? Vampire can warp up to 60,000 light-years, 120% faster than normal warships." Vampire's maximum warp distance was actually 62.5 thousand light-years, but because it sustained heavy damage in the Death Trio star region, it was unable to reach its peak performance. Even so, Vampire was still faster than normal warships, and to Xia Fei, who was busting his head to get back, speed was key. Ling Feng revealed a mysterious smile. "Brother Xia Fei, if you want to return to the Enduro Star region in the shortest time possible, my ship is the only choice." "Why?" Xia Fei could not understand it. "Vampire has a top-tier Black Mamba 130 engine." Ling Feng merely smiled in reply, and all Xia Fei could do was patiently wait. The car traveled quickly, reaching a valley after navigating the twists and turns of the mountain roads, arriving at a small, secluded spaceport in a valley. From afar, Xia Fei noticed a ship that stood out. Although it did not look different compared to other ships, he noticed an indescribable aura. The hovercar stopped right in front of the said ship. After hopping out of the car, Xia Fei inspected the ship closely with his arms crossed. It almost looked as if it was intentionally made to look like a normal warship, though its edge was still faintly visible. Ling Feng walked in front of Xia Fei and patted him on the shoulder, saying softly, "This is a Gaian Ares class interceptor." Interceptor? Xia Fei was stunned. This reminded him of when he was followed by a weird ship when he returned from the Wild Star region. He could not shake off that ship no matter what he did. Not only was its warping distance no worse than Vampire's, its cruising speed easily reached an incredible speed of 10,000 m/s. It's a T2 warship, with a warping distance of over 90,000 light-years. "You believe me now, right?" Ling Feng said with a smile. Chapter 198, Secretly Being Plotted Against. T2. Xia Fei was incredibly curious. He only knew that warships were split by grades. For example, Xia Fei's Vampire was grade 5, one of the highest among frigates, but he had no idea what T2 meant. Ling Feng explained, laughing, "To put it simply, it's a second-generation warship. It's a completely different line of warships from the normal ones, greatly exceeding the first generation in all aspects of performance." Xia Fei was utterly shocked. The Alliance had already made second-generation ships without him knowing. However, due to the limitations in production technology, these second-generation warships were not entirely common, and most would not even know of their existence. The two men boarded the Gaia Ares-class interceptor. The ship's interior was not any different from other frigates, the crew cabins and the command deck were not anything out of the ordinary. After assigning everyone their rooms, Ling Feng led Xia Fei to the command deck. A captain with a thick beard was busy at work there. "Let's head off, we're going to the capital ring," commanded Ling Feng. Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows. "Aren't we going directly to Enduro Star region? Mr. Thuram wants to go there with you, so we're going back to pick him up first." Xia Fei nodded. Originally, it would take over a month to reach Hexstar from where he was, but with the help of this interceptor, they could arrive in 20 days. Although he had wasted 3 days in the border area, it was still 8 days faster compared to if Xia Fei traveled alone. Turned out Thuram had thought of everything. Ling Feng took Xia Fei around the ship to check it out. Finally, the two of them arrived at the break room, closing the door after them. Xia Fei bro, what do you think of this Ares-class interceptor? Xia Fei nodded. It's not bad, especially the improvements to the electronics system and propulsion system, they're simply incredible. Who knows what the speed limit is on this? As the name suggests, the interceptor plays the role of catching up to an enemy and stopping them in their path. In order to catch up to the enemy and capture them in one fell swoop, one must first have higher speed and more precise positioning. This is the ultimate goal that the interceptors are designed for. If this uses the Black Mamba 130 engine on Vampire, the highest speed the ship can reach is probably over 30,000 m/s. Xia Fei could not believe it. That fast? Ling Feng laughed. That's not even the limit of it. Apparently, there are a few ships of the same model that got retrofitted to the extreme, exceeding 50,000 m/s, but because this ship has been delivered recently, I haven't undergone retrofitting yet. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and thought for a few moments. The engine system of this ship is the same as normal frigates. Yes, the same. It's able to achieve such speeds because this ship's warp calculation module has way more finesse than normal frigates. As for the increase in cruising speed, it's because the ship is lightweight. This Ares-class interceptor is just a tenth of the weight of a normal frigate, explained Ling Feng. It was not easy to open a temporary wormhole in space. It required calculating the weakest node in the surrounding space, then using the wormhole generation module in the warp engine to rip space apart, creating a path that led far. Environmental variables, gravitational variables, and the status of the links between nodes all required to be calculated using supercomputers before undergoing precise energy distributions. The amount of data involved was incredible. The warp engine generated a fixed amount of energy. With an improvement to the warp calculation module, T2 warships could use the same energy module to create an even longer temporary wormhole, and the cruising speed was increased because the interceptor rid itself of its old cumbersome body, utilizing its lightweightness and accelerators while sacrificing its defense and firepower for the greatest improvement in speed. After wrapping his head around all this, Xia Fei said, I understand now, this T2 warship isn't really built for intercepting opponents but for searching and discovering, instead, because its fragile armor and pitiful firepower aren't threats to enemy ships at all. Brother, you sure are thorough in your thought process. The interceptor is mainly used for chasing in combination with a fleet. If the enemies aren't strong, it may be able to intercept them, but if it runs into something like your Vampire, there's no way I'm letting this ship get anywhere close. Vampire's firepower and energy stealing systems are incredible, after all. Without energy, the Ares class won't be able to utilize its speed no matter how quick it is. Xia Fei replied with a smile, currently, the mainstream of warship development is multi-ship combat. Every warship has its pros and cons, and an excellent warship won't be afraid of having shortcomings, rather, it's having no specialties and being mediocre. Take this Ares class, you can't disregard it just because it has terrible armor and firepower. When the enemies are fleeing, there's a need to advance quickly, the ship's advantages will show then. Xia Fei could not help but recall the mysterious Titan while they were on this topic about warships. There was no perfect warship in the world, but the Titan-class warship was the only exception. After all, Titan had broken any concepts of what a warship should be, becoming the ender of ships in the universe. What are you thinking about? Ling Fei stood up and grabbed 2 bottles of energy drink from the fridge, passing one to Xia Fei. I think that if one wanders through the universe, it isn't enough just having one ship. They should have multiple ships with unique features each to cater to their different tactical needs, replied Xia Fei. That's right, said Ling Feng. Better yet, a group of teammates whom you can trust to form a complex and full-featured fleet, each performing their duty to maximize the combat effectiveness. Xia Fei smiled. Third Ling brother, where can I buy such an interceptor? Ling Feng patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Brother, I'm not trying to offend you, but there's nowhere you can buy T2 warships. The 4 manufacturing companies have just recently finished developing these warships, and since the Adjudicator Union is one of their biggest clients, they sent over a few for us to test. A few bigger companies also received a handful for testing, but nobody knows how many of these are out. Xia Fei nodded with a hint of disappointment. There was a huge amount of data collection and testing from the development of a warship to its production phase. It might be over 10 years before the large-scale production of the T2 warship came about. You could try speaking to Mr. Thuram. He's the head of the weapons and equipment department, so there's some hope there, said Ling Feng after noticing Xia Fei's disappointment. But you should prepare yourself. I heard that the interceptor might very well cost over 2 billion star coins. Pfft! Xia Fei almost spat some of the energy drink he was drinking. With 2 billion star coins, one can already buy a brand new cruiser. That's incredibly expensive. The Gaia Vexor class battlecruiser that Thuram sold to Xia Fei had cost him 500 million star coins, yet this tiny interceptor cost over 2 billion. There was no way Xia Fei could produce that sum. It can't be helped. New ships at the start of their production are usually quite expensive. With mass production and the process optimization, its price will come down along. Xia Fei shook his head as he put away the idea of buying a T2 warship for now. Currently, he had just over 1.4 billion in his bank account, and Xia Fei planned to invest that money to Quantum Holdings. As soon as the energy shield booster entered production, the profits would come with it. The initial stage of any company was its hardest time, and all he could do was to wait for this period to pass. On the outskirts of the capital ring, in a secluded asteroid belt. It only took 9 days to reach the capital ring from the boundary area of the Alliance, shorter than the initial plan of by a whole week. This went to show how fast the interceptor was. There was a Caldari Caracal-class battlecruiser quietly suspended in the sky. Both ships opened their docking cabins at the same time as Xia Fei and Ling Feng stood at the passageway and waited for Thuram's arrival. Before one could see him, Thuram's casual laughter could be heard from afar. "Uncle Thuram, seems that you're as good as always." Xia Fei quickly walked forward to greet him. Same old, same old. I'm almost bored to death, staying in the office with nothing to do all day." Ling Xiao and Ling Yun were also there. The Ling brothers, who had played a big part in the battle to destroy the Plumagers, were now entrusted with important tasks. Sometimes, they might even accompany their superior when he went out. In short, their identity was not what they used to be. As he greeted the Ling brothers, old Porter left his room. Thuram's eyes flickered as he saw Porter. The two of them gave each other a nod like friends who had not seen each other for a long time, yet they did not say a word. Xia Fei felt that it was weird. Could it be that Thuram and Porter knew each other? Head toward the Enduro Star region immediately. Who knows if that old man Qin Mang is still alive, ordered Thuram with his hand upside down. Yes, Ling Feng passed his order to the command deck immediately. Add latest chapters at Frihognovlo only. Xia Fei, follow me, said Thuram mysteriously. After inviting Xia Fei back to his room, Thuram took off his Adjudicator Union uniform and wore just a singlet and a pair of shorts. He then rested in bed and told Xia Fei, "It's not our first time meeting, no need to be so formal and just grab a seat somewhere." Xia Fei nodded. He pulled a chair and sat next to Thuram's bed before lighting a cigarette. "You probably don't understand why people are targeting you for no reason," Thuram said in a deep voice. "I actually don't know, either. Qin Mang hasn't known you for that long, so why is he leaving things to you?" Xia Fei was shocked. "Are you saying that the old man plans to leave some stuff to me? That's why people are secretly plotting against me." Chapter 199, Mata. Qin Mang and Xia Fei had a fairly good relationship, and since the former did not have long to like due to the poison in his body rearing its head once again, it was quite normal for him to leave a few items to the latter. Despite the two of them not being a formal master and disciple, they had, at the very least, spent quite some time together and had similar personality traits. Xia Fei guessed that Qin Mang probably had something in his possession that was being eyed by many different forces. Once the word that Xia Fei was inheriting it, those people regarded him as a thorn in their flesh, all sought to be rid of him sooner rather than later. Xia Fei said with a smile, "The old man is just being nice, but I'm afraid even he hasn't considered the repercussion of leaving his stuff to me." Thuram lay in bed without a care for his image. This incredible person hailing from the Adjudicator's headquarters did not care about the tiny details in his day-to-day life and was pretty laid back. Qin Mang has always been an oddball, always doing whatever he wanted. He liked collecting martial arts monographs when he was younger, eventually collecting things related to the ancient civilization. Thus, it's no surprise that people are irked with his plan to bequeath his collection to you. Those things are invaluable, after all. Nobody dared to covet it when he's alive and kicking, but now that he's on death's door, everyone who's been eyeing his possession may all just be ready to tear up a storm. Xia Fei recalled that there were countless precious sources of information in the library. Having read plenty in the 2 years he spent with Qin Meng, he naturally knew their importance. If the elderly curator really did pass away, people would be flocking straight toward his belonging the moment he flatlined, and an outsider like Xia Fei would be involved involuntarily. "Here's a piece of advice," began Thuram. "It's best that you don't take a single thing that Qin Meng leaves you, or else you'll be in deep trouble." Xia Fei smiled. "Of course I know that. I just want to see the old man one last time. As for his possessions, I have no interest in any of those." Thuram squinted. "Don't worry. I'm not just going to Enduro Star region to see the old guy away, I'm also escorting you there to protect you and get you out just in case. Nobody can harm you under my watch, but if you take things that you aren't supposed to take, they may get desperate." Xia Fei nodded. "Understood. Also, why is Porter with you?" asked Thuram. Xia Fei was shocked. "You know Uncle Porter?" Thuram replied with a smile, "Don't you know him?" Xia Fei was left helplessly speechless. Qin Meng and Thuram both acted weird when Porter was mentioned. Xia Fei knew that old Porter was hiding something, but he did not know what he was hiding. Back in the days, Porter was known as the famous Machine God, a 3-time Gold Finger Cup champion in the Alliance. Although he has one less eye than he did before, he might fool others, but he's not fooling me. "Porter is a 3-time Golden Finger Cup champion?" questioned Xia Fei. The Golden Finger Cup was the most prestigious machinist competition in the Alliance. It was already considered quite difficult to bag a crown among countless machinists in the Alliance, yet old Porter managed to win it thrice in a row, an honor that was simply unmatched. "How do you know him?" asked Thuram. Xia Fei quickly went over the process with Thuram, not failing to mention that he had invited him to his company. Thuram could not help but let out a hearty laugh, afterward. "Oh Xia Fei, how should I put this? After Porter won the Golden Finger Cup thrice, the president from the adjudicator headquarters had personally tried inviting him to join the union as well, but he unexpectedly rejected the offer. Eventually, I heard that Porter was from a notable family in the Alliance and left for some reason. That's why he didn't care a bit about money or honor, he didn't even bat an eye at the Alliance. For the once machine god to actually be willing to work at your crappy company, that's truly the most incredible anecdote I've heard." Xia Fei was left speechless. He knew old Porter was not a nobody, but he did not know he had such an incredible background. The old man mentioned Uncle Porter, too. Could it be that he's known about this all along? Xia Fei asked curiously. Thuram rubbed his temples. "Do you know how I got to learn about Porter?" "No idea. Back then, Qin Meng started off learning martial arts, but then he got addicted to machines and technology. He would watch the Golden Finger Cup live every time. It was fine if he went alone, but he dragged me along with it every time, so he must know Porter's identity. He probably didn't tell you so that you could discover it yourself," said Thuram. 10 days later, on planet Hek, in the Enduro Star region's Heaven Execution Training Camp. The Central Hospital was the biggest and best hospital on Hek. A black hovercar appeared under the protection of several other hovercars with the Adjudicator Union's logo. This hovercar directly headed toward the VIP wards located at the back of the aforementioned hospital. The VIP wards were specially used to house important people. They were all individual villas with exquisite beam carvings, different flora in the yards, and even personal swimming pools. The black hovercar stopped in front of the lavish Ward 1. Xia Fei and Thuram got out from either side of the car, where the few who were there enthusiastically opened the doors for them. Yejing Shan, as well as an old man with balding white hair, greeted Thuram, but upon seeing Xia Fei, the battalion commander appeared to be slightly shocked, a strange expression flashing across his eyes. "Is the old coot inside?" Thuram crudely asked. "Master is waiting, he ordered me and my senior to greet you," answered Yejing Shan. He had somehow managed to eke out a smile on his usually cold face. Xia Fei was a bit taken back by this, for he had always thought that Yejing Shan was incapable of smiling. Alas, this smile of the battalion commander was incredibly forced, so it looked horrible. "Get that formality out of the way. It'd be weird if the old guy allowed anyone to greet me. Let me through, I'm going to go see that old fart." Thuram then boldly walked toward the yard where Xia Fei followed behind with hands in his pocket. "Xia Fei, you should report back to the camp first," Yejing Shan said with furrowed eyebrows. "Report, my ass. The old man is Xia Fei's immediate superior, and if the superior is in the hospital, they should report back to the hospital. Thurum turned around and yelled. He always had a sonorous voice, and now with a hint of anger in his voice, it boomed so loud it almost hurt the ears. Yes. You are correct, sir. The old man secretly pulled at the corner of Ye Jingshan's shirt and smiled like a sly fox. Who's that balding guy? Xia Fei approached Thurum and asked quietly. He's the oldest disciple of that old thing called Nalian. Qin Mang has taken in quite a few disciples, unfortunately, he's not too good at picking them and most are simply terrible. Knowing that their master is about to die, these disciples followed the smell in hopes of getting one last haul from the old thing. Xia Fei asked with knitted brows, Ye Jingshan is also the old man's disciple. Yup. This explained how Xia Fei had managed to enter the internal division when he was in the Heaven Execution training camp. It was all because of Qin Mang pulling strings from behind the scenes. It appeared that the old man had secretly helped him a lot. Xia Fei was very grateful about that. The old man's disciples aren't always bad. Yai in the Death Trio Star region is one of the exceptions, said Xia Fei. Thurum wrinkled his nose. That's because he's too far away and knows that he doesn't have any chance in this. All I'm saying is that the old thing only has a few handful of good disciples. After walking through a flowered path, they could see a bunch of old men surrounding the bed, smiling at Thurum. See? The few failed disciples aren't the worst, these old farts are the most likely to harm you, and all of them are quite strong, Thurum secretly told Xia Fei. Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows. He was quite angry that people were trying to take a piece of Qin Mang's belongings, yet he managed to suppress his displeasure and wore a smile on his face. These old men enthusiastically approached Thurum in greeting, each happier to see him than the last. Thurum also had a great smile on his face as he dealt with them. He might be known for his terrible temper, but he was still quite adept when it came to dealing with this particular bunch. Xia Fei did not have much to say to them, so he stood at the door and looked inside. The villa was filled with people in adjudicator uniforms, there was no way anyone could approach Qin Mang undetected. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a chill on his back. He quickly turned around and saw an old man with black hair approaching with a smile. His eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, and whenever they set on someone, a deep chill could be felt right to the bone. Although his face was filled with wrinkles, his hair and beard were glistening black like a young person's, which made for an extremely weird sight. Younger brother Thurum, you're here, said the old man enthusiastically with open arms. Thurum turned around and a wide smile appeared on his face immediately. Mr. Mata, you're as good as always. The two then hugged like brothers. Mata would glance at Xia Fei every so often, his sharp glances made Xia Fei incredibly uncomfortable. Brother Thurum, why didn't you tell me? If I knew that you're visiting Qin Mang as well, it would have been nice if we had traveled together, Mata said facetiously. Thurum laughed. We, at the Weapons and Equipment Department, have nothing to do unlike you guys at the Headhunters Department. Who would have thought that you'd be following right behind me despite being so busy? You shouldn't say that, Qin Mang is both our friends. I have to be here if you're here. Xia Fei inferred from their conversation that Thurum and Mata were rivals. Knowing that Thurum was heading to Enduro Star region, Mata quickly followed, which made Thurum extremely unhappy. Alas, he could not shed all pretense of cordiality, so all he could do was make some backhanded comments. And this little brother is? Asked Mata as he looked at Xia Fei. Xia Fei. So you're the only librarian at the library? Xia Fei nodded with a smile. Since we're all here, let's go see Qin Mang. Mata dragged Thurum and Xia Fei inside. Chapter 200, an even more toxic poison. Right in front of the ward, before Mata could open the door and walk in, Thurum stopped in his feet and said, Mr. Mata, I've got a sudden urge to pee, go ahead without me. Mata was a bit hesitant. Right, I'll go see Qin Mang first. Thurum then gave Xia Fei a look, the two of them then walked along the hallway. You don't want to enter with him, do you? Xia Fei asked with a smile on his face. Thurum nodded and arrived at a window with Xia Fei. The two of them looked outside from the third floor. That Mata wouldn't come here for no reason. He might also have his eyes on Qin Mang's belongings. Xia Fei kept quiet. This battlefield was far beyond his control. He did not know who these people or what their intentions were, so it was difficult for him to make a judge. The two of them spent over an hour in the hallway. Mata aimed to arrive after Thurum just to listen in on what they would talk to Qin Mang, but his plan had been foiled by Thurum at the door. Qin Mang did not like Mata, so he pretended to fall asleep after a few words. Mata was put in a tight spot, needing to leave despite not wanting to, but in the end he could only hesitantly leave Qin Mang's ward. Once he left the room, he was greeted by Thuram and Xia Fei looking at him with a smile. Mata curled the corner of his lips. "Little brother Thuram, your trip to the bathroom sure was long." Thuram laughed. It couldn't be helped. My kidney hasn't been doing too well at this age." Mata walked downstairs with a sullen face. Thuram and Xia Fei then entered the room and locked the door behind them. Mata let out a cold snort, for he was mad about more than one thing. The ward was spacious and well lit. Qin Mang was on the bed, completely pale. There was a large apparatus with flashing indicator lights beside him that was working this entire time. This was a cell purification machine. The lamp at the top shone a cleansing light onto Qin Mang, removing all the poison from his body. There was also a transparent tube connected to Qin Mang's blood vessels that was drawing blood into the machine to be purified before re-entering it into his body. Advanced apparatuses like such cost tens of thousands of star coins per minute to operate. If the one who got poisoned was an average person, there was not much they could do other than die even if they were unwilling to, for the astronomical expenses were simply beyond what they could afford. Upon hearing that there was someone coming in, Qin Mang slightly opened his eyes. After making out who was in his room, his lips curled to form a slight smile. "I've come to see you because I heard that you're about to die, you old coot," Thuram said, laughing. Qin Mang did not seem to find the mention of death taboo and even replied with a smile, "Keep dreaming, I'm still doing great, so I'll be here for a while." Xia Fei joined in and greeted Qin Mang as well. There were a few comfortable sofas next to the bed. Obviously, they were set down for incoming visitors. There were also some fruits among other things on the table. Xia Fei and Thuram sat opposite Qin Mang, who then stuck out 2 fingers. "Do you have a cigarette?" Xia Fei took out a half-pack of Hung Tashan cigarettes and lit one up for Qin Mang. Thuram furrowed his brows due to his dislike toward the smell of cigarettes, yet remained silent. "They don't want me smoking. In the past, I would have kicked that horrible doctor, but now that I'm getting on in years, I couldn't even kick anyone even if I wanted to," Qin Mang said softly. Thuram rolled up his sleeves. "Which close-minded doctor was it? Tell me." Xia Fei and Qin Mang both laughed. As the weapons and equipment head in the adjudicator's headquarters, he was nothing less than highly respected, but his brutish and unreasonable behavior was no different from when he was younger. "Xia Fei, go out for a second, I have something to tell this old man," said Qin Mang. "Sure." Xia Fei vaguely nodded and left the ward. There were a few members of the adjudicator union standing along the corridor. Who knew if they were there to protect the old man or to keep him under strict observation? All of them stood there like logs, not moving even a single inch. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he walked to the window. At this moment, Phantom excitedly appeared from the moor stone. Phantom had been hiding in his tiny, cubic hole these past few days, working on something. As there was nothing important, Xia Fei let him be. Phantom's eyes were glistening with excitement. "Are you sure that Qin Mang was poisoned by the 6-winged Skylord?" Xia Fei nodded slowly. "Probably. Why? Did you figure out a way to combat the toxins?" Phantom shook his head. "It's not realistic to rid the poison, but I thought of an even more toxic plan." Xia Fei was confused. What does a more toxic plan have to do with the old man's poison? Phantom had a mysterious smile. "Just let me finish. I came up with a medicinal formula based on the 6-winged Skylord's venom. It has similar characteristics, and is also a poison that stays in the body that can trigger anytime, but before it triggers, it can temporarily suppress the other toxins in the user's body." Xia Fei learned a thing or two about medicine and toxins from Phantom, so he understood it right away when Phantom said that. "Are you saying to use an even stronger toxin to suppress the 6-winged Skylord's toxins?" "Exactly." Xia Fei was speechless. Phantom's theory was similar to Chinese medicine's theory of treating poison with poison. Since the poison in Qin Mang's body had gotten triggered since any medicine to combat it, he could take an even stronger slow-in-acting poison to suppress the already triggered poison. Although this would rid the user of the pain from the triggered poison, their body would be under the control of another poison, which could also trigger any time. In the end, he would still be in limbo between life and death like his present situation. "How long could he last?" asked Xia Fei. "It's hard to tell, perhaps a year, perhaps a second," replied Phantom. Xia Fei let out a bitter laugh. Using a poison to suppress other poison, yet in the end, the victim would still die from poison. If they were lucky, they would live like a normal person for a few more days, and that might be the best of it. If they were unlucky, the stronger poison might get triggered right away, resulting in the person dying at once, faster than they would otherwise. This was basically gambling with their lives, but the only thing on the table was their current, half-dead state. Xia Fei, would you take it if you were Qin Meng? Phantom joked. Xia Fei answered without even thinking, if it were me, of course I would. I'd die either way, I'd rather take what's remaining of my life and gamble with it. If I won, I'd get to live for a few more days, and if I lost, I'd at least die happy. Since you could arrive at that conclusion, Qin Meng would, too. Xia Fei was left silent. He also agreed with Phantom's suggestion. The cell purification treatment was extraordinarily painful. One could tell from Qin Meng's pale and skinny face what kind of agony he was going through. An old man, who used to be so fat that he could not walk properly, had gone down a few sizes after a few months. No matter the case, it was horrible to poison someone as treatment. It was one thing that Xia Fei was willing to try it, it was another matter convincing someone else to put their lives on the line. How about you tell him about the plan once you enter the room later and let him make the choice, suggested Phantom. Xia Fei nodded. We can try, but not now. Why? If the old man dies before we manage to create the medication, aren't we just giving him false hope? If we promise someone, we should be able to deliver. How about we make the medication first before we put it in front of him and let him choose? For now, I'll have to check his tone. Although Phantom had managed to think of this extreme method of dealing with the poison, there was not much to go on in terms of its execution and application. Xia Fei was a very thorough person and would think of everything at all angles. This was an important matter, so everything must be taken step by step instead of being rushed. Is your idea hard to execute? Asked Xia Fei. Phantom shrugged. A bit. First, we need to catch a six-winged Skylord to extract its venom. Second, I'll use other toxins and ingredients that change their medicinal properties to reverse its effect. Phantom's medications had always been extreme. He liked taking alternate routes, using the most dangerous methods to achieve the best results. Xia Fei had been with Phantom for quite a while now, so he was not too surprised about his suggestion. However, the requirement of catching a six-winged Skylord alive had some difficulty to it. Setting aside the possibility of subduing such a creature of evil, it was a problem in itself if it even existed near the Enduro Star region. If he had to travel too long a distance, Qin Meng might be gone before Xia Fei could produce the medication. While he was deep in thought, he heard Thurum's voice some distance away. Xia Fei walked over after stomping out his cigarette. Thurum said aloud, "The old Coots is waiting for you. It's best to be on your way in case he dies soon." Although his words were harsh, Xia Fei noticed that there was some redness in Thurum's eyes while something sparkled and turned at the corner of his orbs. It was evident that he was devastated, and it was taking everything in him to stop his tears from coming out. It was just like that sometimes, the people who praise one might not be their friends, yet the people who yelled at them might turn out to be their best comrades. Xia Fei nodded before pushing through the door into the ward. Just like when he was in the library, he got some tea leaves, brewed a cup of such for Qin Meng, and passed it to him. Qin Meng took the cup in his hands and took a sip before smiling. "Not bad, not bad. I've never gotten around to asking you, how come the tea you make with the same leaves tastes better than the ones I make?" Xia Fei smiled. "Because of the temperature and the flow of the water." "Temperature and water?" Qin Meng asked curiously. "The water can't be too hot. At a high temperature, the water can destroy the fibers of the tea, making it murky. If it's too low, the leaves won't be fully hydrated and will result in an incomplete extraction of flavors. There's also the flow of the water. When the water is poured in, it should be poured along the side of the cup, allowing the water to flow in a clockwise direction and form a vortex, make the tea leaves go through said vortex." Qin Meng was thoroughly impressed. "I've drank lots of tea leaves my entire life, yet I've never noticed these details. My whole life has truly been a waste." After a few moments, Qin Meng asked, "Did you manage to find Old Porter in the Death Trio Star region?"